Lord of Mystery, I Married the Queen of Mystery by author Huo Yang. Chapter 76 to 100. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel, get early access to video on Patreon. Chapter 76 Real Fighting. Odysseus clearly understood that Chipman, who was standing before him, was one of the leaders of the fighting organization Simon had previously mentioned. Simon had only vaguely gathered intelligence about that fighting organization, but Odysseus had been well aware of its existence for a long time and knew precisely how they recruited new members. Generally, if a contestant defeated one of their organization members, they would first try to win them over. If that failed, they would retaliate. Odysseus also knew the general strength of this organization. It had 3 leaders, 2 Sequence 7s, and 1 Sequence 8. Chipman was the Sequence 8. As for the other members, they were basically all of the same caliber as Eden. Upon hearing Odysseus's sarcasm, Chipman sneered, then turned and left. Just then, a waiter brought Odysseus's reward, and the butler-like middle-aged man reminded him, "You two should quickly take a carriage and leave. If there's nothing important, don't go out these days." "Thank you," Odysseus said casually, "I was just looking for an opponent I could truly fight." His persona for Lelouch was someone somewhat arrogant and fond of challenges. After collecting the £260 reward, Simon, who was already sweating anxiously, quickly hailed a rental carriage, got in, and left the area. In the carriage, Odysseus gave Simon £31. £26 of this is the reward I promised you earlier, and the other £5 are for helping me continue to gather information. Simon took the money but said, just now you offended Chipman. Will he send people to attack us?" "Yes," Odysseus looked back, "we're already being followed." Simon became even more nervous. Odysseus seemed to have anticipated this. He checked his pistol and cane, then instructed Simon, "Later, go to any church and pray for half an hour to see if anyone is still following you. If anyone presses you for my whereabouts, just tell them I live at Riverbend Avenue 176. Simon was startled. That place is. "That's one of my strongholds," Odysseus said calmly. "If you expose the addresses of Gall Herbal Shop and 77 Halen Avenue, the consequences will be severe." Simon thought of his bar and his daughter, and immediately said, "I understand." Odysseus nodded, and finally instructed, "Act realistically. Also, if their people come looking for you a second time, you don't need to be polite with them." With that, he put away his pistol, picked up his cane, and jumped off the carriage. Odysseus did not fall despite the carriage's fast speed. He quickly walked into an alley. Another carriage following behind also stopped, and 2 men got out and immediately followed him. When Odysseus reached the middle of the alley, 2 carriages also stopped ahead. Chipman, whom he had seen earlier, got out of one of them, took off his hat, and loudly said, "We meet again." "Indeed," Odysseus smiled, "you still look like a decent opponent." There were originally a few open small doors in the alley, but the people inside quickly closed them after seeing this situation. Additionally, there were 2 or 3 pedestrians in the alley who had to stand pressed against the wall, waiting for Odysseus to pass before quickly leaving. Chipman took off his trench coat again and threw it to his assistant behind him. "Kid, I'll show you what fighting is all about." As he spoke, he quickly rushed towards Odysseus. Odysseus placed his cane aside and also rushed towards Chipman. When they were close, Chipman suddenly jumped up and threw a punch. Odysseus immediately saw his opponent's weakness and raised his leg to kick his lower abdomen. Chipman smiled, and surprisingly, he half-turned in midair to avoid Odysseus's kick, then swung his elbow, with his back to Odysseus, yet accurately struck Odysseus's temple. The opening in his lower abdomen just now was intentionally exposed to Odysseus, a trap to lure Odysseus into attacking there. Odysseus, though on one leg at this moment, also suddenly spun, dodging Chipman's elbow strike, and leaned his shoulder into Chipman's back, pushing him away. The lean is a very powerful move in 8 extremities fist. Suddenly leaning into an opponent can easily knock them down. At this moment, Odysseus exerted force, enough to make Chipman violently hit the wall. But Chipman reacted quickly, pushing one foot against the wall, and landed steadily. The 2 faced each other again, both smiling once more. This was the opponent Odysseus was looking for. The people who came with Chipman watched the 2 exchange blows with bated breath. The series of movements by the 2 just now happened in an instant, but they were incredibly exciting, giving these people, who were skilled in martial arts, the feeling of witnessing a master's combat. At the same time, they realized that Lelouch had not used his full strength in his previous encounter with Eden. Every detail was perfectly executed. Then Odysseus and Chipman engaged again, still fighting at a fast pace. Odysseus demonstrated the lean, push, and ram techniques of 8 extremities fist to their fullest. Chipman also responded with full effort, and for a time, neither gained an advantage. They separated again after 3 or 4 minutes, slightly out of breath, looking at each other, preparing for the next round of battle. Chipman suddenly said, "Join us." Odysseus shook his head again. "I like freedom." At this moment, behind Odysseus, 2 of Chipman's subordinates drew their daggers and stepped forward, preparing to surround Odysseus. Odysseus sensed it and laughed heartily. "That's enough for today, let's fight another time." As he spoke, he suddenly retreated sharply, grabbed his cane, and rushed in the opposite direction of Chipman. The 2 men who had drawn daggers raised them to block. Odysseus, however, did not dodge, but suddenly held his cane upright. The hands of the 2 men holding the daggers involuntarily twisted, and the 2 daggers stuck to Odysseus's cane. Odysseus pushed one of them aside and ran towards the end of the alley. Chipman glared at his 2 subordinates holding daggers, but still quickly led his men to pursue. "Don't run. If you don't join us today, the next person who leads a team to find you won't be me. And they will kill you." Odysseus, running ahead, understood that the other party meant to warn and advise him, and waved his hand without looking back. Coming out onto the main street, Odysseus skillfully climbed onto a speeding carriage. Chipman quickly had some of his subordinates continue the chase, while others went to drive or find a rental carriage to catch up. With that delay, they had already created some distance. Odysseus stopped in front of a department store, entered through the bustling main entrance, and exited through the back door. He glanced at a corner of the parking lot where there were several carriages with noble family crests. While one of the coachmen was smoking, he suddenly rushed over and quietly boarded one of the carriages. The noble's carriage was very spacious and had a faint scent of perfume. There was a large storage space under the seats, filled with supplies and drinks, and it was large enough for a person to hide inside. Odysseus hid inside and closed the movable door panel. After waiting a few minutes, he heard someone get into the carriage, and a sweet voice asked, "Susie, what's wrong?" Chapter 77 Audrey and the Gangsters. Backland Department Store is one of the largest department stores in all of Loan. 2 floors of this store are not open to the public, only to nobles and the wealthy. After all, no matter how noble nobles are, or how rich the wealthy are, they all have shopping needs. Audrey Hall invited a few good friends to go shopping at the department store on Sunday afternoon. When they bid their farewells, and Audrey, along with her maid Annie and her large dog Susie, returned to the carriage, Susie suddenly became uneasy. It wasn't Susie's fault for being slow to react. There had always been a faint scent of perfume in the carriage, which had somewhat affected her sense of smell. She hadn't noticed it when she first got in, but only realized there was a strange smell in the carriage after she lay down on the carpet. Audrey immediately noticed Susie's unease and asked, "Susie, what's wrong?" "Woof." Audrey also noticed that a few small spots on the carpet were wrinkled, which hadn't been wrinkled when they got out of the carriage earlier. So Audrey immediately smiled and said, "Annie, I've decided to buy the mirror I just saw. We can go shopping a bit more." Just as she was about to get up and get out of the carriage, the movable floorboard beneath their seats quickly opened, and Odysseus rolled out from inside, instantly drawing his gun and pointing it at the 2 people and 1 dog opposite him. Standing before Odysseus was indeed Miss the Justice, with golden hair and blue eyes, exceptionally beautiful, and with a pure and elegant demeanor. He sighed inwardly, "She's indeed almost too beautiful." Annie was startled and was about to scream, but Odysseus pointed the gun at her. "Don't scream." Then he glanced at Susie. "You too, don't scream." Susie looked at the revolver and nodded obediently, almost raising her paws. "I have no intention of harming you. I am merely avoiding an opponent," Odysseus said with a slight smile. Yes, Chipman was indeed someone who could be called an opponent. At this moment, a commotion came from outside. Chipman was leading people, searching carriage by carriage. Odysseus slowly slid onto the carpet, still pointing the gun at the people and dog opposite him. Annie was terrified, and Susie was trembling with fear. Only Audrey remained composed, even smiling as she observed the bandit in front of her. As a telepathist, she had, of course, already sensed that Odysseus had no ill intentions. Moreover, she was very interested in Odysseus's purpose and the opponent he was avoiding. This noble young lady, who had always fantasized about her own grand adventures, was experiencing something so thrilling for the first time. Someone shouted, "This is the Earl's carriage. Who dares to search it?" Chipman and his people indeed did not dare to continue searching. To be precise, the organization he belonged to was founded by nobles, and their mission was to obey and entertain nobles. Furthermore, in Backland, even Beyonders dared not easily offend nobles. The carriage slowly moved forward, driving out of the department store's parking area. Chipman and his people only dared to observe from a distance. At this moment, Annie seemed to finally react. She was about to rush out of the carriage, willing to take a bullet from the bandit to alert the guards outside that there was a bandit in the carriage and Miss Audrey was in danger. But Audrey pulled her back first. Don't be impulsive, Annie. She knew that if Annie really rushed out, things would get very bad. Odysseus slowly got up and sat back down on the chair opposite them. This young lady is very right. You would be knocked out by me before you even touched the doorknob. Annie took a deep breath before saying, Jesse must have been slacking off again, he didn't even notice someone had snuck into the carriage. And those department store guards, they didn't notice either. Jesse was the coachman of that carriage. Audrey thought to herself, because the person in front of you is a Beander, don't expect ordinary people to detect a Beander's movements. Odysseus joked, I can turn invisible, they can't see me. He added, you don't need to be nervous. I'll leave after we've driven a few blocks. Audrey asked with some curiosity, why do they want to catch you? They want me to join their organization, Odysseus said truthfully, but I refused them. Audrey seemed to understand something. Is it a secret organization? Not very secret, Odysseus replied. If you inquire through your family's channels at King's Avenue 155, you'll be able to find out about them. Audrey recalled that King's Avenue 155 seemed to be a fighting arena, and her brother Alfred, who was in the South Continent, had once gone there to watch a match. Then she asked, they even threatened you with weapons. Odysseus lowered his head and glanced at the damage on his chest from where Eden had stabbed him with a dagger, then smiled at Audrey and said, your observational skills are very good. Although the knight's uniform had helped him block the 2 daggers, there were still damaged areas. Upon hearing the compliment, Audrey immediately felt that the bandit's tone, gaze, and expression were somewhat familiar. In fact, she had felt this way from the very beginning. Every single word, every single sentence, every single hair, every single piece of content was perfect. However, she thought back carefully but couldn't recall where she had seen a similar person. After taking a deep breath, Audrey, not wanting to waste this wonderful experience, continued to ask, why do you wear a mask? Odysseus smiled, to protect you. Audrey immediately understood and slowly nodded. Annie, beside her, didn't quite understand. Protect us. Yes, Odysseus said, for example, in this situation, I wouldn't have to kill you to silence you. Annie's mouth dropped open in fright, then she said, the person in front of you is, after all, Hall. Enough, Annie. Audrey immediately interrupted her personal maid. She understood that the bandit in front of them would not be intimidated by her father's name, and Annie's intimidation would only expose more of their own information. Odysseus praised again, what a calm and rational young lady. He paused and added, if I'm not mistaken, the crest on the carriage seems to belong to the Hall family. Odysseus didn't recognize any family crests, but he knew that Audrey's father was Earl Hall. Then he smiled and said, I've long heard that Earl Hall's daughter is exceptionally beautiful, with the reputation of Backland's most dazzling gem. Seeing her today, I realize such praise is too conservative. Thank you, Audrey smiled. I won't tell anyone that you were in this carriage, but in return, please tell me your name. Lelouch. Anyway, it was a newly created identity. If any nobles came looking for trouble, he could simply stop using this identity. All right, Mr. Lelouch, Audrey said with a smile. Then Odysseus looked at Annie, who immediately said, I won't tell anyone either. I believe you, Odysseus said with a smile. If any nobles come looking for trouble with me, I will quietly sneak into the Earl's mansion and, while you are sleeping, cut off your ears and nose. He stood up and said, goodbye, ladies. With that, Odysseus put away his gun and jumped out of the carriage. Audrey quickly went to the carriage window. She saw Mr. Lelouch quickly enter a church with a mechanical crest symbol. Tomorrow is Tarot Club time again. Also, starting tomorrow, 2,000-word chapters will be changed to 3,000-word chapters, and 3 updates will be changed to 2 updates. When there are bonus updates, they will also be 3,000-word chapters. This helps to relatively quickly increase the average subscription. Hollow down pointing triangle. Chapter 78. It's tarot time again. In the carriage, Annie and Susie both breathed a sigh of relief. Susie had never imagined that one day she would have a gun pointed at her. It was terrifying for a dog. Annie wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, Miss, that bandit's words just now must have been a scare, right? I don't think so, Audrey smiled. For your safety, let's not reveal what happened today to anyone. She actually saw through it. Lelouch's final words were indeed meant to scare Annie, but the more that was the case, the more she wished to help the mysterious Mr. Lelouch conceal today's events. She was also a Beander, and being able to help a Beander today brought her immense satisfaction. Odysseus quickly entered the Church of Steam and Machinery and showed the pastor the mechanical crest hanging around his neck, composed of a triangular ruler, a lever, and gears. This was the mechanical crest issued to him by Machinery Hivemind, which allowed him to receive some assistance at any time, in any Church of Steam and Machinery. Upon seeing the mechanical crest, the pastor immediately led Odysseus into the confessional. After closing the door, the pastor asked, "What do you need?" Odysseus replied, "I might be followed, I need to change clothes here." "All right, after you've changed, I'll open the other side of the confessional door, and you can exit through the side door of the church." "Thank you." Odysseus took off his mask, removed his knight's uniform, and wrapped his cane inside the uniform. "Please cover my items and send them to 51 Henry Street. I've left 8 solar for the fare." This distance certainly wouldn't cost 8 solar, the extra was for the pastor. The pastor did not decline. Under his guidance, Odysseus left the church through the side door without attracting the attention of the worshippers in the chapel, transforming back into Odysseus Gale, the owner of the herbal store. On Sunday, Klein spent most of the day watching Enoch, Mr. Gale's subordinate. However, the gang leader spent the entire morning playing cards and drinking in the bar, and also resolved a dispute among the patrons. He went out around 2 in the afternoon and returned around 4. Klein did not follow Enoch. Instead, he used this time to telepathy with several of Enoch's subordinates. They did have some memories about Mr. Gale, but they were all orders issued by Enoch on behalf of Mr. Gale. For example, telling them to cause less trouble, preferably not to kill people when fighting, and not to swindle or deceive. Of course, besides these orders, Enoch's gang members were relatively secure in their daily lives. Mr. Gale actually paid them salaries, gave them certain rewards if they were injured in combat, covered their medical expenses, and would give a large sum of money to their families if they died. Because they had basic living security, these scoundrels surprisingly possessed the noble quality of rarely actively harming others. This made Klein sigh with emotion. As long as the living environment is not so harsh, even villains can have thoughts of turning over a new leaf. However, he found no clues about Mr. Gale. Enoch usually had nothing suspicious about him, spending most of his time in the bar, occasionally taking people to help at the Nanmu ballroom, and going out once every morning or afternoon, seemingly for some intelligence transactions. Klein estimated that he would have to watch Enoch for a long time before he might discover some clues. So he planned to follow Ms. Mandy again tomorrow to see if there would be any clues there. If there were still no clues, there would be no other way, he could only try to divine Mr. Gale's residence above the gray fog. But because he had only met Mr. Gale twice, the information was insufficient, and it might not meet the conditions for divination. Late at night, Odysseus, as usual, continued to study the connection between mystical symbols and the scribe's ability to record. Only after achieving some breakthroughs did he leave the knowledge wilderness. Monday morning was the day for Odysseus and his 2 main subordinates to settle accounts. Early in the morning, Odysseus went to the herbal store to calculate income and expenses. Although the herbal store's business was good, and Odysseus could grow most of the products himself, it couldn't make much money due to its limited scale. One could only say it was much better than the middle class in Backland, but far from the level of a wealthy person. Around 9 o'clock, Bella, Mandy's assistant, came to settle accounts and reported, "Mr. Gale, Ms. Mandy just heard that Ashburn is commissioning a private detective to investigate you." Odysseus casually asked, "What's the private detective's name?" "His name is Sherlock Moriarty, a detective who has recently gained some fame." Odysseus was stunned. When did this happen? Ashburn's butler commissioned this detective to investigate on Saturday morning. Odysseus suddenly stood up. "Why are you only reporting this now?" "This charlatan, no, this detective's investigation has never been about finding clues, but directly using divination for cases. 2 days would be enough to find this place." But then Odysseus thought, "No, I have the protection of knowledge wilderness. If Klein directly used divination to investigate me, he shouldn't be able to divine any information. He could only look for clues from the Nanmu ballroom, and from Mandy and Enoch. In that case, 2 days might indeed not be enough to find this place." Bella was a bit flustered. Ashburn might have realized that we have informants around him, so he is now very focused on secrecy regarding his actions against you, which is why this news was delayed by 2 days. Odysseus pondered for a moment. If Klein tracked him to this herbal store, he might have already discovered that Mr. Gale was the hermit. If he hadn't tracked him here, he wouldn't have made that discovery yet. Regardless, Mr. Gale could no longer sit idly by. So he said to Bella, Mandy's assistant, "Go back and tell Mandy that intelligence work emphasizes timeliness." Then Odysseus added, "Have her prepare the carriage, I'll need it this afternoon." Bella immediately said, yes. At this moment, Enoch pushed the door open and entered. Odysseus asked, were you followed? No, Enoch said with certainty. Odysseus nodded and took the ledger. To prevent being tracked here by some people, Odysseus had Enoch go out at irregular times every day. This way, even if someone tracked him to the herbal store, the other party wouldn't pay too much attention, thinking it was just another one of Mr. Gale's businesses. Mandy, on the other hand, feigned headaches and had her assistant regularly come to the herbal store to buy calming incense, thereby interfering with the tracker's judgment. But Klein was different. Odysseus had once asked the fool for help in the backyard. As soon as he came to the herbal store, he would realize that this was the hermit's stronghold. Every single one of them is correct. Although he might not immediately connect the hermit with Mr. Gale, he would definitely observe this place closely. When he saw Enoch and Mandy's assistant both coming here, he would definitely feel that something was wrong here. Odysseus then thought, the fool is a false evil god. It seems there would be no danger if he knew Odysseus was the hermit. He did not continue thinking about this matter but asked Enoch, I have just developed a miraculous technique that can quickly make someone proficient in fighting. Go back and ask your subordinates who wants to use this technique. Oh, by the way, make sure to tell them clearly that a side effect of this technique is that it will cause a headache for about 3 minutes. Enoch nodded, I'll go back and ask. After Bella and Enoch left, Odysseus stayed at the front counter, waiting for Klein to come. But the entire morning passed, and Klein never appeared. Perhaps after finding this place, he didn't intend to come in directly to look for more clues. Or perhaps he hadn't tracked him here. In any case, Odysseus planned to take action in the afternoon. After lunch, Odysseus went to the backyard, first checking on the production of the flamebolt, and then continued writing the fighting outline. At 2:50 p.m., Odysseus lay down on the armchair, feigning a nap. At exactly 3 o'clock, his vision was covered by gray fog, and this week's Tarot Club officially began. Good afternoon, Fool, Justice. Audrey's greeting was the first to echo around the ancient bronze long table. The Fool Klein, shrouded in gray fog, nodded slightly, good afternoon. Audrey restrained her curious and excited emotions, not rushing to ask about the truth behind the Cape Town incident. She continued to greet the other members while observing them. The son seems very anxious. Did something unexpected happen with the former exploration team leader? Also, Magician Furs is in a state of wanting to ask but not daring to. She must have seen the reports about Cape Town's death and guessed that the Tarot Club did it, but she doesn't know who the Emperor card represents. Soon, the greeting session ended. The hanged man Alger turned his head towards the head of the table and said in a humble tone, Respected Fool, I have collected 3 new pages of Russell's diary. The son Derek, though very anxious, did not immediately consult the Tarot Club members. He knew very well that this opening period belonged to Fool, unless no member submitted Russell's diary. Magician Furs was a bit bewildered. Diary. Russell's diary. Klein smiled and asked the hanged man, What do you wish to exchange them for? Alger glanced at the card covering Fool's hand. I want to know what that card next to you is. Odysseus thought to himself, he chose so accurately, this should be the question Klein most wants to answer. Furs, meanwhile, vaguely understood something. Using the so-called Russell's diary, one could exchange for answers to certain questions from Fool. She thought of Russell's notes written in special symbols and realized they were actually a diary. Then Furs recalled, Miss Audrey had quite a few, but last week, or the week before last, Miss Audrey said that many of her books and notes had been chewed up by that dog. There was no way to buy or borrow them from Miss Audrey. I hate dogs. Furs thought bitterly. Klein smiled. You may. Do you want everyone to hear it, or only for yourself to know? Alger answered without hesitation, only for myself to know. So Klein isolated the senses of the other members. Soon, the private communication ended, and the other members could all see Alger's lingering shock and joy. This made Furs also sufficiently curious about the card in front of Fool. After a few seconds, Alger recovered from the shock brought by the blasphemy card and materialized the 3 pages of the diary. After waiting a few more minutes, Fool finished reading. Odysseus then spoke. If I'm not mistaken, the Russell's diary that the hanged man just mentioned is what is commonly referred to as Russell's notes, right? Audrey enthusiastically replied. Yes, Mr. Hermit, do you also have Emperor Russell's diary? Chapter 79, Teaching Little Son Step by Step. Hermit Otis replied, That's right, I have 5 pages of the Russell's diary. The value of those 5 pages of the Russell's diary had been thoroughly exploited by him. First, he had read them himself, which gave him a very good direction for role-playing as a melee scholar. Secondly, he had completed his task for Machinery Hivemind and over-reported the expenses. Now, sacrificing them to Fool was simply making good use of waste. Otis said to the head of the bronze long table, Mr. Fool, I am willing to sacrifice those 5 pages of the Russell's diary to you as a token of gratitude for the help you provided earlier. I know it's insignificant compared to the help you provided, but at least it represents my sincerity. The fool Klein, behind the gray fog, thought to himself, this guy is quite sensible. He slowly nodded and said, you may. Justice, Audrey noticed that Mr. Fool had provided help to Hermit before, but she wondered what kind of help it was. Magician Furs thought of Mr. Fool's help to her. Could Hermit also have some curse or similar problems? I can materialize those 5 pages of the Russell's diary right now, Otis added. The other members were surprised again, as those were unfamiliar characters, difficult to memorize. And Hermit had obviously just learned that Russell's notes were Russell's diary, so he couldn't have tried to memorize them before the meeting. That meant Hermit had memorized them earlier. But soon, everyone guessed that this was likely help provided by Hermit's Beander ability, so they all put away their slight surprise. Klein nodded slightly, materialized paper and pen for Otis, and let him express it. After about 10 more minutes of reading, the fool Klein said faintly, you may begin. The hanged man Alger immediately turned his head and asked the son Derek, what news did you get from the former captain of that exploration team? Derek answered honestly, he died. Dead. Audrey and Furs both showed their surprise at the same time. Derek continued to describe, after the last gathering ended, when I returned to City of Silver. He briefly summarized everything he had encountered since the last Monday's gathering. Alger asked again, are your City of Silver's dungeons for the out of control not sealed? Is there no barrier between them? There are, Derek said, but for some reason, he came to my room. And he was completely out of control, turning into a very terrifying monster. Furs realized another problem, then how did you survive? This was also a question Audrey was concerned about. Alger's reaction was completely different from theirs. Putting you, who only showed signs of losing control, next to such a dangerous guy, doesn't make sense. It seems that the high-ranking officials of your City of Silver are consciously letting people come into contact with that guy, to see if they can extract useful information from him and observe the corresponding changes. So, which elder saved you? Derek admired sincerely, yes, just as you said, Chief, appeared in time and used a magical item to deal with the out-of-control monster. Alger chuckled, this is obvious. As long as one has enough knowledge, one can easily deduce it. Audrey felt a little depressed and thought, I didn't think of that. Then Alger asked again, the former captain of that exploration team didn't lose control for decades, but suddenly lost control after you returned. Derek said seriously, I guessed 2 reasons. One is that I chose Theosin pathway. At the last gathering, Mr. Hermit said that Aemon family are descendants of ancient sun god. Another guess is that he noticed Mr. Fool was pulling me to participate in the gathering. It eventually proved to be the latter. Alger pressed, how was it confirmed? Derek truthfully described, after Amon's avatar was dealt with, I returned home and began to pray to Mr. Fool. Wait a moment, Alger interrupted the son's narration, you said you just experienced such a bizarre incident, and your chief sent you home. And you started praying to Mr. Fool as soon as you got home. Yes, Derek answered blankly, still not realizing where the problem was. Alger looked at Mr. Fool, and only after seeing no reaction from him did he relax. In my experience, Chief must have sent people to monitor you secretly, and you have undoubtedly exposed your problem. Don't doubt this point. If even Chief isn't cautious, your City of Silver wouldn't have been able to continue to this day in such a harsh environment. Derek's eyes gradually widened. Alger's expression relaxed slightly again. However, you are temporarily not in any danger. I estimate that Chief only discovered your abnormality, and perhaps he will only suspect that you were parasitized by Aemon and does not know about the Tarot Club. Derek calmed down a bit and honestly said, at that time, I was indeed parasitized by Aemon. What? Alger almost jumped out of his seat, striking a fighting pose. Audrey and Furz's spirits also instantly tensed up, only the world and Hermit Otis merely showed some surprise. Derek quickly added, Mr. Fool saw through Amon's conspiracy and taught me a ritual. Through that ritual, he sent an angel to purify Amon's avatar, and I coughed out a strange little bug. Angel, Alger said in astonishment. Audrey was also a little surprised. The son said Mr. Fool sent an angel. Furs recalled that Mr. Fool had sent an angel to help her before, deceiving Abraham family's inquiry. Otis, on the other hand, did not show surprise, because the fool had already sent his angel to help him once, and he showed an expression of, I didn't expect you to be so surprised. Klein, behind the gray fog, observed everyone's reactions, and finally he found, the experienced and seemingly knowledgeable hermit was the most convinced member that I was a deity. That's right, Klein thought, the more one knows, the easier it is to make sufficient associations, and the easier it is to believe the conclusions produced by these associations. While everyone was still surprised, Otis suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Little son, after Amon's avatar was dealt with by your chief must have asked you some questions, right?" Derek recalled for a moment. Yes. Not a single mistake, every single one, every single bit of content, all in one look. Otis then asked, "How did your chief ask at that time? How did you answer? Recall carefully." Derek thought for a while before saying, "It was probably like this. Chief first explained why I was arranged next to the former captain of the exploration team. Then, Chief asked me, why do you think that captain suddenly changed? Do you feel any difference between yourself and others?" I replied, "Perhaps it's because my meander pathway is different from others." Chief then asked me, "What were you doing in the room just now?" I replied, "Sleeping." Finally, Chief asked, before he mutated, "Did you notice anything unusual?" I said, "No." Everyone had recovered from the shock of the angel, and except for Alger, the other members did not understand why Hermit asked such questions. Otis sighed and said, "When you answered the first question, you already aroused your chief's suspicion." Ah. Derek had no idea about this. "I ask you, at the last gathering, you said that everyone in your city of silver must receive general education." Otis analyzed, "Does your general education include knowledge about Aemon and Theosin pathway?" Derek seemed to understand something. No. Audrey also understood. Little son answered that way because he knew Aemon was a descendant of ancient sun god, but he overlooked that most people in City of Silver had no access to such information. Furs also understood that Hermit was helping, little son, review the situation. Otis continued, "Your chief's question was actually asking, did you do anything special to provoke the other party? So you should have said at the time, I feel no different from others, and I don't know how he came to my room. This is telling your chief that I didn't do anything special, the other party came to me first. This point is very crucial. You must let chief know that the other party initiated the attack first, and your subsequent answers did not mention this point." Alger nodded, thinking that Hermit's answer was very good. Derek, on the other hand, was a little stunned, not expecting that a simple question and answer contained so many issues that needed attention. Immediately after, he felt that Hermit's analysis was very reasonable, and he had indeed not explained things clearly. Otis continued, "Your chief realized that you didn't understand his question, so he simply asked you, what were you doing in the room just now? Even if you said you were peeing, it would be better than saying sleeping. You should say that your spirituality sensed danger, so you were observing carefully. You said sleeping, first, this makes you appear not to be a qualified warrior, and second, danger had already arrived, but you didn't notice it, which is clearly lying." Alger nodded again, feeling that Hermit's answer deeply resonated with him. Audrey, on the other hand, felt as if she had learned something strange again, and after a moment's thought, she realized that these strange things were making lies sound so real. Klein, behind the gray fog, smiled and thought to himself, why does it feel like Hermit is tutoring little son with his homework? Derek first nodded, but then said with some difficulty, but such an answer isn't honest enough, right? Otis asked with a smile. Derek nodded repeatedly again. "I must admit, honesty is a virtue," Otis said, "but in many cases, honesty without limits, without considering the feelings of others, and without considering one's environment and consequences, is a sign of immaturity." Chapter 80. There is only one Aemon in the world. Son Derek once again fell into deep thought after hearing Hermit Otis's words. The hanged man Alger, on the other hand, sighed. It seems the Hermit is also a person with a story. Justice, Audrey and Magician Furs also hoped that little son would mature quickly after this incident. The fool Klein, from behind the gray fog, felt, from the Hermit's usual performance, he is a sufficiently mature Beander. Even after understanding the true nature of the Beander world, he hasn't become indifferent because of it, and is still willing to help others. This is also a virtue. Otis gave Derek time to think, then said, "Let me help you analyze it again. Your greatest uniqueness is having the help of Mr. Fool. So you are crucial to City of Silver, but if you completely expose your uniqueness, you will definitely be imprisoned and strictly guarded, and you will not be able to play your role. However, if you conceal some things and hide your uniqueness in certain areas, perhaps you can find hope for City of Silver." He spread his hands and asked, "Is your chief sending people to monitor you because he is an evil person?" Is he a big bad guy with terrible conduct? Derek immediately retorted, no. Otis slowly nodded, it seems you understand this principle. To accomplish something, especially something very difficult, virtue alone is not enough, some methods are also needed. Alger nodded repeatedly, feeling more and more that the hermit was speaking his mind. Audrey also had a feeling of sudden enlightenment in her thoughts. Although the hermit's words were quite different from the education she had received since childhood, if she carefully recalled what she usually saw and heard, she would find that the hermit's description was more in line with the development of events. I understand. Derek said seriously, thank you, Mr. Hermit. My previous thoughts were too naive. Otis hummed in response, frankly accepting, little sons, thanks. Then Derek said, there's one more thing. The exploration team that set out earlier has returned. I'm referring to the exploration team led by Shepherd Elder Luvia. They completed the exploration of the half-destroyed Temple of True Creator and returned to City of Silver, and I found that the personalities of several team members I'm familiar with have changed to some extent. Alger said with a confident tone, they were corrupted by True Creator. I also think they seem to have problems. Derek said with a slight grievance, I've already reported it, but the chief doesn't seem to believe me. I understand, because the chief suspects I'm possessed by Amon, so he won't trust me. Alger, Audrey, and other members slowly nodded. Clearly, the hermit's guidance just now had some effect, and little son's way of thinking about problems was no longer so simple. Derek asked somewhat anxiously, then what should I do? Alger thought for 2 or 3 seconds before saying, I think your chief must also be paying attention to Shepherd Elder and the members of that exploration team at this moment. The only problem is that their level of attention is definitely not enough, perhaps even less than their concern for you regarding Amon. Before little son could speak, he deliberated and said, perhaps you can use this matter to clear your suspicion. Find an opportunity to make a member of that exploration team show abnormalities and have a conflict with him. This way, the chief will increase his level of attention. At the same time, take the opportunity to hand over that strange little bug. Just say that when you had a conflict with that team member, you suddenly felt mentally dazed and vaguely heard someone shouting, True Creator, and at the same time, pretend to cough out that bug. Involving an evil god, many methods and abilities dare not be used. Your chief will logically guess that Amon's clone conflicted with the spiritual pollution left by True Creator, and eventually perished into a dead bug. Your surveillance will definitely be reduced significantly because of this, and if you behave for a while longer, your suspicion will basically be gone. Audrey's mouth slightly opened as she thought, why does Mr. Hanged Man seem so skilled in this area? Klein also thought to himself, is the internal struggle within the Orthodox churches so intense? It feels like the Hanged Man often experiences this kind of harem drama-like scenario. Derek's eyes lit up as he listened, feeling that Mr. Hanged Man was indeed trustworthy and had come up with such a good idea. He pressed on, how can I make that exploration team member exhibit the most complete and abnormal state? Alger was silent for a few seconds before speaking, I don't know. Klein manipulated the always silent the world to speak, I have an item containing the pollution of True Creator. Little fellow, I can lend you that item, but what can you offer as compensation? Derek thought for a moment before saying, I can try to help you collect human skin phantom characteristics. During a previous gathering, the world had made such a request. The world nodded slightly, very good, I will ask Mr. Fool to help lend it to you. Alger reminded him again, seal the container of that item with a spirituality wall beforehand, so no one notices anything unusual. Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man, thank you for your help. Derek sincerely thanked the other members of the Tarot Club. During the recent exchange, he gradually formed a complete plan. After a few seconds of silence in the Grand Hall, Otis, who had been listening for a while, spoke again to Derek, you must have put in a lot of effort to sacrifice those animals and plants around City of Silver alive, right? Klein, behind the gray fog, recalled the scene of the hermit frantically dealing with it earlier, and the corners of his mouth still curled up slightly. Audrey also understood after a slight stunned, what? Live sacrifice. Immediately after, she also smiled helplessly. Derek answered seriously, yes, especially that fish. It was easily killed, and I spent a lot of effort to knock it out. Otis nodded, if I need live specimens, I will specifically remind you. If I don't remind you, it means that the test subjects can be corpses, and you can just kill them and give them to me. Derek seemed to understand the hermit's meaning, okay. Furs and Audrey both smiled knowingly. They could even imagine the hermit's surprised expression when he saw the live test subjects. Not a single mistake, one by one, the content is all here. Anyway, I am very satisfied with your reward. Otis said. In the past few days, he would take time to observe the condition of those animals and plants, and plan to start researching them next week, provided he had enough observation records. As for the barrel of sludge and the barrel of soil, they had already been sent into the knowledge wilderness in advance. At this moment, everyone recalled the previous gathering, the transaction between the hermit and the sun. Little Sun provides test subjects for the hermit, and the hermit collects information about Aemon for Little Sun. Otis continued, I've gathered some more crucial intelligence about Aemon, and it's quite high level. Do you want to listen to it privately, or should I just say it now? Just say it. This was Derek's way of thanking the other members of the Tarot Club. All right. Otis began to recount. I've learned a shocking piece of news. In this world, from ancient times to the present, there has only been one Aemon. This description made everyone slightly stunned, and for a moment, they didn't quite understand what was so shocking about it. Furs scratched her head and asked, the only Aemon was eliminated by the angel sent by Mr. Fool. No. Otis smiled and said, you're thinking in the wrong direction. I mean, from ancient times to the present, no matter how many clones Aemon has, there is only one true Aemon. Suddenly, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Alger said somewhat surprised, I remember the Aemon family appeared in the fourth epic. More than just the fourth epic. Otis said, according to the information I've obtained, Aemon was born in the third epic. Audrey first covered her mouth lightly, then said, oh my goodness, that means Aemon is already thousands of years old. Furs murmured repeatedly, thousands of years old. To her, this was a very distant number. Klein, behind the gray fog, wasn't surprised, because when he obtained the blasphemy card, he had already thought of a fact, the gods had lived for an unknown number of years. In fact, Alger and the others knew this in their hearts, but because these thoughts were too blasphemous, gods were high and mighty, appearing at the time of creation, so how could there be a concept of how long they had lived? So it was only now that they came around to that idea. At this moment, Klein thought to himself, no wonder it's called a blasphemy card. After obtaining such an item, one's respect for the gods would greatly diminish. Isn't this blaspheming the gods? Alger was the first to react. I've long heard that after becoming an angel, the life form undergoes a fundamental change. It seems one of these changes is having a long lifespan. Otis hummed in agreement. I also heard that the Aemon family back then was actually just Aemon and his clones. Klein, behind the gray fog, was slightly stunned. This is a bit strange. The patriarch of the entire family is the true Aemon, and the elders are Aemon number 1 to Aemon no. 6. I wonder if there are any internal conflicts among Amon's clones. Are there any small factions? Furs also recovered from her surprise, it's like listening to a ghost story. She felt that this was indeed good material for a horror story. With Furs saying that, Audrey imagined such a scene. She entered a noble's courtyard, surrounded by classical architecture, with pleasant scenery, and many members of the noble family coming and going in the courtyard. Suddenly, these family members seemed to become aware of her, the intruder, and all turned their gazes towards her. Regardless of whether they were old people, children, men, or women, they all looked exactly alike, and all wore the same eerie smile. Audrey shivered, what a terrifying ability. Chapter 81 The Worm of Time. Son Derek belatedly reacted, the Aemon clone that appeared in City of Silver was sent by the Aemon main body that has existed for thousands of years. What is his purpose? Derek immediately felt immense pressure. As far as he knew, not all the elders of the six-man parliamentary council were demigods, and even if City of Silver had divine sealed artifacts, they might not be a match for Amon's main body. There might not be any specific purpose, Hermit Otis replied. Aemon has the title of God of Pranks. It is said that he is both extremely cunning and very whimsical. Perhaps the clone that entered City of Silver was just a random clone he arranged. The former captain of your exploration team invited him to City of Silver, and he followed. If he hadn't been invited, perhaps this clone would still be wandering in the forsaken land of the gods. The fool Klein, from behind the gray fog, seemed to be the first to understand Mr. Hermit's meaning. Gods, due to changes in their life forms, surely think differently from ordinary people. In ancient times, angels were called subordinate gods, and Amon's level is at least that of an angel, so he should also have a long lifespan and think very differently from ordinary people. For City of Silver, the Aemon clone incident was an extremely terrifying matter that needed to be handled with caution, but for Aemon, it was merely a clone for his, playing in the human world. Klein sighed, this is the gap in levels. At this point, Derek immediately pressed, how should we respond? Odysseus replied, don't take it seriously. Derek thought he had misheard, don't take it seriously. If Amon's main body is interested in City of Silver, it would be difficult for your City of Silver's power to stop him. Odysseus smiled somewhat helplessly. According to some information I found, Aemon is not an ordinary angel. I don't know how to describe him specifically, you just need to know that he is very powerful. If Amon's main body is not interested in City of Silver, then you can completely act as if this incident never happened. These words made Derek and the other members understand Amon's power. The hanged man Alger couldn't help but exclaim, this is the gap in levels. Aemon is already powerful enough to easily destroy a city. Justice, Audrey and Magician Furs felt a bit heavy-hearted. Furs sighed, the power in the Beyander world is an overwhelming power that can crush everything. Klein, on the other hand, thought to himself, it feels like, if it's a big earthquake, you can't run, if it's a small earthquake, you don't need to run. After hearing Mr. Hermit's explanation, Derek took a deep breath. I understand. Thank you for your explanation, which made me understand the gap between us and Aemon. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Fool above him. If Aemon were to descend upon City of Silver, perhaps he could only ask Mr. Fool for help. Klein, from behind the gray fog, appeared calm and composed, but in reality, he was panicking internally. Don't look at me like that. If I pretend not to hear your prayer then, my conscience will ache. At this moment, Audrey thought of another question. Is Amon's main body in the Forsaken Land of the Gods? Theoretically speaking, he should be in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, Odysseus replied. Otherwise, if such a powerful existence were on the North and South continent, his reputation should at least be comparable to that of evil gods like the True Creator and the Hidden Sage. Yet most Beyonders have never even heard of that name. Audrey nodded, this analysis is very reasonable. Odysseus then said to Derek, as for that little worm you obtained, it should be a worm of time. Worm of time. Derek was hearing this name for the first time. Alger suddenly recalled, I seem to have heard this name before, but it sounds like the name of a potion for a certain sequence of the Marauder pathway. It is indeed a potion name, Odysseus explained. But as far as I know, it is also key for high-level Beyonders of the Marauder pathway to parasitize others. The main body seems to use Worm of Times to control the puppets they parasitize. Odysseus did not intend to explain this information too clearly. The other members had not yet become demigods and lacked the corresponding knowledge, so they seemed to have not understood Odysseus's explanation, and yet also seemed to have understood it. Derek then asked, Mr. Hermit, what is the use of these Worm of Times? I only know that they can be used to create very high-level talismans, Odysseus answered truthfully. Thank you for your answer, Derek said a little awkwardly. He naturally knew that this information was very high-end and not proportionate to the small amount of reward he had offered. But for a moment, he couldn't think of how to thank Mr. Hermit. As this round of transactions ended, Alger immediately felt, apart from the blasphemy card, this should be the most advanced information I have obtained. Audrey, while sighing at Amon's power, asked, Mr. Hermit, why is Aemon in the Forsaken Land of the Gods? I mean, with his power, is he also trapped in the Forsaken Land of the Gods? Odysseus pondered for a moment before saying, this involves some other advanced information about Aemon, which requires a trade. Audrey immediately asked, what do you need? A complete brain of a pale long-necked beast. Odysseus said to the others, everyone can also help me keep an eye out. I can also buy it with gold pounds. That was one of the main ingredients needed for the wizard potion. Although he was not in a hurry to advance now, he could buy the main ingredients first. Audrey said, I will help you keep an eye out. Then she asked, Mr. Hermit, do you know any other advanced information about Aemon? When I was looking for information for the sun, I did learn some advanced information about Aemon, Odysseus said. But that information was not useful to the sun, so it is not part of this transaction. The other members all felt it was a great pity, but they couldn't say anything. After all, this was a transaction between Mr. Hermit and the sun, and the information Mr. Hermit revealed was clearly of higher value. Audrey, however, noticed, from Mr. Hermit's body language, he seemed to be hiding something. Was he hiding the source of the information? Or was he trying to hide the original intention of obtaining the information? Or was that information useful to the sun? Then she thought, the sun's current situation is very dangerous, and Mr. Hermit clearly has the intention to help the sun, so the information Mr. Hermit did not reveal should not be of much help to the situation in City of Silver. There's nothing to hide about the original intention of obtaining the information, so it can only be hiding the way of obtaining the information. But Audrey couldn't understand why there was anything to hide. At this moment, Alger said to Odysseus, I know where there is a complete brain of a pale long-necked beast, but I am at sea now, and it will take a few days before I can help you inquire whether the other party has already sold it. Odysseus asked, how much? 700 pounds, Alger said. Additionally, you will also need to pay me a 50-pound fee. Odysseus nodded. It's a bit overpriced, but still within an acceptable range. If he hasn't sold it, you can buy it for me, and then come and complete the transaction with me. Every single word of the content is worth 1,000 glances. He had made a lot of money at the Mysticism Research Society before, and now his savings were over 3,000 pounds, so he didn't haggle at all. Alger hummed and said, "All right." He thought to himself, Mr. Hermit is very wealthy. He had already spent over 2,000 pounds last week, and this week's gathering had already cost him 750 pounds. After the two had agreed on the price, Audrey said, "Mr. Hermit, I hope to complete last week's transaction with you." At the last gathering, Odysseus bought the spectator potion formula from Audrey, but Audrey didn't ask for gold pounds. Instead, she planned to ask Mr. Hermit for knowledge regarding mysticism. However, at the gathering last week, Audrey hadn't decided what to ask, but now she had thought of it. Odysseus nodded. "You may ask your question. But I must remind you, when I acquired the potion formula at the last gathering, I offered 260 pounds. The value of the question I answer will not exceed this price." Audrey nodded. "I know." She cleared her throat and asked, "Mr. Hermit, at the last gathering, you mentioned some uncommon mystical symbols. How did you discover those mystical symbols? And what are their specific uses?" Odysseus then asked, "Do you want to hear it yourself, or should everyone listen together?" "Everyone together," Audrey smiled. "If anyone has any knowledge regarding mysticism, they can also share their views." The other members thanked Justice or nodded, and all looked at Mr. Hermit. When this question was discussed last time, they were also very curious about what uncommon mystical symbols Mr. Hermit was referring to. Especially Alger, who had always felt that he was the person at the Tarot Club who understood the most about mysticism, besides Mr. Fool. But the things Mr. Hermit discussed before made him feel very unfamiliar, so he really wanted to figure out whether Mr. Hermit's so-called research direction was fabricated. Justice's question was not very profound. Odysseus organized his words and replied, "Those symbols were deduced by me." Deduced? Audrey thought she had misheard. Alger also asked, "Mystical symbols can be deduced. Why not?" Odysseus smiled. "It seems you lack basic knowledge of mystical symbols. Let me briefly discuss this issue with you first." He said, "First, we need to understand why there are mystical symbols. This is something we discussed at the last gathering. Mystical symbols, like giant language and other languages that can mobilize natural power, also have the use of mobilizing natural power. Languages like giant language and dragon language are different from human languages. Giants and dragons are more like innate Beander creatures. Beander characteristic gives them innate high spirituality, allowing them to use Beander characteristic according to the guidance of spirituality, and use some special pronunciations to enable themselves to mobilize Beander characteristic, thereby completing prayers and response rituals. Simply put, human language is used for communication between people, while languages like giant language and dragon language inherently possess the function of communicating with nature and spirituality. Chapter 82, The Hermit's Small Class Time, additional chapters for your monthly tickets. Hearing the account from Hermit Odysseus, the other members once again realized that the Hermit's research was a blind spot in their knowledge. For them, they had heard of giant language and dragon language, and some had even learned or knew a little of them. But they had never considered how these languages came into being, or what distinguished them from human languages. So, as they listened, everyone gradually became engrossed, as if they had returned to school, to their student days, listening to a teacher explain unfamiliar knowledge. Odysseus continued, "Later, Mr. Hermes invented ancient Hermes language based on giant language and dragon language, and only then did humans have their own language for communicating with nature. The birth of mystical symbols should also be a similar process. They were likely initially adapted by human sages from the characters of races like dragons, becoming universal symbols that humans could use to communicate with nature. As far as I know, races like giants and dragons all have their exclusive mystical symbols. Those symbols were very likely used in conjunction with the syllables that could mobilize spirituality and natural power. For example, only by combining giant language with the mystical symbols used by giants could they unleash immense power. Therefore, these symbols themselves have similar effects to giant language and dragon language. Unfortunately, they are basically lost because these mystical symbols are very difficult for humans to learn and use. As for human mystical symbols, they stopped evolving and developing in the second epoch, and by the third epoch, no one understood their intrinsic meaning. Thus, ancient Hermes language is still a language exclusive to humans, capable of performing sacrifices and rituals, and mobilizing spirituality and natural power. Yet we have not developed corresponding mystical symbols." At this point, Odysseus paused slightly. Justice, Audrey quickly asked, why did the development of mystical symbols stagnate? There are probably two reasons, Odysseus continued. The first reason is that in the third epoch, potion formulas gradually became widespread, allowing humans to advance relatively safely according to the formulas and gain more powerful Beyonder abilities. So, having a language capable of prayer or sacrifice was sufficient. There was no need to research mystical symbols, which were less powerful than Beyonder abilities and more complex. The second reason is that in the second epoch, there seemed to be a period of great integration among previously unlinked human tribes. During this time, the alphabet system emerged and quickly replaced the scripts previously used by various human tribes, leading to a unified alphabet-based writing system. This effectively caused mystical symbols to completely lose their path of development. The other members were somewhat confused, not quite understanding the hermit's meaning. Only Klein, from behind the gray fog, seemed to grasp it, as he knew the concept of hieroglyphs. Odysseus knew everyone didn't understand, so he further explained, imagine, in an era without writing, if you wanted to use a symbol to record the concept of wheat, would you roughly draw the shape of wheat with lines? Or would you first invent a complex alphabet system and then use words composed of letters to represent the meaning of wheat? Everyone was stunned at first, then gradually understood the hermit's meaning. The first to understand was Klein. Why didn't I think of these questions before? Human civilization must have started with hieroglyphs. Only after different civilizations began to interact and merge would phonetic scripts gradually form. This time, the hanged man Alger was completely convinced. This research is indeed profound and astonishing. Magician Furs, meanwhile, thought, the hermit's hypothesis is very reasonable, but why had no scholars before him proposed a similar one? Then she also thought, it's hard to imagine that ancient humans had a period where they used writing completely different from modern times. Was the language they used also different from modern language? Audrey directly exclaimed, I never thought that our human writing underwent such a huge transformation. Then she asked, so, mystical symbols are actually a kind of symbol where humans directly express everything in the world? Odysseus smiled, that's one way to understand it. At this moment, the son Derek, who had been deep in thought, suddenly said, Mr. Hermit, our city of silver still uses giant language and the writing of the giant race, but in our daily communication and use of writing, we don't feel that we can mobilize the power of nature. That's what I'm going to talk about next, Odysseus said. Firstly, giants also have a giant language for daily communication, and these languages have been simplified so they don't constantly trigger the power of nature. Another key concept is that the giant language spoken by humans is not the same as the giant language spoken by giants. Derek was slightly stunned. Not the same. The other members also didn't understand why they weren't the same. Odysseus thought for a moment before saying, using giant language as an example isn't very clear, I should use dragon language. Dragon language is almost lost now because many syllables cannot be pronounced by ordinary people. Again, Klein was the first to understand. He manipulated the world and said, different vocal organs produce different syllables. The other members all had a sudden realization. Yes, how could a human's vocal cords be the same as a dragon's? Exactly, different vocal cords, Odysseus smiled. Also, because of the differences in our brain structures compared to dragons, the intrinsic logic of the language is different. But dragon language has still been passed down because potions transform a Beyander's body, allowing a Beyander to produce some syllables that only dragons can make. This is also why dragon language is not a widely used mystical language, whereas giant language is more common because the difference between giant and human vocal cords is smaller, so some mystical enthusiasts can teach themselves giant language. Audrey slowly nodded. Why had she never thought of this knowledge before, but hearing Mr. Hermit explain it made it seem so logical. Furs, meanwhile, sighed inwardly, Mr. Hermit has very strong logical reasoning. This reminds me of the knowledgeable professors I met during my university days. Odysseus continued, but giants and humans still have some structural differences. Although we can vocalize, we cannot achieve the same effect as a giant speaking giant language. This is also why Mr. Hermes had to create ancient Hermes language, because the giant language we use is itself a simplified and functionally weakened version of giant language. Dragon language is the same. Humans find it difficult to activate all the power and protective mechanisms contained within these languages, so when humans use giant language and dragon language, we lack necessary protection. Ancient Hermes language also has this drawback, but the modified Hermes language can provide sufficient protection for human spellcasters. The intrinsic reason is that ancient Hermes language largely drew upon the expressive methods of giant language and dragon language, while the modified Hermes language completely followed human expressive methods, making it safe for humans. Silence once again fell in the hall as everyone processed the information described by the hermit. After a long while, Alger finally said, "What about Elvish? It seems Elvish is used even less than dragon language now, isn't it?" Odysseus said, "According to my research, among the existing ancient languages, there are two language families. Elvish is not in the same language family as Giant language and Dragon language. And as everyone should know, the various languages commonly used in the North Continent today originate from ancient Forsac language, and ancient Forsac language was originally a branch of Giant language. The language currently used in City of Silver is similar to ancient Forsac language in this way. Although it's still called Giant language, it's also a branch, and it's even very likely from the same branch as the origin of ancient Forsac language. However, Elvish is another ancient language family. According to my research and observation, the Highland language in the South Continent now borrows some Elvish pronunciations and is very likely a branch of Elvish." Alger slowly nodded. The pronunciation of Highland language is indeed somewhat unique. Audrey then asked, "Mr. Hermit, what about Deuton language? Where does the commonly used Deuton language in the South Continent originate from?" Odysseus, however, smiled and said, "After I answer this question, our transaction can only end here." Although his answers above had not fully addressed Audrey's initial question, they had already far exceeded the value of £260, so the transaction had to conclude. Audrey immediately said, "I can pay you pounds to continue answering my questions." Odysseus, however, shook his head, "I am not in need of pounds right now. If I have other needs, I will announce them, and then we can continue discussing this issue." Audrey was a little disappointed. All right then. She didn't even consider exchanging knowledge like acting method for answers. Although these were secretive mystical knowledge, she estimated that the hermit must already know them. Odysseus began to answer Audrey's previous question. Deuton language is not the same language as ancient Forsac language, but fundamentally, it belongs to the language family of Giant language and Dragon language. Combining it with the beliefs of the South Continent, I speculate that Deuton language might come from the language of the Phoenix race. It's just that the origin of the Phoenix race is speculated by some to be in the Forsaken land of the gods, so in the North and South Continent, the Phoenix language has been lost. Phoenix, Audrey repeated the word, feeling somewhat unfamiliar with this Beander creature. She looked at the sun and asked, "Mr. Sun, have you heard of the Phoenix race?" Derek replied, "Our geography class has relevant descriptions. It is said that the birthplace of the Phoenix race is in our north." Audrey nodded, which matched up. She smiled, thank you for your answers. I have gained a lot." This round of transactions ended. Immediately after, the world said to the hermit, 2 weeks ago, I mentioned that I hoped to buy a flamebolt from you. Thank you all for your monthly votes. I'm adding an extra chapter to show my appreciation, hollow down pointing triangle. I originally intended to end this tarot club meeting in this chapter, but I didn't expect to be so busy this week that it hasn't ended yet. The next chapter will discuss Cape Town's case, and then this tarot club meeting will conclude. Chapter 83 The Hermit and the Black Emperor. The fool Klein had mentioned 2 weeks prior that he hoped to purchase a flamebolt from the hermit. Of course, he wasn't buying it for himself, but placing an order on behalf of Marich. However, because Sharon and Marich had to hide for a period after their battle with the licentious faction of the Rose School at the docks, Klein was unable to contact Marich last week, so he didn't bring up the previous transaction. But just 2 days ago, Klein re-established contact with Miss Bodyguard Sharon, and she accepted the hermit's offer on Marich's behalf. Klein also learned from Sharon that the licentious faction had exposed their whereabouts for unknown reasons and suffered a heavy blow from Machinery Hivemind, and now seemed to have mostly left Backland. Thus, at this tarot club meeting, Klein re-initiated the previous transaction with the hermit. No problem, Odysseus thought for a moment. It can be delivered this week. We discussed the price before, £500. The manufacturing process and formula for the bullets are £100, or you can order bullets at £1 per bullet. Klein, operating the world, said in a hoarse voice, I'll buy the bullet manufacturing process. With a few words, the transaction between the two was concluded. After a few seconds of silence in the hall, the transaction phase ended, and the meeting entered the free exchange segment. Justice, Audrey looked around and was the first to smile. Last week, an interesting case occurred in Backland, with the protagonist being called the Black Emperor. The Hanged Man Alger and Magician Furs immediately looked at Justice, expressing their interest in the case with their eyes. Alger was very interested because he had just learned that the card Mr. Fool had was actually the Black Emperor card. Furs, on the other hand, lived in Backland and knew a little about the inside story, and also guessed it was related to the Tarot Club, which is why she paid close attention to it. Audrey paused before continuing. The victim was the wealthy Cape Town, rumored to be Backland's biggest human trafficker. The Black Emperor infiltrated his villa, took his life, and rescued many innocent young girls who were imprisoned in the dungeon. When Cape Town's body was discovered, it was covered with a deck of tarot cards, with Judgment and Emperor on his face. It is said that the Hermit card fell out separately and was also quite noticeable. Human trafficker. Alger keenly caught this phrase, and then he asked the top of the bronze long table in a humble tone, "Mr. Fool, is Cape Town related to the disappearance of colonial slaves?" Investigating the disappearance of colonial slaves was a task given to him by the Storm Church. Previously, at the Tarot Club, he had exchanged some valuable information with the Hermit, but since then, he had not found any valuable clues. Klein, behind the gray fog, was slightly stunned for a moment before reacting. He had been thinking about the Hermit card just now, and he hadn't paid much attention to it at the scene. But after Justice's explanation just now, the inspiration of a seer suddenly made him realize that the Hermit card might be a hint from spirituality. However, he couldn't figure out what the hint was for a while. Klein's first thought was the meaning of this tarot card. The image of the Hermit card is an old man in a long robe and hood, holding a lantern in one hand and a wooden staff as a crutch in the other. This card signifies solitude and meditation, illuminating the path for lost people with knowledge and wisdom. But Klein couldn't figure out for a moment whether this was a hint for him to be alone, or if someone was illuminating his path. Another more direct hint might be that the Tarot Club member, the Hermit, was also at the scene. But Klein had already confirmed that the masked young man was Mr. Gale, the behind-the-scenes boss of Nanmu Ballroom. And the Hermit seemed to be running an herbal shop. Their temperaments were completely different, and no commonalities had been found yet. At this moment, Klein thought that he could try to investigate the Hermit, and perhaps then he would know the meaning of the Hermit card suddenly appearing. Just as Klein was considering how to investigate, Alger's question brought him back to reality. Before this, he had already given some thought to it. The Beander bodyguards in Cape Town's villa, both in terms of their pathway and sequence, were very unusual. At that time, he recalled the disappearance of colonial slaves mentioned by the Hanged Man, and the disappearance of Backland vagrants mentioned by the Hermit, and vaguely felt that there should be some inherent connection between these events. But Klein could not confirm his guess, so he simply skipped the Hanged Man's question and chuckled, "My dear made some insignificant contributions in this matter." Indeed, Audrey cheered inwardly. Furs also sighed internally. This is the first time I've encountered something related to the Tarot Club in reality. Alger, on the other hand, believed that Mr. Fool's words meant that Cape Town, the human trafficker, was by no means simple, otherwise Mr. Fool would not have allowed a deer to take action. Odysseus inadvertently saw Alger's somewhat awestruck expression, and he thought to himself, the Hanged Man is probably imagining things again. Immediately after, Klein leisurely added, he obtained 3 Beander characteristics in this matter and hopes to sell them as soon as possible. 3 characteristics, 1 corresponds to sequence 8 Sheriff, 1 to sequence 7 Interrogator, and 1 to sequence 6 Judge. Odysseus suddenly thought, I was busy with research last week and completely forgot to check the spoils of the Cape Town battle. He planned to take them out and look at them after the Tarot Club meeting ended. Audrey was slightly stunned. Mr. Fool's deer is very strong, to have defeated 3 Beanders alone, one of whom was even sequence 6. Alger then thought, Sheriff, Interrogator. Isn't this the arbiter pathway controlled by the Augustus family? At this point, he felt even more strongly that the slave disappearance incident was not simple. Klein, of course, deliberately used the levels and pathways of these Beander characteristics to divert the attention of the other members, making his words appear to be providing clues to other members, rather than focusing on selling Beander characteristics. At this moment, Furs asked, I heard that the Judgment and Emperor cards found at the scene represented the Black Emperor's judgment of Cape Town, but why was there also a Hermit card? I also heard that besides the Black Emperor, there were other people at the scene. This card did appear somewhat strangely, so everyone instinctively looked towards the Hermit, a member of the Tarot Club. Odysseus smiled, perhaps it means that the Hermit can answer your doubts. Before Furs could speak, Odysseus continued, I know who the other person at the scene was. That was himself, but he had no intention of revealing his identity now. Instead, he said, not only did the Black Emperor discover Cape Town's crimes and punish this human trafficker. In Backland, there were also righteous individuals who, through the disappearance of vagrants, traced it back to Cape Town and clashed with him. And coincidentally, the Black Emperor also took action to punish Cape Town that day, so the 2 righteous individuals joined forces to deal with Cape Town and his accomplices. Upon hearing these words, Klein almost dismissed his previous suspicion that the Hermit was Mr. Gale. He clearly remembered that 2 weeks ago, the hermit had said that when he received news of the abnormal disappearance of vagrants, some of his friends had already begun an investigation. At that time, he said that 4 people had received the investigation task, and he emphasized that the professions of those 4 people were very different, to highlight the unusual nature of this investigation. Not a single mistake, not a single word, not a single omission, everything was perfect. The hermit couldn't have lied about the Cape Town incident 10 days or so in advance, so the description at that time was highly credible. It should have been the hermit's friends who traced it back to Cape Town. And that friend was Mr. Gale. Audrey recalled, "I remember now, the newspaper said that on that evening, someone saw a masked young man rush into Cape Town's villa and clash with Cape Town's subordinates." Odysseus smiled slightly. "I was talking about him." Furs sighed, "I didn't expect this incident to be so complicated." Audrey, however, said, "I don't think it's complicated at all. It's just that righteous individuals coincidentally joined forces to kill a villain." Furs nodded in agreement, then asked the fool Klein, "Mr. Fool, how much does your dear plan to sell the Sheriff Beander characteristic for?" Odysseus breathed a sigh of relief. At last, he could divert everyone's attention. £600. After stating the price, Klein immediately changed the subject, thereby showing that he didn't care about a Sequence 8 Beander characteristic. He materialized several pieces of parchment and said, "These are the meanings of some of Russell's secret symbols, a free piece of knowledge so that you can better collect the diaries." Because in the diary provided by the hanged man today, one page was a forgery made by roughly transliterating Chinese characters. Audrey and the others were pleasantly surprised, not expecting such a gain at the end of this meeting. Odysseus also had to pretend to be diligently memorizing. After everyone had largely finished memorizing, Audrey asked, "Gentlemen, when a Beander organization actively invites someone to join, if that person doesn't join, will the Beander organization hunt them down?" Klein, behind the gray fog, was slightly stunned. Was Justice about to join another organization? Odysseus immediately realized that Justice had this question because she had encountered Lelouch. He smiled helplessly. "Why is it about me again?" Alger replied, "Such situations rarely occur. After all, Beander organizations do not openly recruit people. Generally, Beander organizations conduct quiet investigations, and only if they feel the person is suitable will they extend an invitation. Few people refuse to join a Beander organization. After all, for many Beyonders, joining an organization means having a safeguard and more opportunities for advancement. If a Beander is hunted down for not joining a Beander organization, it's either because he discovered the Beander organization's investigation of him and disdained to join, thus angering the organization's members. Or, he knows the secrets of that Beander organization, and will be killed if he doesn't join." Odysseus thought for a moment. Lelouch should belong to the former category. Audrey had a similar judgment. She had some new thoughts about Lelouch. "I understand, thank you for your explanation." After they chatted for a while longer, Klein announced the end of the Tarot Club meeting. Forsaken land of the gods, city of silver. Upon returning to the real world, Derek immediately obtained the all-black eye using the bestowed ritual. At the same time, he received instructions from Mr. Fool, do not touch it directly. After thanking Mr. Fool, Derek had just finished building the spirituality wall, and put away the all-black eye when he heard a thump, 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 at the door. He opened his mouth and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, Dake. The exploration team has been released from isolation. I'm here to share our experience exploring the temple with you." Chapter 84 Meeting Sherlock. Dake was Derek's classmate during his general education and later a teammate in the patrol squad. However, after returning from this exploration of the half-destroyed temple of the fallen creator, Dake lost his former enthusiasm and cheerfulness, becoming very reserved and only smiling at everyone. Derek found it a bit strange. Why did he suddenly come looking for me? Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him. Elder Luvia knows I suspect they've undergone a change, so Dake is here to test me. Immediately, Derek thought again, this is a good opportunity to clear my suspicions. After a slight excitement, Derek also felt a bit nervous, as this was his first time implementing his own plan, and he didn't know if it would succeed. Taking a deep breath, Derek steadied his mind before quickly walking to the door and opening it. What came into view was a slightly chubby young man with a bright smile. "Your quarantine has been lifted." As he spoke, he moved aside to let Dake in, but he dared not expose his back to this classmate and teammate. "Yes." Dake walked to the table and sat down. "Didn't you say you really wanted to know about our exploration experience earlier?" Derek hummed, suddenly not so eager to know anymore. Dake curved his lips. "We found some peculiar plants at the bottom of the temple." They looked like the mushrooms described in general education class, growing especially vibrant, making one feel full of appetite just by looking at them. After confirmation, they can be eaten directly. As he spoke, he took out a bright red mushroom from a small cloth bag. Just seeing it made Derek involuntarily swallow, as if he had been hungry for days. Dake enthusiastically said, "Here's one for you." "Good, good." Derek reached out and took it. Only by exerting extreme self-control did he not put it into his mouth on the spot. He tried hard to restrain himself. "I'll try it tomorrow." At the same time, he warned himself internally, "Don't eat it. If you do, you might be corrupted by the fallen creator." Derek struggled to change the subject. "Did you find anything during this exploration?" "Yes," Dake immediately said, "we found some murals." Derek felt his mind wander, as if he couldn't control himself from picking up and eating that mushroom. He realized he had to do something to escape his current predicament. Thinking of this, he regained some rationality, recalled his previous plan, and then said to Dake, "I'll pour you a glass of water." Dake said nothing, just nodded. Derek got up, and while pouring water, he deliberately slowed down, lowered his head, and chanted the honorific name of Fool, fool who does not belong to this era. Your loyal servant requests your gaze. Begs you to accept his offering. Begs you to open the door to your kingdom. A fierce wind suddenly swept through the room, and Dake abruptly looked at Derek. What happened? Derek did not answer. With one hand, he picked up the hurricane axe, and with the other, he reached into his pocket, releasing the spirituality wall of the all-black eye. Faint whispers and a sense of evil degradation began to spread outwards. Dake's expression suddenly turned grim, and thin blood vessels in his blue eyes protruded one by one. At this moment, the vibrant mushroom on the table no longer made one feel a strong appetite, and suddenly transformed into a blood-stained scalp with short black hair. Derek thought of how he had almost swallowed the mushroom just now, and immediately felt an urge to vomit. He strongly suppressed the churning in his stomach, opened his mouth, and sang, "God, please let your holy light descend here, let your believers gain courage, dispel enemies, dispel all evil." The singing exuded warmth and holiness, bathing Derek in sunlight, and his discomfort immediately vanished. Dake, however, shielded the sunlight with his hand, staring at the all-black eye's position, continuously asking, "What is that on you? What is that on you?" Suddenly, Dake's flesh was torn open, and strips of flesh waved, making Dake look like a bloody hedgehog. Derek raised his arm and brought down the hurricane axe, which he had already held in his hand, striking Dake's head. Dake was still staring at the all-black eye's position, screaming, but his eyes refused to move away. At this moment, the fool responded, opening the illusory door with numerous strange patterns. The shadow in the room suddenly stretched out and shouted at Derek, "Stop! What are you doing?" He felt the power of that illusory door, but he couldn't stop anything. Derek seized this opportunity and threw the all-black eye towards the illusory door. As the all-black eye disappeared, the door, covered with strange symbols and marks, slammed shut with a clang, and then quickly vanished. Then, Derek began his act, deliberately contorting his facial muscles and coughing violently, coughing so hard that he covered his mouth and collapsed to the ground. The shadow in the room first quickly controlled the monster that Dake had become, and then was about to cover Derek. Just then, Derek fainted, and a strange little worm with 12 transparent rings appeared in his palm. Klein, above the gray fog, slowly nodded, giving "Little Son's" performance a high score. It seemed that most of his suspicions could be cleared. Thinking of this, Klein withdrew his gaze. Backland, 51 Henry Street, Gall Herbal Shop backyard. Odysseus returned to the real world. He sat still for a while, using his spirituality to perceive that no gaze was fixed on him, before taking out a portable space array. From the knowledge wilderness, he retrieved the gloves and Beander characteristic confiscated during the Battle of Cape Town. He touched the black glove with his hand and infused it with spirituality, immediately sensing the glove's level. When dividing the spoils, his spirituality perception was indeed very accurate. This glove actually had the level of sequence 5, but Odysseus's level was too low to determine the glove's abilities and negative effects. Also, because this glove could not be used in Backland at all right now, after roughly knowing its level, he put it back. As for that Beander characteristic, it was an interrogator characteristic at sequence 7 level. Currently, this characteristic also dared not be sold, it was better to put it away for now. After putting away the spoils, Odysseus smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "I actually took advantage of the fool." Just that sequence 5 level glove alone was more valuable than the 3 Beander characteristics the fool took. Buzz 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 buzz. A headache-inducing noise suddenly appeared in Odysseus's mind, making him feel a dizzy spell. He quickly reached out to steady himself on the table. Fortunately, this uncomfortable feeling passed in 1 or 2 seconds, the dizziness quickly disappeared, and his mind seemed to have gained some messy, very strange, and incomprehensible things. Knowledge chaser. Odysseus felt the pain brought by knowledge chaser for the first time. No wonder Admiral of the Stars Katlia was almost driven to lose control. It was already so uncomfortable at sequence 8, if it were sequence 5, wouldn't his head explode? But now was not the time to think about this. Odysseus was still very busy this afternoon. He went to the basement, put on Mr. Gale's disguise, and then, through the teleportation array in the basement, arrived on the 3rd floor of the Nanmu ballroom. Not a single mistake, not a single omission, everything was in order. Ms. Mandy was already waiting outside. Upon seeing Odysseus wearing a mask, she immediately said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Gale, it was my oversight at work that I failed to." Odysseus raised his hand, interrupting her, "Is the carriage ready?" "It's ready," Mandy immediately said. Odysseus said nothing more and quickly went downstairs. Mandy immediately followed. After getting into the luxurious carriage, Mandy asked, "Mr. Gale, where are we going?" Odysseus said, 15 Minsk Street, Sherwood Borough. Regardless of whether Klein knew that Mr. Gale was hermit, going directly to his door would surely catch him off guard, and it was currently the best strategy. Mandy's eyes narrowed. She hadn't had time to report the private detective's address to Mr. Gale, but Mr. Gale already knew it. But then, Mandy returned to normal, just as she had anticipated before. Mr. Gale couldn't possibly have only her as an intelligence channel. 15 Minsk Street, Sherwood Borough. Klein first watched Little Son clear his suspicions, and then returned to the real world to continue studying the Book of Secrets. Ding-a-ling a-ling. Around 4:30, Klein suddenly heard the doorbell. He quickly went to the 1st floor, and the moment he grasped the doorknob, the scene outside the door appeared in his mind. Outside the door was a young man wearing a mask and a black trench coat. Mr. Gale. Klein couldn't help but take a step back. Mr. Gale, whom he had been investigating for 2 days without any clues, had actually appeared at his door just like that. At this moment, Mr. Gale outside said, "I know you're in there, open the door." A brainwashing rhythm suddenly appeared in Klein's mind. "Don't hide inside without a sound, I know you're home, open the door, open the door, open the door, if you have the guts." Cough cough. Klein cleared his throat and reached out to open the door. Besides Mr. Gale, Ms. Mandy was also there. "Mr. Gale," Klein smiled, feigning surprise, "why are you here?" Odysseus, however, said, "Shall we go inside and talk?" "Please come in." Klein invited them to sit on the sofa in the living room, then went to make them tea. As soon as Odysseus sat down, he smiled meaningfully and said, "Detective, did you enjoy the cigar I gave you last time?" Klein gave a helpless smile. Previously, when he accepted reporter Mike's commission to protect the Daily Observer reporter during negotiations with Mr. Gale had used the act of giving a cigar to give him a warning. Now that Mr. Gale brought this up, it was clearly with deep meaning. Klein added hot water and walked towards the coffee table with the teacups. "It's fine, the taste is good." Odysseus slowly nodded. "Let's talk business." Around last year, Ashburn first came to the Nanmu ballroom and was quickly attracted by the ballroom's business model and revenue. Later, we had 2 pleasant exchanges. He hoped to use the police and a certain counselor to pressure me, forcing the Nanmu ballroom to close and then acquire the ballroom at a low price. Both attempts were thwarted by me. From that time on, he has been looking for my whereabouts. I think he must be hoping to pay a visit and express his apologies for those 2 scoundrelly acts. But I'm someone who can't stand apologies from others, and of course, for his own safety, I didn't tell him where I live. Klein twitched the corner of his mouth. Pleasant exchanges. That sarcasm was too obvious. It was true that the Lord's life was no longer guaranteed at this moment. Chapter 85, Mr. Gale's Preview. When Klein saw Mr. Gale arrive, he knew that the other party must have already known about the commission he had received. He said straightforwardly, "I didn't intend to hand over the investigation results to that employer. Actually, I took on this commission out of curiosity about you, but so far, I haven't found any useful information." Odysseus smiled. "Detective, being too curious is not always a good thing." Then he stood up and said, "I think, tomorrow, Ashburn will send someone to cancel the commission." "I'm sorry, I made you lose a business deal." Klein realized that Mr. Gale was about to take action. "It's fine, the deposit won't be refunded to him." He smiled slightly. He had already received a £10 deposit before. Odysseus walked to the window, looking at the increasingly thick fog outside, and suddenly said, "This kind of weather makes fires very easy. I heard that Ashburn's fire-fighting equipment has long been outdated." Klein was stunned. It was foggy outside, not dry weather. He said, I hope no innocent people die in the fire. Probably not. Odysseus withdrew his gaze from the window and looked deeply at Klein. It's getting late, we'll take our leave now. If you have any needs in the future, I will write to you. Klein smiled, I look forward to your patronage. After watching Mr. Gale get into the luxurious carriage, Klein sighed and thought to himself, Mr. Gale sensed that I had no ill intentions, so he used the method of pre-announcing that Ashburn's house would catch fire tonight to warn me. Haha, it seems Backland's fire department will be busy tonight. Thinking of this, he smiled and shook his head. Why didn't Mr. Gale consider bribing me with money? I'm very easy to talk to when it comes to gold pounds. In the returning carriage, Odysseus instructed Mandy, tomorrow, if Ashburn sends someone to find you, do not see him. Wait until he comes to you himself, then you can see him. If his gift can move you, this matter will end here, but you still need to keep a close eye on this Viscount in the future. If Ashburn still had any ideas about the Nanmu ballroom, Odysseus would have to eliminate him completely. However, generally speaking, he was unwilling to go this far, as killing a Viscount in Backland would cause a huge sensation. Mandy nodded and said, I will handle it appropriately. Odysseus just grunted and said nothing more. He first took a carriage to the Nanmu ballroom, then used a teleportation array to return to the herb shop. In the backyard of the herb shop, Odysseus began to select Beander weapons. He planned to act personally tonight. Similar matters before were always entrusted to Beander mercenaries, but after Odysseus's promotion, he also had good combat power, so he intended to set the fire himself. Odysseus was very clear about the bodyguard strength in Ashburn's house. This millionaire had hired a dozen bodyguards, including 1 Sequence 8 and 2 Sequence 9 Beyonders. Under the circumstances of a sneak attack and with the blessing of Beander weapons, Odysseus was very confident. The weapons previously used by the leader and Lelouch certainly could not be used by Mr. Gale. In the end, he chose a rifle, a sword, took out his stock of 4 inches Beander incendiary bombs, and personally made 6 new Beander incendiary bombs. After completing all these preparations, Odysseus, as usual, sold medicines at the front desk. Also as usual, Odysseus let the assistant Cain leave first and told him that he had something to do tomorrow morning, asking the assistant to process several herbs that needed to be dealt with. Odysseus rested for a while, locked the door, and took a carriage home. He didn't know if the machinery hivemind would symbolically monitor him after the Cape Town case, so after arriving home, he pretended to read a book for a while, drank a cup of hot water, and then returned to the bedroom to turn off the lights and sleep. After drawing the curtains, Odysseus simply arranged his bed for sleeping, and then quietly went to the basement. Odysseus first completed his disguise. Of course, he couldn't use the several identities he had already created for this kind of arson. He put on a beard, wore a long-brimmed flat cap, and pulled the brim very low. Although this appearance looked a bit suspicious, it basically concealed Odysseus's true face. Next, Odysseus put on a dark night suit, paired with a loose gray coat, and finally used the space array connected to the knowledge wilderness to take out the Beander weapons he had prepared earlier, carrying them in a long cloth wrap. In the basement of 77 Halen Avenue, there were also 2 teleportation arrays. One of the arrays led to his rented stronghold in the dilapidated apartment building, and this array was being used for the first time. The other array originally went to Riverbend Avenue 176, but recently Odysseus planned to secretly operate a new stronghold, so currently, that array had no marked target. After checking the items again, Odysseus left home through the teleportation array, quietly leapt out of the apartment building stronghold's window, and under the cover of night, quickly walked 3 or 4 streets before taking a hired carriage to the street where Ashburn resided. This street was home to many wealthy individuals and officials, had bright streetlights, and police would focus their patrols on such streets. To avoid attracting the attention of patrolling police, Odysseus constantly used the alleys on the street to evade the occasional patrol officers. Upon reaching Ashburn's courtyard wall, Odysseus did not immediately break in, but after observing the surrounding terrain, he went to the villa on Ashburn's left side. Odysseus had long understood the intelligence of this area. The owner of this villa and his family had recently gone on vacation to Dixie Bay, and many servants had followed, so now only the butler and a few servants were watching the house. Odysseus easily evaded the eyes and ears of the butler and servants and quietly sneaked into the courtyard. The 2 courtyards were adjacent. When he reached the middle section of the courtyard, Odysseus threw a Beander incendiary bomb into Ashburn's courtyard. Inside the incendiary bomb was a flammable liquid rich in spirituality, and it had a fuse triggered by spirituality, which, when activated, would use air pressure to make the incendiary bomb burst open. Whoosh! Within a few meters around where the incendiary bomb landed, fierce flames 2 to 3 meters high ignited, instantly setting everything in that area ablaze, and the fire immediately grew larger. It was not until 4 or 5 seconds later, when the spirituality was exhausted, that the whooshing sound, like that of a blower, disappeared. But by this time, the flames had spread to a range of 5 or 6 meters, and all the plants within this range were ignited. Ashburn's bodyguards were the first to discover the fire, shouting for help while running to get water hoses. With the sudden appearance of the great fire, the servants in Ashburn's house were all awakened and, in a daze, rushed out in their pajamas to fight the fire. No mistakes, one by one, one by one, one by one, one by one. People in the surrounding courtyards also woke up, the pet dogs barked incessantly, and when the butler and servants saw the neighbor's house on fire, they all came to help extinguish it, and for a time, several surrounding villas were plunged into chaos. Odysseus had already taken this opportunity to sneak into Ashburn's courtyard from the back of the villa. While everyone was busy fighting the fire, Odysseus threw a Beander incendiary bomb into the first-floor hall, and the first floor immediately caught fire. The bodyguards remaining in the villa had already discovered Odysseus. Some immediately went to protect their employer, some rushed towards Odysseus to stop him, and others went to get hunting rifles. Odysseus did not linger in battle, agilely climbing to the second floor using the windowsill, and then dropping another Beander incendiary bomb on the second floor. As he went up to the third floor, 2 bodyguards blocked him on the stairs, but it happened so suddenly that they didn't have time to bring their weapons. The 2 bodyguards saw that Odysseus was only one person and didn't look very strong, so they rushed down and threw punches at the arsonist. Odysseus quickly stepped forward, striking like lightning, grabbing one of the bodyguard's arms, pulling with the force of the opponent's punch, and simultaneously tripping the opponent with his foot, causing the bodyguard to fall heavily to the ground. Then, Odysseus suddenly closed in on the other bodyguard, and before the opponent could retract his punch, he punched him in the armpit, knocking him down. Odysseus did not linger in battle and quickly went up to the third floor, where he also threw a Beander incendiary bomb. This villa was only 3 stories high. Odysseus did not even look for Ashburn, but quickly went up to the rooftop from the stairs and locked the door to the rooftop from the outside. The several bodyguards chasing him, fearing an ambush, did not dare to kick the door open easily. As the fire inside the villa grew larger, they coughed and covered their employer's family as they left the villa, no one paying attention to the arsonist anymore. On the rooftop at this moment, Odysseus squatted down, opened his cloth wrap, and took out a rifle. The scope of this rifle was very large, even thicker than a normal telescope. Odysseus unhurriedly inserted a golden bullet, then cocked it and glanced into the courtyard. The Beander incendiary bomb made the fire inside the building uncontrollable in a very short time. Fighting the fire was already hopeless, and the butler began to direct the servants to salvage valuable furniture, artworks, and so on. Ashburn's family, under the cover of bodyguards, also arrived in the courtyard, coughing but safe and sound. When he saw the 2 bodyguards in the courtyard leading dogs over to protect their employer, Odysseus decisively fired, shooting the vicious dog dead. The bullets of his rifle were nothing special, the special part was the scope, which used arrays and spirituality materials to provide Odysseus with a certain guidance. It was very much like the smart aiming function in games he used to play, allowing this rifle to hit targets with 100% accuracy within 300 meters. The 2 bodyguards leading the dogs immediately realized that a bullet had killed the vicious dog. They suddenly jumped into the flower bed, hiding behind the flowers and plants, searching for the target while shouting, "Gunman, there's a gunman." The gunshot just now, plus that shout, made the people in the courtyard scream and scatter, holding their heads. Just as Ashburn was also about to escape, Odysseus fired another shot at the ground in front of him. Ashburn quickly ran back, and Odysseus on the rooftop unhurriedly fired another shot, again hitting the ground in front of Ashburn. Suddenly a bodyguard shouted, "On the rooftop." Ashburn looked up at the rooftop, and when he saw Odysseus holding the gun, he raised his hands and knelt on the ground towards Odysseus, saying, "Thump." He shouted pleadingly, "I can give you all my money. Please spare me and my family." Odysseus on the rooftop pursed his lips and smiled slightly. At this moment, killing Ashburn would only be letting him off easy. Chapter 86 Mr. Gal, a trustworthy man. At this moment, Lord Ashburn's yard was in chaos. The fire that had been in the yard before not only hadn't been extinguished but was also showing signs of spreading. Many servants from the surrounding villas came to help with buckets and other items, and shouts rose and fell for a time. The villa was also already engulfed in flames, with fire often gushing out of the windows, making it impossible to go inside to salvage items. The crucial point was that the 3 gunshots just now had sent everyone in the yard scrambling for cover, haphazardly searching for concealment, and now no one had the mind to salvage valuable items anymore. Only Lord Ashburn couldn't run and could only kneel in the yard, begging for mercy from the person holding the gun on the rooftop. After most of the firefighters had hidden, the yard was no longer so noisy. Odysseus was waiting for this moment. He yelled at Lord Ashburn, "Someone asked me to give you a message, saying thank you for your concern, but he likes peace and quiet, so you shouldn't send people to look for him. He also instructed me to shoot you 3 times, but not to kill you, but you should know, the 4th shot will definitely hit your head." Lord Ashburn quickly said, I know. Thank you, Gah. Thank that gentleman for giving me another chance." Odysseus smiled and said nothing more, instead retreating to the center of the rooftop so that the people below couldn't see him. Lord Ashburn's bodyguards also reacted at this time, taking down the iron gate at the entrance of the yard to use as cover, protecting Lord Ashburn as he hid. At this moment, the fire on the upper floor grew larger, and the sound of glass shattering from the heat kept coming. One of the bodyguards hiding behind the iron gate smiled and said, "That sniper is an idiot. Unless he jumps down from upstairs, no one can get down from the big fire now." After all, Lord Ashburn was someone who had seen big storms. Now that he was safe, he quickly calmed down. He was sent by that gentleman. I estimate he has already escaped. The bodyguards were all stunned, and only the 3 Beander bodyguards seemed to understand their employer's meaning. Afterward, Lord Ashburn sat on the ground, staring blankly at the villa engulfed in raging flames, not knowing what he was thinking. Wood District, Minsk Street. Even with the mist obscuring his view, Klein, standing on the clock tower, could see the distant firelight. He smiled and said, "Mr. Gale's prediction was quite accurate." Lord Ashburn's villa. A few minutes later, a hurricane suddenly blew down the street, so strong that it made people unable to open their eyes, and the big fire in the yard was extinguished just like that. However, the fire in the rooms was still burning. At this moment, the water in the pond in the yard suddenly seemed to come alive, flowing onto the bank by itself and into the house. Under the action of the water, the fire in the house was quickly extinguished as well. At this moment, the hurricane stopped, and people opened their eyes one after another, only to find they couldn't believe their eyes. The big fire was extinguished just like that. A carriage with the Storm Holy emblem drove into the yard, and a team of mandated punishers in police uniforms quickly took over the area. After briefly understanding the case, the mandated punishers went to the rooftop to search for traces of the arsonist. First, they found no remains, indicating that the arsonist had escaped. The area had been burned by flames before, leaving no traces. There was no other way, so the mandated punishers had to use the sealed artifact, telepathy, but the surrounding natural spirits knew nothing. Then they used the sealed artifact for divination, but no information was divined either. This was a bit strange. Theoretically speaking, even if the arsonist had anti-divination abilities, some information could still be divined. Moreover, Beyonders who generally possess this ability do not have the ability to make natural spirits ignore their actions. If both were possessed, at least the opponent would be a Sequence 6, but would a Sequence 6 engage in such arson? If a Sequence 6 coveted Lord Ashburn's property, it would be reasonable. After all, a millionaire of this level could at most hire some low Sequence Beyonders as bodyguards. They primarily relied on the help of the church. For example, if Lord Ashburn was a follower of the Storm Church, then when encountering an enemy of the Sequence 6 level, he would certainly request help from the Storm Church. Because such followers usually donate a lot of money to the church's Beyonders also have an obligation to protect them. Even if there wasn't enough time to ask the church's Beyonders for help, then after the incident, the church's Beyonders would also track down suspects based on clues, and sometimes they could bring them to justice. If the killer could not be caught, a reward and a wanted notice would be issued, and from then on, the killer would have to live in the shadows. So generally speaking, ordinary mid-sequence wild Beyonders would not take this risk. The mandated punishers investigated to this point, realizing that they could not find clues through Beyonder means, so they began to question the people at the scene one by one. Upon questioning, a punisher team member discovered a strange point. The speed at which the fire went from starting to being uncontrollable was too fast. The Punisher team member who was asking questions loudly said to the bodyguard in front of him, "Think carefully again, are you sure you didn't remember incorrectly?" The big fire in the villa became uncontrollable in just over half a minute. Unless there was a violent explosion, how could the fire get out of control so quickly? But no one at the scene heard an explosion, and the gas lamp's valve was closed immediately, so there was no gas leak. The bodyguard flinched backward, startled by the Punisher team member's questioning voice. The team member's demeanor was very much like he was about to rush forward and fight him. He thought back carefully before confirming, "That's right, it indeed only took a little over half a minute. After the fire started on the first floor, we began to escort Lord Ashburn's family out of the villa from the second floor. By the time we reached the yard, the fire was already out of control." Thus, the mandated punishers made their first judgment: the arsonist was very likely a pyromaniac, or a Beander of a higher sequence in that pathway. Then, they learned the content of what the arsonist shouted to Lord Ashburn, and quickly concluded, this was Lord Ashburn's enemy hiring a Beander for revenge. But when they questioned Lord Ashburn, the millionaire insisted that he didn't know who his enemy was and had no clues to provide. Just as the mandated punishers were about to use a sealed artifact to obtain clues from Lord Ashburn suddenly said he wanted to donate £1,000 to the Storm Church and asked them not to continue the investigation. According to some unwritten rules between the church and wealthy followers, at this point, the mandated punishers could not use sealed artifacts to force a confession from a follower, and they also had to respect the follower's choice. The mandated punishers realized that this case was likely to become a cold case. At this moment, Odysseus had already taken a taxi carriage back to his dilapidated apartment hideout. Every detail, every sentence, every aspect of the content was carefully checked. Of course, he still got off 3 streets away and walked back to the place under the cover of night. The cloth bag in Odysseus's hand, as well as the tools used for the crime, had all been put back into the knowledge wilderness, using the space array. Odysseus had just used the movable teleportation array hidden in his coat to leave the villa's rooftop. After his improvements, this array no longer caused the dizziness it did when used before, and now it could be used twice a week. After he appeared more than 10 kilometers away from Lord Ashburn's villa, he quickly recovered and hid in a dark corner, putting his coat and all his weapons back into the knowledge wilderness. He even had time to change his hat, and thus leisurely returned to the hideout. Then, from the hideout, using a sub-array, he returned home and secretly lay back on his bed. In the darkness, Odysseus looked at the ceiling and smiled. The feeling of personally punishing an opponent was quite good. Soon, he composed himself and fell asleep through meditation. 15 Minsk Street, Wood District. After breakfast, Klein decided to go to the Crag Club. This might cause him to miss the person Lord Ashburn sent to cancel the commission, but it could create the illusion that he was busy investigating Mr. Gale's whereabouts, using this as a reason to refuse to refund the £10 deposit. While he was riding a public carriage, he bought a copy of the Backland Morning Post from a newsboy and indeed found news about Lord Ashburn's mansion fire on the second page. Although it happened late last night, he didn't expect the Backland Morning Post to already have a relatively detailed report. However, the report stated that the fire at Lord Ashburn's mansion was caused by an explosion due to aging gas pipes. Clearly, someone had covered up the cause of the fire. Continuing to read, Klein saw the report stating, "Fortunately, yesterday's big fire did not cause any casualties, only some people suffered minor injuries while fighting the fire." At this moment, the public carriage arrived. Klein closed the newspaper and thought to himself as he got on the carriage, Mr. Gale is a trustworthy person. At this moment, Mr. Gale, Odysseus was also taking a public carriage to the boxing club. Upon arriving at the training ground, head coach Federer smiled and said, "You haven't been here for several days. I thought you wouldn't come anymore." After all, he didn't have much left to teach Odysseus. Odysseus smiled and took out a bottle of essential oil. This is essential oil extracted from red-crowned impatiens and several other herbs. It has a very good effect on bruises, soreness, and other symptoms. A long time ago, Odysseus discovered that there were no medicines like safflower oil in this mysterious world. Of course, pharmacists surely had similar medicines, but the characteristics of Beyonders destined that such medicines would not circulate widely. So he concocted a liniment for sprains and bruises himself, and it worked quite well, but he had never done any promotion, so its popularity wasn't very high. Federer was slightly stunned. "If there's anything you need help with, just say so." Odysseus then said directly, "I want to practice running." After participating in 2 Beander combat competitions, he realized that running required certain skills in a fight, so he wanted to ask if there were any tricks. Federer put away the essential oil. "Come on, follow me to the running track." Chapter 87, Shu's Request for Help. At noon, Odysseus, who had been running intermittently all morning and was a bit tired, arrived at the public carriage station to take a ride. As he sat in the carriage, he began to recall the gains he made that morning. Just as Odysseus had predicted, running in combat also had its techniques. When escaping, one should pay attention to movement, trying to avoid being caught by the pursuers. When pursuing, one should have a certain degree of foresight, not always just following the person in front. Federer's guidance greatly benefited Odysseus, so he wouldn't be unable to catch up to a fast enemy even after chasing for a long time. These running techniques reminded Odysseus of Lingbo Weebu, drifting steps, but unfortunately, that was a fictional martial art with not much to learn from. Back at the herbal store, Odysseus had just finished lunch and was about to go to the backyard. Just then, someone came to buy medicine, and the clerk Cain immediately stepped forward and asked, "What do you need?" The medicine buyer seemed a bit out of breath. "Sunflower." Odysseus looked back and saw that the other person was a man in his 30s, but he looked listless, as if he hadn't rested well for a long time. He also noticed that the other person's face was faintly grayish, looking as if he had been poisoned. So, while Cain was getting the sunflower, Odysseus pinched his temples and activated his spirit vision. Odysseus usually didn't encounter things like spirits, so he rarely activated his spirit vision. With his spirit vision activated, his eyes became deeper, and the medicine buyer in front of him seemed to become much more illusory, while also appearing layered, and the colors of his body's organs could be clearly seen. Odysseus immediately noticed that the other person's spirituality was entangled with wisps of black mist, like cotton. These black mists had already begun to affect the health of the medicine buyer's organs, making the colors of those organs appear somewhat dim. Odysseus quickly made a judgment. This was a reaction to being affected by some dark magic, but these spells were very simple and not difficult to resolve. He took another careful look at the medicine buyer, confirmed his condition, then closed his spirit vision by pinching his temples, and said to Cain and the medicine buyer, who were about to complete the transaction, "Wait a moment." Seeing both of them slightly stunned and looking at him, Odysseus continued, "Your face is already grayish, and ordinary sunflower won't be very effective. I suggest you use golden-edged sunflower, and also buy some midsummer grass to brew and drink." Although Odysseus was not a pharmacist, he knew how to counteract the effects of such dark magic. The medicine buyer was quite agreeable. Okay, then I'll buy golden-edged sunflower and midsummer grass." Odysseus then said to Cain, "2 golden-edged sunflower and 200 grams of midsummer grass." While Cain was getting the herbs, Odysseus chatted with the medicine buyer and found out that he lived at 166 Anna's Road in Hilton District. He also learned that he had been experiencing fatigue and listlessness for about a week, and not only him, but several neighbors around him also had similar symptoms. Yesterday, one of his neighbors shared that burning sunflower at home could alleviate these symptoms, which is why he came to buy sunflower during his lunch break at work. After sending off the medicine buyer, the clerk Cain said, "Sir, someone came to buy golden-edged sunflower this morning. I remember he also seemed to live in Hilton District, but I didn't ask for the specific street." Odysseus realized that this was definitely not a coincidence. He first drew a portrait of the medicine buyer he had just seen, and then, with the help of his Beander ability, drew a portrait of the medicine buyer from that morning. Then he wrote a letter and had Cain find a taxi carriage on the street to deliver it to the Backland Mechanical Research Society. He was just an informant, so of course he wouldn't investigate himself. He only needed to provide clues and let the people from Machinery Hivemind investigate. After Cain returned, Odysseus went back to the backyard to check the progress of the flamebolt. Cain had done a good job with the carving steps, so Odysseus began to prepare the paint with spirituality materials. Most of the spirituality materials Odysseus had ordered from Viscount Kelton before were to be used for these flamebolts. Odysseus personally completed this step. After preparing the paint, he began to apply it to the arrays on the parts. This was another relatively tedious procedure, but Odysseus had nothing else to do today and planned to complete 11 flamebolts as much as possible by tomorrow, so he could get the payment and final payment for both orders. South of the bridge, inside an apartment building. Zio Derecha quickly walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor. This apartment was quite spacious, and there were no messy things piled up in the corridor. The public restrooms at both ends of the corridor were also cleaned, so there was no urine smell in the corridor like in the apartments in the East District. Huo arrived at the door of room 309, checked her trident, and then reached out to knock on the door. She had received a commission from Hound, a member of the Mysticism Research Society, over a week ago, and only found some clues last Friday. Of course, she hadn't been busy with just this commission for over a week, she had also been busy with other commissions. Hound's commission was just to look for clues incidentally. According to the information Hound provided, the deceased person was named Bruce, and basically everyone he had seen during his lifetime was on the information Hound provided. It wasn't until last Friday that Huo learned through her own channels that someone had accidentally seen a man in his 20s climb through Bruce's window one night last month, and the two seemed to have talked for a long time. Huo first found the eyewitness, then drew a portrait based on his description, and after 2 days of searching, someone finally recognized the young man in the portrait. That man was named Edgar, and he lived in room 309 of this apartment building. Huo was here today to confirm that as long as Edgar indeed lived here, she would immediately inform Hound of this news. As for the reason for her visit, Huo had already found one. Edgar had borrowed a high-interest loan from the owner of the Black Moon Bar, and she would say she was there to collect the debt. If Edgar questioned her debt collection skills because of Huo's height and appearance, Huo wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson and becoming a true debt collector. After Huo knocked on the door, there was no answer from inside. As she was about to knock again, she suddenly smelled a faint scent of blood coming from inside. After being stunned for a second or two, she quickly made a decision, pulled out her trident, and kicked the door open. As soon as the door opened, Huo first saw the young man lying on the ground, who was Edgar, the person she was looking for, but he was already a corpse. Huo did not immediately enter but looked around the room. Each apartment here had 2 rooms, one large and one small. The large room was a living room, dining room, and kitchen, while the small room was a bedroom. At this moment, Edgar was lying on the floor of the large room, having died from a sharp object piercing his heart, with no obvious signs of struggle. Suddenly, Huo's eyes narrowed. The corpse on the ground actually twitched, and upon looking at the blood, there was no sign of coagulation whatsoever. These signs indicated that Edgar had not been dead for long, perhaps he had just been killed before Huo knocked on the door. And from then until now, there had been no significant movement in the room, which meant that the murderer was very likely still hiding in the room. Thinking of this, Huo used her trident to close the door. She was not a police officer, and she certainly wouldn't rush in to apprehend the murderer at this moment to demonstrate justice. Not a single mistake, not a single omission, not a single extra character, not a single error in content, not a single error in review. Huo pretended not to notice and quickly retreated down the stairs. Suddenly, she felt a pair of eyes watching her. She looked back, but there was no one. But Huo knew her feeling was not wrong. So she quickly went to the street, about to jump onto a taxi carriage to leave, when she suddenly thought that if she just left, it would expose that she had noticed the murderer. Huo glanced at 2 police officers patrolling in the distance, quickly went over, and told them that she saw someone stealing on the 3rd floor of that apartment building. The police prepared to take Huo to identify the thief, but Huo's not-so-tall figure suddenly exuded a very authoritative aura. "You go yourselves." The 2 police officers seemed somewhat guilty and said in unison, okay, we'll go ourselves." After Huo got rid of the police, she then got into the taxi carriage. When encountering such a murder case, the police would definitely look for Huo again in the future, or even directly arrest her. But Huo had been a bounty hunter for more than a day or two, so of course, she had to use her employer at this time and let Hound help her explain the matter to the police. After getting into the carriage, Huo keenly noticed that those eyes were still watching her. She realized that the other party was targeting her, and she had to take some measures, otherwise, if the other party had a chance, they would definitely capture her and interrogate her. She certainly couldn't go home now. Furza's own ability to escape was good, but her open door ability couldn't take other people away. Huo began to consider which other friends could help, but the person who had been following her was very likely a mid-sequence Beander, and might also have helpers. No one Huo knew had such strength. At this moment, she suddenly thought of the leader of the Mysticism Research Society. The attendant had once said that if help was needed, one could seek it at the gathering place. So she said to the coachman, "Go to 199 Heron Avenue. West District, 51 Henry Street." Odysseus was concentrating on applying spirituality paint to the flamebolts when he suddenly felt a spirituality fluctuation. He looked down and saw his pocket watch light up. Someone else came to the Mysticism Research Society to ask for help. Odysseus took a deep breath, stood up, stretched a bit, and then left to take a carriage to 77 Hilton Avenue. In the basement there, he changed into the leader's attire and used the space array to retrieve some extraordinary weapons that the leader had previously used from the knowledge wilderness. Then he used the teleportation array to arrive at 199 Heron Avenue. Coming out of the basement, Odysseus saw Huo in the living room and instantly understood. Hound's commission has caused some trouble. Huo was first stunned, not expecting the leader to know before she even explained. She breathed a slight sigh of relief. "Yes, so I came to request the leader's help." Odysseus thought for a moment before saying to one of the attendants, "Go to the alley on the left opposite and shout At this point, he turned to Huo and asked, what was the name of that mandated Punisher's informant, the one who died, from the information, Hound, gave you? Huo immediately replied, Bruce. Odysseus hummed and continued to the attendant, just say that the leader here has key information about Bruce, and invite them in to talk. Huo was stunned again, unable to understand the leader's intention in doing this. Odysseus, however, was very clear that due to the Cape Town case, MI9 was still keeping an eye on the leader. Chapter 88 Reliable Leader. While the waiter went to make the announcement, Odysseus chatted with Huo. Upon learning that the enemy had followed Huo all the way, he took out his pocket watch and checked the time. 32 minutes have passed since I received the notification. Their reinforcements should have arrived by now. Odysseus analyzed, I suspect the person who followed you is at least a sequence 7. Now, with their helpers, the two of us are definitely no match for them. Huo was slightly stunned, feeling that the leader's analysis was very accurate, and immediately felt a little worried. Odysseus continued, while organizing his Beander weapon, the reason they haven't acted immediately is because they sensed that people from MI9 are around. But according to MI9's usual practice, they would at most send one sequence 8 with 2 sequence 9s to tail us at the moment. If we combine our forces, we can barely escort you to MI9. MI9. Huo felt a bit resistant when she heard the name of this department. Odysseus said, don't worry, I'll talk to them. They wouldn't dare do anything to you. Then he instructed, later, you hide in the carriage. Don't try to be brave. Let the MI9 people stand in front first. They get a good pension if they die, but you don't. Huo immediately nodded. Oh. From the leader's analysis, she could feel the leader's reliability, so she was very willing to fully trust the leader. She would just listen to whatever he said. The waiter who received the leader's order didn't quite understand the leader's intention. The leader said to invite them, but he didn't know who they were. Following the leader's instructions, the waiter came to the alley on the left side of the door. It was empty inside, with no one there. He cleared his throat and shouted, the leader has crucial intelligence about Bruce. Besides the distant barking of dogs, there was no other movement around. The waiter took a deep breath, just about to shout again, when suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and patted the waiter's shoulder. The waiter was startled and turned around to see a young man of about 30, who had appeared behind him at some point. The other party looked stern. The leader has intelligence on Bruce. The waiter swallowed. Yes, the leader said so. The other party asked again, where is the leader now? Just in the living room inside. The man frowned. When did he arrive? Just now. Take me to him. The waiter nodded. Originally, the leader also said to invite you all in to talk. Us. The young man couldn't help but look back at the entrance of 199 Heron Avenue. He had always thought their tailing process was very secretive. When did the leader discover them? Immediately, he realized that the leader was a senior figure in the intelligence community, and must have inferred it based on common practice. Thinking of this, he put his index finger in his mouth and blew a loud whistle. A few seconds later, a man and a woman walked out from the surrounding shops and residential buildings. The man in his 30s said loudly, the leader has invited us in to talk. Then, he took the lead and entered 199 Heron Avenue. The waiter who followed behind admired the leader to the extreme. After shouting in the alley, someone indeed responded, and it was indeed them. At this time, the leader was already seated in his usual spot for gatherings, and Huo stood behind him like a young attendant. Please sit. Odysseus smiled. Let's introduce ourselves first. This is Zio Derecha. It was she who obtained very important intelligence for MI9. Odysseus knew very well that MI9 must value the intelligence on Bruce, and even members not directly responsible for the matter must have received a notification to collect relevant intelligence. The 3 MI9 personnel sat opposite Odysseus. Since the leader requested it, they each briefly introduced themselves. The man who had patted the waiter's shoulder earlier was Cyril, the officer of the 3. The other man and woman were about 27 or 28 years old, with unremarkable appearances. The woman was Leona, and the man was Jean. Odysseus continued, let's discuss how to get the intelligence to MI9 as quickly as possible. Cyril still said sternly, couldn't Miss Dilcha just dictate it, and we relay it back? He paused and added, as for the reward, it will definitely not be delayed. It's not a matter of reward. Odysseus briefly summarized Huo's description and his own speculation about the enemy, then said, if any of you leave here at this moment, you will be immediately attacked. Now we only have 2 viable options. The first is for you to send out a distress signal, and we wait for reinforcements here. The second option is to send Dilcha to Mi-9. It should be noted that if we use the first method, after you send the signal, the enemy will launch their attack. We need to be prepared to face an attack led by a sequence 7, with at least 5 or 6 Beyonders. Although the second method seems dangerous, we are moving, and they are also moving, making it difficult for the enemy to set up an ambush beforehand. Cyril frowned. You shouldn't have called all of us in. Otherwise, he could have left 1 or 2 people in the dark. Odysseus, however, smiled. At this time, we need to concentrate all our strength. In fact, he wanted to firmly tie all 3 Mi-9 personnel to himself and Huo. Cyril sighed and said, we don't have much time left. Odysseus nodded in agreement. The moment the Mi-9 personnel entered this room, the enemy's commander should have been making their final assessment, attack immediately. Or wait for the right moment. He smiled. If you also find it difficult to make a decision, then go and get your carriage. We will immediately head to Mi-9. Cyril asked, Mr. Leader, thinks we should escort Miss Dilcha back to Mi-9. Odysseus nodded. Yes. If it were at Gaul Herbal Shop or Odysseus's home, he would definitely suggest holding out, because Odysseus had many arrangements in both places that could completely withstand the attacks of several Beyonders. However, the mysterious research society's gathering place had no defensive arrangements whatsoever, nor any back door, to avoid members discovering that the leader was proficient in formations, leaving no retreat. In that case, it would be better to fight the enemy while moving. After all, this was Backland, and to avoid attracting demigods, the enemy would not dare to launch overly fierce attacks on the street. Every word, every sentence, every detail is perfect. Cyril pondered for a moment before saying, all right, we'll listen to Mr. Leader. Then he said to Jean, go drive the carriage. Yes. Jean stood up and walked out quickly. Odysseus picked up the cloth bag containing the Beyonder weapons and went to the wall near the door, hiding behind the wall and looking out through the glass of the door. After seeing Jean drive the carriage over, he took out the metal crossbow and loaded a metal arrow. Did you bring guns? Cyril and Leona both drew a revolver and disengaged the safety. Odysseus said, charge out with me, and point your guns at the 1 o'clock direction. With that, he charged out first. As soon as they came out, Jean happened to stop the carriage at the door. Almost at the same time, 2 men rushed out from the opposite shop, running towards them while drawing their guns. Their position, for Odysseus and the others, was exactly the 1 o'clock direction. Before the 2 men could even raise their muzzles, the prepared Odysseus had already fired the metal crossbow, and the exquisite metal arrow struck one of them in the heart. Bang, 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 bang. Cyril and Leona also raised their guns a step earlier than them. They each fired 2 shots, all hitting their targets, and the 2 enemies immediately fell into a pool of blood. The sudden gunshots caused the surrounding pedestrians to scream and scatter, and the street immediately became a bit chaotic. Odysseus smiled, good marksmanship. As he spoke, he waved his hand, observing the surroundings, and motioned for Huo to get into the carriage first. After the 4 of them boarded the carriage one after another, Jean, sitting in the driver's seat, cracked the reins. Gee up. The 2 horses neighed and pulled the carriage forward quickly. Inside the carriage, due to their initial victory, although all 4 were carefully observing outside the windows, their mouths couldn't help but curl up slightly. Huo, while staring outside, asked, Mr. Leader, how did you know there would be enemies in that direction? It's simple. Odysseus smiled, because that's the direction of the horses and the driver. If I were the enemy's commander, upon learning that the enemy had driven a carriage over, I would definitely arrange for people to kill the horses and the driver. If there really were such arrangements, they couldn't possibly attack from the direction of the carriage, could they? Huo nodded slightly, feeling great admiration. Cyril also said, I've heard of Mr. Leader's wisdom for a long time, and today I realize there's no exaggeration in it. Odysseus smiled, I guess you wouldn't describe me with wisdom, but rather with cunning, right? Cyril and Leona smiled slightly, without explaining. At this moment, Jean, who was driving, suddenly shouted, enemy attack. It's fire crows. As he shouted, gunshots also rang out from outside, clearly indicating that Jean had been injured. As he shouted, he suddenly pulled the reins, making the carriage turn into a small alley. As the carriage turned, Odysseus and the others inside saw a flock of fire crows rapidly flying towards the carriage from the window. After the carriage turned, the flock of fire crows also turned immediately, chasing after it. Although the 2 horses were running hard, the fire crows were faster than the horses. Odysseus immediately stood up, broke the rear window of the carriage, and as the fire crows were about to catch up to the carriage, he threw a blue axe behind him. This axe was precisely the ice bomb he had used before. After hitting one of the fire crows, the axe immediately exploded with a soft bang. The 4 to 5 meter area around the small explosion was immediately covered with a layer of frost, freezing even the fire crows. Cyril, while slightly surprised by the effect of the leader's weapon, said coldly, "Pyromaniac." At this moment, Jean in front reminded again, "Enemies boarding." Ah! As he shouted, gunshots also rang out from outside, clearly indicating that Jean had been injured. Chapter 89 The Art of Explosion Additional chapter for your votes. Thump thump. Sounds immediately came from the carriage roof, but thankfully, Jean's warning allowed Cyril and Leona to raise their guns and fire at the source of the sound. Bang bang. Odysseus quickly reminded them, "Don't be so quick to fire." As Cyril and Leona paused slightly, 2 small pieces of wood fell from the carriage roof to the rear of the carriage. Odysseus had already realized that the enemy's fire crows were meant to drive the carriage into this alley. Inside the alley, the carriage doors couldn't be opened, making it impossible to exit from within. If they lost the driver's warning and the enemy attacked from the roof, they would be caught off guard. And just now, Jean had warned that someone was boarding. The enemy must have heard his warning, but then sounds still came from the roof, which Odysseus found very suspicious. That's why he reminded the 2 Mi-9 members not to waste their bullets. After seeing the 2 fallen pieces of wood, Odysseus once again received admiring glances from the other 3. However, this was not the time for praise or pleasantries. Cyril pointed his gun at the roof and said, "Alternate firing." Leona nodded and quickly loaded bullets into her revolver. But 3 or 4 seconds passed, and the enemy still hadn't boarded. Odysseus and Cyril simultaneously said, "Not good." Cyril quickly pulled out the bulletproof shield folded under the seat. Odysseus stepped forward to help, and the 2 of them held it over their heads. At this point, no reminder was needed. Leona and Huo both hid under the shield. Rumble. A large fireball struck the roof, blowing half of it to smithereens. Flames spread into the carriage, igniting the leather seats. Fortunately, this was a Mi-9 carriage, and the compartment was equipped with bulletproof shields, otherwise, Odysseus and the other 4 would have been injured by the explosion. But the fire inside the compartment grew larger and larger, making all 4 of them cough repeatedly. "Cover me." Cough cough, Odysseus said, then took out the very sharp knife from his cloth bag and cut open the rear part of the carriage. Cyril and Leona held up their shields while firing at the rooftops on both sides. The enemies pursuing them from the rooftops on both sides either ducked or slowed down to evade. Seizing this opportunity, Odysseus used the sharp knife to dismantle the rear wall and door of the carriage, as well as the ignited seats, throwing them off the carriage. This instantly opened up their view considerably. At this point, Cyril and Leona finally lowered their shields and quickly reloaded their revolvers. They had emptied their guns covering Odysseus. The pursuers realized this and immediately caught up, firing their guns. However, they were firing while moving and still at a distance, so none of their shots hit the target. At this moment, Odysseus raised his crossbow again. His metal crossbow had a hit effect hitting another enemy. Just then, Cyril said, "The road ahead is blocked." Odysseus looked back and saw that the other end of the alley was indeed blocked by a carriage. The carriage they were riding in also slowly came to a stop at this moment. There were only 3 pursuers left, and Odysseus and the other 3 tacitly drew their cold weapons, preparing to provide alternating cover and climb onto the rooftops to counterattack. At this moment, a middle-aged man among the pursuers raised his hand, and flames ignited around him, quickly condensing into a flock of fire crows that flew towards the carriage. Cyril immediately turned and climbed towards the driver's seat. "Hold them off for a bit." Apparently, this middle-aged man was that Sequence 7 pyromaniac. This instantly made Odysseus and the other 4 abandon any thought of counterattacking. A Sequence 9 with a firearm could still deal with a Sequence 8 enemy. However, a Sequence 8 fighting a Sequence 7 was generally very difficult, because most pathways, at the Sequence 7 level, had mastered many Beyonder abilities that were hard to resist, becoming significantly stronger. Therefore, in modern times, from Sequence 7 onwards, Beyonders are called mid-sequence Beyonders, and below Sequence 7 are low-sequence Beyonders. Facing the opponent's fire crow attack, Odysseus once again took out a blue axe from his cloth bag. Bang! The ice bomb exploded, blocking the fire crow's offensive. Immediately following, Odysseus and Leona, one with a crossbow and the other with a revolver, alternately shot at the pyromaniac, trying their best to prevent him from using his Beyonder abilities again. Huo climbed into the driver's seat, pulled out the pistol from the severely wounded Jean's gun bag, and joined the firing line. However, among the pursuers, besides the pyromaniac, there were 2 other pursuers who also exchanged fire with Odysseus and the others using their revolvers. Odysseus and Leona were both shot, but since they didn't sustain fatal injuries, they continued to fire. At this point, Cyril finally killed the driver of the carriage blocking the alley, moving the carriage aside. Huo picked up the reins and made the carriage move forward again. As they turned out of the alley, Cyril jumped onto the carriage, first helping Odysseus move the severely wounded Jean into the carriage, and then Cyril drove. This carriage, which had lost the rear half of its roof, attracted the attention of many pedestrians. However, upon seeing the injured people inside and the revolvers they held, the pedestrians quickly hurried away, fearing being caught up in some inexplicable danger. Odysseus pulled open the knight's uniform with defensive magic arrays, then pulled open his shirt to check his chest. The defensive magic array on this knight's uniform could block bullets fired from revolvers, but it wasn't a pleasant experience. When hit by a bullet, it felt like being hit by a hammer, and a bruise would appear. He had been shot twice in the chest just now, and even breathing felt like a burning pain. Jean and Leona did not have knights' uniforms with defensive magic arrays. Jean was shot in the abdomen. Although he didn't die on the spot, he lost his combat effectiveness, and judging by his complexion, he already showed signs of excessive blood loss. Leona was shot in the right shoulder, and her right arm was now unable to be raised. Odysseus took out 2 doses of medicine from his pocket and threw one to Leona. The glass bottle is for internal use, and the porcelain bottle is for external application. After speaking, he opened the other dose of medicine, opened the glass bottle within it, poured it into Jean's mouth, then made him lie down and sprinkled all the white powder from the porcelain bottle onto his wound. As expected, the bleeding stopped very quickly. While they were tending to their wounds, Huo stood guard with her gun. She suddenly said, "They're catching up. No mistake, one by one, the content is all here." Odysseus stood up and indeed saw a carriage pursuing them from behind. The person driving it was the pyromaniac. Since there was still some distance between them, Odysseus unhurriedly checked the weapons in his cloth bag. Today, he had only brought 2 ice bombs, and now he only had 2 red flame bombs. There were only 5 metal arrows left. As for the sword and staff, they wouldn't be of much use in a fight against the pyromaniac. After a brief moment of thought, Odysseus said to Cyril, "Turn into the alley ahead." The alley ahead was between the tall, thick walls of 2 factories. After entering the alley, Odysseus, holding a red axe, told Cyril to slow down. When they were about halfway through the alley, the pyromaniac pursued them into the alley. Odysseus threw the axe with all his might. "Get down." As he spoke, he quickly prostrated himself on the carriage. The pyromaniac thought it was another extraordinary weapon with ice attacks and quickly raised his hand. A crimson fireball appeared beside him and was violently thrown out to prevent the axe from hitting the ground, avoiding the formation of an icy surface that would hinder the horses running. But the moment the fireball was thrown, the pyromaniac's spirituality sensed danger, and he agilely jumped from the driver's seat, landing behind the carriage. Rumble. The moment the fireball and the axe made contact, a violent explosion occurred, directly collapsing the courtyard walls on both sides. Fortunately, both sides were factories. Although many people were startled, no one was injured as a result. Because it was in an alley, the explosion's flames spread to both sides, and the carriage behind was immediately engulfed in flames. The pyromaniac awkwardly rolled on the ground to dodge the explosion's shockwave. Using his ability to manipulate flames, he was not harmed by the explosion's flames, and the fragments from the axe's explosion were all blocked by the carriage, so he was not injured. However, the carriage was already covered in a huge fire, and the horses were killed instantly. In the blaze, the carriage door was pushed open, and one of the pyromaniac's subordinates, engulfed in flames, crawled out of the carriage, which was now just a frame. But as soon as the person hit the ground, he was already burned to death. The pyromaniac had also operated many explosions and started fires many times, but the intense explosion and flames just now, and the burning carriage frame, still left him somewhat shocked. He really couldn't understand what kind of thing could have such great power. At this moment, Odysseus and the others' carriage had already turned out of the alley, completely shaking off the pursuers. Cyril, who was driving, couldn't help but say, "Mr. Leader, do you carry large caliber cannon shells used on steel battleships with you?" Odysseus smiled and said, "Those are hidden weapons issued by Machinery Hivemind." Hidden weapons. With that sound just now, could it still be called a hidden weapon? For the rest of the journey, there were no more pursuers. Finally, the carriage stopped in front of a sizable but unmarked courtyard in the West District. Soldiers stood guard at the entrance. Cyril showed his identification and immediately ordered the soldiers to send the injured to the hospital. After the 2 injured people left in other carriages, Odysseus said to Cyril, "You go in and report. We'll wait for you here." Cyril paused slightly. This is against the rules. Farewell." Wait. Cyril then realized that if the leader didn't want to enter MI9, he truly couldn't force him to go in. After all, this was a high-level intelligence officer from Machinery Hivemind, and someone Archpriest Horamek Haydn personally protected. MI9 could only track him, but not arrest or interrogate him. Cyril made one last attempt. I'm mainly worried that you'll be too dangerous outside. Odysseus calmly said, then you can report a bit faster. Cyril had no choice but to go in alone. Soon, he and several of his superiors quickly came out to greet them. Thank you all for your votes. Adding an extra chapter to show my appreciation, hollow down pointing triangle. Chapter 90. Is it really just a meal? The leader's name was quite well known in Backland's intelligence circles, and coupled with Odysseus escorting Zio Derecha for MI9 this time, Cyril's superiors personally came out to greet them. This superior was the head of the operations department, in his 40s, a bit portly, with a mustache on his upper lip. Mr. Leader, please come in, please come in. Odysseus raised his hand and, without needing an introduction, said, Chief Denesi, let's just talk here. They were all in intelligence work, so even though they hadn't met in person, they must have seen each other's resumes and information. He turned slightly and introduced, this is Ms. Dilcha. She received a commission from Hound to investigate Bruce's case. During the investigation, she encountered an unexplained pursuit and sought my help, so I brought her here. Because of your commission, Ms. Dilcha has suffered many inconveniences. For this, I have 3 demands. Chief Denesi of the Operations Department quickly said, please state them. First, this commission is too dangerous, the remuneration should be doubled, Odysseus said. As he spoke, he looked at one of Denesi's subordinates, a man in his 30s with short hair and a prominent Adam's apple, as if an egg was stuck in his throat. From the other party's expression and eyes, Odysseus sensed anger that was being strenuously suppressed. But Odysseus had not met the other party before, nor did he remember offending this person, so he didn't take it too much to heart. At the same time, Denesi immediately asked the person next to him, how much bounty was promised at the time. One of his subordinates replied, the bounty offered by the Mysticism Research Society was 20 pounds. Denesi readily said, I'll give 50 pounds. Odysseus then said, second, tomorrow at noon, Ms. Dilcha wants to treat me to lunch to thank me for the protection I provided. I hope your investigation does not interfere with our lunch, nor should you use Beander abilities to interrogate her. Hugh had not made such a promise before, but she knew this was an excuse to get MI9 to release her before noon tomorrow. Immediately, she began to consider, how should she thank Mr. Leader? Denesi immediately said, I know what you are worried about. For a talent as excellent as Ms. Dilcha, we would rather develop her into our informant than persecute her. Odysseus continued, third, for a period of time recently, her and her family's safety must be protected, while trying not to affect Ms. Dilcha's normal life. That's for sure, Denesi said with a smile. During the protection period, we might even find other clues. Odysseus extended his hand and smiled, Mr. Denesi, it's a pleasure to meet you today. Your subordinates are all excellent, calm in handling matters, and resolute in will. I think this is inseparable from your outstanding leadership. Denesi also eagerly shook Odysseus's hand, you flatter me. Your actions are truly admirable. I don't even know how to thank you for your help to us today. The two of them clasped hands firmly like old friends of over a decade, appearing very close. Our cooperation has always been very pleasant, Odysseus smiled again and said, our respective goals have never been in conflict. Denesi nodded, you are right. But the thanks that should be expressed still need to be expressed. I will send someone to deliver it shortly. How could I impose? This is what you deserve. Quote. After a long back and forth, Odysseus finally took his leave. Denesi immediately dispatched a carriage to send the leader away. He stood at the courtyard gate, watching the carriage disappear into the distance, then said to his subordinate, please invite Ms. Dilcha in to give her statement. After Hugh followed him into MI9, the smile on Denesi's face instantly vanished. He said to his subordinate, upgrade the leader's danger assessment. Send a higher-level investigation team to investigate the leader's background. He had just heard Cyril say that Machinery Hivemind had issued a powerful Beander weapon to the leader, and MI9 didn't even know what the leader looked like. Such a person must be given sufficient attention. Odysseus returned to 199 Heron Avenue and indeed received, thanks, from MI9, a Good Citizen Award, certificate and a 60-pound bonus. He laughed, that fellow is really perfunctory. Odysseus had long heard that Denesi was a person who appeared amiable on the surface but was insidious and cunning behind the scenes. But he didn't expect this guy to be so stingy. After a brief thought, Odysseus had the waiter post the certificate in the most prominent place in the living room, then gave each of the 2 waiters a £1 bonus before using the teleportation array in the basement to leave. Returning to the herb shop by carriage, Odysseus first applied some blood-activating and bruise-reducing medicine to his chest, feeling much more comfortable, and then continued to make flamebolt. That night, he stayed at another stronghold, Riverbend Avenue 176. Counting it, Chipman's accomplices should have found Simon by now. North District, 16 Ernst Avenue, Nanmu Ballroom. In the early evening, Ms. Mandy, dressed in a professional suit and possessing a certain elegance, heard that Lord Ashburn had personally come to visit and had the waiter invite him into her office. Before this, Yoshibone's butler had already visited twice, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Mandy, as per Mr. Gale's instructions, had not met him. In the morning, when Mandy learned from the newspaper that Lord Ashburn's house had caught fire, she wasn't surprised. After all, Mr. Gale had already decided to warn Yoshibone yesterday afternoon. What surprised Mandy, however, was that Mr. Gale hadn't asked her to issue a commission to Beander mercenaries, and the purpose of the warning had already been achieved. All day, Mandy had been pondering this matter, feeling uneasy because of it. Not using her to complete this warning indicated that Mr. Gale was somewhat disappointed with her previous slowness. She had been reflecting on it all day, realizing that at some point, she had indeed become somewhat negligent in her intelligence work. Mr. Gale using other channels to solve the problem this time was undoubtedly a warning to her. At this moment, the waiter knocked on the door, announcing that Lord Ashburn had arrived. Mandy came back to her senses, took a deep breath, and focused on dealing with Yoshibone. In her opinion, Mr. Gale letting her decide whether Yoshibone's matter was concluded showed that Mr. Gale still trusted her relatively well, and she certainly couldn't betray Mr. Gale's trust. Yoshibone brought a land deed. He said he greatly admired everything Mr. Gale had done for the women of Backland, so he had bought the large commercial property to the left of Nanmu Ballroom, and gifted it to Mr. Gale to express his respect. Mandy felt that Yoshibone was very sincere, so she accepted the land deed and chose to reconcile with the Lord. Yoshibone finally breathed a sigh of relief, able to sleep soundly at last. Around 9 o'clock on Wednesday morning. Every single detail was perfectly in order. Zio Derecha, dressed in a knight's uniform, with messy and somewhat greasy hair from staying up late, finally returned to the rented apartment she shared with Furs. Furs, casually dressed, had to rush a manuscript today, so she had gotten up early. Seeing Huo return, she quickly asked, "Huo, what important commission did you investigate last night? You didn't even come back all night." Last night, Huo had asked MI9 to send a letter to Furs, but many things were inconvenient to say, so she only told Furs in the letter that she would be doing some investigation that night and would not be returning. Since this wasn't the first time she had a night mission, Furs didn't take it too seriously, assuming that the limitations of Huo's environment when writing the letter prevented her from disclosing the specific mission details. Huo yawned and said, "I went to MI9 yesterday." Furs suddenly stood up, re-examined Huo, and came over with a concerned expression, asking, Are you all right?" It was said that place was a department where extrajudicial killings were rampant, and judicial authorities had no right to intervene. If a wild Beander like Huo, without any backing, were caught there would be almost no chance of coming out alive. Huo waved her hand. "I'm fine." She recounted her experiences from yesterday afternoon, and honestly, she herself found it somewhat surreal. Being pursued by a Sequence 7-led team, she only sustained minor injuries, entered MI9 to give a statement, and everyone treated her politely. The leader. All of this was because of the leader. It was the leader who repelled that Sequence 7 and escorted her safely to MI9. It was the leader who negotiated with MI9 for her, ensuring that MI9 did not use any private torture or Beander abilities for interrogation on her. Thinking of this, Huo said seriously, "Thanks to the leader's protection, otherwise this commission would have caused me big trouble." Furs nodded. "We really should thank the leader, but that £50 bounty you earned, the leader wouldn't even bat an eye at it, right? How should we thank him?" Huo said, "At that time, the leader used the excuse that I was going to treat him to dinner to get MI9 to release me this morning. I thought about it, and I'll treat the leader to a meal." Furs was slightly stunned. "Just a meal? What else?" Furs glanced at her friend's flat chest. "You're right. Only your face looks somewhat cute. As for your figure, besides some perverts, no one would make a move on you." Huo rolled her eyes. "Thank you for the compliment. It wasn't until Wednesday morning that Odysseus finally completed the orders for the Queen Mystic and Klein. He cheerfully wrote a letter to Elia, the Queen Mystic's subordinate, telling her she could pick up the goods anytime, and then prayed to Fool, asking Mr. Fool to inform the world that the weapon he needed was complete. Soon, the world replied, hoping to complete the transaction immediately. So Odysseus sacrificed a brand new flamebolt and a letter containing the recipe and process for making its bullets to the Fool. A few minutes later, Odysseus used the ritual of bestowal to obtain £600 in cash, completing this transaction. Odysseus was about to go out to buy some phenabode roast fish or dichi roast meat to treat himself, but his pocket watch suddenly lit up. He immediately guessed that Huo really wanted to invite him to lunch. It was a pity that the character of the leader was, after all, a fabricated one, and it was best not to eat with others, as that would reveal many of Odysseus's personal habits. So Odysseus took out a 5 solor banknote and asked the attendant Cain to buy roast fish and roast meat. He then took a carriage to 77 Hilton Avenue, disguised himself as the leader, and used the teleportation array in the basement to meet Huo. Chapter 91. No such person. Odysseus, wearing a mask and a hooded cloak, emerged from the basement of 199 Heron Avenue and first saw Zio Derecha sitting in the living room, along with a young lady in a light yellow dress behind her. This young lady had long brown hair and beautiful features, but her expression was somewhat languid. She must be Miss Magician. Furs, seeing that the leader truly came out of a basement with no other doors, suddenly recalled a plot from a novel she had read before. The novel mentioned a very secure room that was often haunted, and after an investigation by a priest, it was discovered that the room was actually an entrance to hell. Thinking of this, Furs smiled slightly and thought to herself, Mr. Leader from hell. Seeing the leader open the door and come out, Huo immediately stood up and smiled. Mr. Leader, to show my gratitude, I have reserved a table at the Backland Grand Hotel. Please join me for a meal. The Backland Grand Hotel is one of the premier hotels in this international metropolis. Just reserving a table cost Huo £3, and the table was in the main hall, not even in a good spot like the sofa area. A meal at such a hotel would cost at least £10 per person. No need to go to such expense, Odysseus smiled. What I said yesterday was just an excuse for Denesi and the others to hear. Before Huo could say anything more, Odysseus raised his hand and added, if you truly want to thank me, how about this? I will entrust you with a task in the future, and once it's completed, you won't need to charge a commission. I haven't decided on the specific task yet, let's wait and see. Huo nodded. Such a thank you was indeed more valuable than treating him to a meal. Alright, if you need anything from me, please don't hesitate to ask. Good, Odysseus changed the subject. You are a sequence 9 now, right? Huo answered honestly, yes, I am an arbiter. Odysseus commented, for some reasons, it's very difficult to find the Beander potion formula for advancement and the main materials required for advancement in this pathway. That's right. Odysseus asked, knowing the answer, do you need my help to find the sequence 8 Beander potion formula? The formula has been found, and there are clues for the main materials as well. Odysseus nodded, if you need help, you can come to me. Consider it my investment in you. Then he looked at the 2 young ladies before him. Well then, ladies, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Huo said, I'm sorry to have made you come all this way. Odysseus waved his hand, indicating it was fine. Huo and Furs watched the leader enter the basement. After bidding farewell to the waiter, they took a carriage and left 199 Heron Avenue. In the carriage, Furs said, based on my observation, the leader is not a pervert. His help to you might truly just be an investment, with no other meaning. Don't be too disappointed. Perhaps in 2 years, you might grow a bit taller, and your chest might also get a bit larger. Huo looked at her good friend with a hint of helplessness. Thank you for your encouragement. Then she said, I just rarely encounter Beyonders who offer help to others, so I feel a bit surprised. This is Backland. Furs smiled. With so many people gathered here, there will always be kind people among them. Then she changed the subject. There's one thing I must remind you. Even if you don't go to the Backland Grand Hotel for dinner, the £3 reservation fee won't be refunded. To avoid wasting those £3, shouldn't we stick to our original plan and have lunch together at the Backland Grand Hotel? Huo sighed helplessly. Alright, we'll be extravagant this once to celebrate and thank you for helping me find the main materials for advancement, and to congratulate you on obtaining the advancement formula. 51 Henry Street. Odysseus and Cain's lunch today had fish and meat, and looked quite abundant. After lunch, Odysseus was about to take a nap when Max Levamore, the team leader of Machinery Hivemind, suddenly came to visit. Odysseus invited him to the lounge in the backyard. Is there an urgent mission? Usually, if Max visited during work hours, it was almost always for official business. Yesterday, after receiving the intelligence you provided, we immediately dispatched 2 team members to 166 Anna's Road for investigation. Max, whose face had sharp, angular features, got straight to the point, stating the purpose of his visit to Odysseus today. Odysseus brewed tea for Max while listening to him speak. Yesterday afternoon, a man around 30 years old came to the herb shop to buy sunflower. Odysseus noticed something was off about him, so he used spirit vision to observe him and found that his spiritual body was entangled by some black mist. Odysseus suspected that this man was affected by dark magic or rituals, so he struck up a conversation with him and learned that the man's name was Bernie and he lived at 166 Anna's Road. Subsequently, Odysseus drew a portrait of Bernie and sent this intelligence to Machinery Hivemind. However, when Machinery Hivemind sent people to investigate Anna's Road, they found no man named Bernie on that residential building, nor did they find any traces of dark magic or rituals being used there. Machinery Hivemind then went to the police station to check records. Although there was a person named Bernie in that area, he was a 70-something-year-old man whose appearance was completely different from the portrait. This immediately put Machinery Hivemind on alert. Max said, "We deduce that someone is indeed conducting dark rituals, but not at 166 Anna's Road. And Bernie was very likely coerced or tricked into coming to your shop to buy sunflower. Although we can't prove these suspicions, based on past experience, this is definitely not a simple dark ritual case." Max took a sip of tea and then said, "We haven't found any clues so far, so I was hoping you could think if there are any other clues you can provide." Odysseus picked up his pipe, slowly filling it with tobacco while deep in thought. He slowly lit the pipe, took a few puffs, and then suddenly asked, "How did you confirm that there were no traces of dark rituals at 166 Anna's Road?" Max replied, "By using a sealed artifact and spirit vision observation." Odysseus asked again, "So, you can only confirm that no one was performing dark rituals while you were investigating? Not a single error, not a single omission, not a single inconsistency?" Max said, "If such a ritual had been performed, there would definitely be some traces left, then we." At this point, he suddenly thought of a crucial detail. Odysseus spoke that crucial point for him. The golden-edged sunflower Bernie bought is enough to erase traces of some evil rituals. Max stood up abruptly. "I'll take people to search house by house immediately. I hope the criminal hasn't escaped yet." "He definitely won't escape," Odysseus smiled. "Because if he were to escape now, you would surely detect him." Max, holding his cane, was walking quickly towards the door when he suddenly turned back and asked, "You've already advanced to Sequence 8, do you want to participate in this operation as well?" He primarily hoped that if there were further clues, he could immediately discuss them with Odysseus, as this herb shop owner possessed a large amount of intelligence about Backland's Beander world. Clues that Machinery Hivemind found baffling, Odysseus might be able to analyze based on his extensive intelligence, helping them make sense of what they found. And if Max had to run back to the herb shop to consult at that time, it was very likely to give the criminal time to escape. Odysseus smiled. "Sorry, the herb shop is very busy today. If the intelligence you provided can help us solve a Beander case, I can apply for a 60-pound bonus for you," Max said. "And if you also participate in the investigation of the case, I can apply for at least 160 pounds for you." He smiled. "You just need to sit in the carriage and answer some of my questions." Odysseus immediately stood up and said, "As a good citizen of Backland, it is my duty to help you with your case. Let's go, I can't wait to fight to the death with evil forces." Although it was urgent, Odysseus still went to the basement to retrieve a weapon. The weapon he used this time was the metal crossbow, primarily because Machinery Hivemind knew Odysseus was Mr. Gale, so there was no need to avoid it. Secondly, if he saw the criminal escaping, Odysseus certainly couldn't ignore it, and shooting from the carriage was the best means of attack. The two took Machinery Hivemind's carriage to 166 Anna's Road. This was a 6-story residential building. Although its exterior was somewhat worn, it was considered a prosperous area due to the developed commercial surroundings. From the carriage window, one could see clothes drying on the upstairs balconies, as well as some cooking utensils in the kitchens. Under Max's coordination, more than a dozen police officers quickly arrived and, using the reason of searching for a suspect, searched house by house from bottom to top. Max, now in a police uniform, had an oversized revolver holstered at his waist and followed slowly behind the police officers. Some residents were cooperative, others were reluctant, but after seeing the search warrant, they had no choice but to let these rude police officers into their homes. When they reached the third floor, 2 police officers knocked on the door of one household for a long time without a response. Just as they were about to have the building manager open the door with a spare key, the door was shattered by an immense force, sending wood splinters flying, and the 2 police officers were knocked down. Bursting out from inside the door was a man whose body was swollen, a head taller and thicker than a normal person, with black hair covering his face and hands. Bang! Just as the man was about to kick away the police officer at his feet, Max, who had already sensed him, fired a shot, hitting the enemy directly in the head. The shot even blew open the skull, revealing the convoluted brain inside. But the man did not die. Instead, he crashed through the window and jumped downstairs. Chapter 92, Traces of the Rose School. Max's giant revolver was a magical item. The bullets it fired not only had a slight armor-piercing capability but also had a destructive power comparable to a grenade. That bullet had just torn open the man's head, and his left eyeball had even fallen out. But the man only let out a painful cry. Then, with his single remaining crimson eye, he kicked open the corridor window and jumped down from the 3rd floor. The reason this fellow escaped from the front was that 2 machinery hivemind team members were guarding the back of the building. Downstairs at the front, there was also a machinery hivemind team member, along with 2 armed police officers, standing guard. However, the man's bloody head had scared the 2 police officers so much that they forgot to draw their guns. Bang, bang, bang. The machinery hivemind member had a stronger psychological tolerance and fired continuously at the man. The man was hit by 2 more shots in his chest and abdomen, but he still turned with extreme speed and ran towards the carriage, intending to use it as cover. His running speed was extremely fast, compared to him, Max, who jumped down from the 3rd floor to pursue, and the machinery hivemind members ambushing below, were as slow as snails. Fortunately, there were not many pedestrians on this road, and the few who were there immediately scurried for cover after hearing the gunshots, otherwise they would have been startled by the bloody scene. The man ran across the road, getting closer and closer to the carriage. Suddenly, a cold light shot out from a carriage. It was a metal arrow with a simple wind element array. The strong man quickly dodged. Although it didn't hit a vital spot, the metal arrow pierced into his shoulder. But this injury was negligible for the man. He was about to continue running when a second arrow shot out, this time aimed at his leg. Although the man had extremely strong resistance to attacks, being shot in the leg would affect his running, so he had to jump to dodge. The third arrow was aimed at the man's hip. The pain from his head, combined with the urgency of escaping, made the man let out a roar and charge towards the carriage from which the arrow had been fired. He wanted to overturn the carriage and kill the people inside. Fortunately, with Odysseus's obstruction, Max and his teammates also caught up. Bang! The oversized revolver fired again, hitting the man's left shoulder, instantly tearing it open again, exposing his shoulder blade. The immense force of the bullet made the man stagger, almost falling. And Odysseus, in front, seized the opportunity and shot an arrow into the man's heart. The man immediately stopped, letting out some chilling roars while desperately scratching his chest, trying to pull out the arrow. Bang! Max's oversized revolver was fired for the 3rd time, hitting the man's back. A large amount of flesh and blood exploded, and the heart, pierced by the metal arrow, fell out of his chest cavity. The man let out a scream, fell forward, and lay on the ground twitching. Max came closer and shot the man in the back again, only feeling relieved when the opponent's heart was completely shattered. Several machinery hivemind team members gathered around one after another. Max put his gun back into its holster and gave a thumbs up towards the direction of the carriage. Odysseus on the carriage smiled slightly, took off the arrow he had just placed on the crossbow, looked at the bloody man on the ground, and whispered, "Werewolf." Then he chuckled, "This pathway is really resilient." After speaking, he guessed that this guy was most likely a member of the Rose School. Odysseus had previously received news that after the Indulgence faction of the Rose School was heavily struck by the machinery hivemind, several of their strongholds were consequently exposed. However, the people in those strongholds had already evacuated, and from the clues left behind, the Rose School seemed to have orderly withdrawn from Backland. At that time, Odysseus found it a bit strange. How could a Beander organization, universally reviled, withdraw in such an open and above-board manner? In his opinion, the Rose School exposing so many strongholds at once was actively providing clues to the official Beyonders, no different from shouting, "I'm leaving," with a loudspeaker while departing Backland. At that time, he suspected that the Rose School's retreat was a show for others. It might have been for the machinery hivemind and other official Beyonders, or it might have been for Sharon and her group. In any case, there were many spectators. With the exposure of this werewolf, the previous play of the Rose School's retreat was for naught. Under Max's command, the machinery hive mind quickly cleaned up the battlefield, and the blood and flesh on the road were also cleared away. They dared not perform telepathy on such cultists, they simply took the corpse away and waited for the Beander characteristic to precipitate. Then, led by Max, they entered the werewolf's room. Odysseus, from the carriage across the road, saw the two police officers rushed out of the room shortly after entering, vomiting loudly in the corridor, presumably having discovered something extremely gruesome inside. About 20 minutes later, a grim-faced Max emerged from the room, boarded the carriage, and sat opposite Odysseus. These lunatics. Odysseus noticed a faint scent of decay on him. Were there corpses inside? There were 3 corpses, Max said. One of them was already severely decomposed, but because the windows were sealed, the smell didn't spread outside. That was that guy's bedroom. He's been sleeping with a decomposed corpse recently. Odysseus frowned. All right, no need to be so detailed. Then he found it a bit strange. Why didn't he dispose of the bodies? A normal person wouldn't keep corpses that could expose them at any time. Well, their way of thinking might really be different from normal people. Regarding this, the church does have some conjectures, Max explained. Because similar incidents have occurred before, some machinery hive mind members believe that the decomposed corpses should contain materials needed for certain dark rituals of the werewolf. Odysseus nodded. That conjecture is quite reasonable. Then he asked, how long has this guy been living here? More than half a year, Max said. Presumably, he was a dark line arranged by the Rose School. It's just that this guy's condition doesn't seem to have been very good recently, so he needed some dark rituals to stabilize his state. To avoid being discovered by official Beyonders, he used his own abilities to acquire 1 or 2 subordinates. All at once, one by one, one by one, one by one, one by one. After a werewolf's wolf venom infiltrates a person's body for a period of time, it can transform them into a subordinate who only obeys them. These subordinates gain a portion of the werewolf's abilities, but the life of such monsters is very short. Max continued, this werewolf was quite cautious. The subordinates he transformed were all vagrants. For such people, let alone 1 or 2 missing, even 10 or 8 wouldn't be noticed. Yesterday, he sent a subordinate to Gaul Herbal Shop in the West District to buy golden-edged sunflower to dispel the traces of dark rituals in the room. That's why our first round of investigation found no clues at all. And because werewolf possesses anti-divination abilities, we also found no clues using divination-type Beander means. Odysseus, however, frowned. Why do I always feel like a crucial part was missed? Your feeling is correct. Max took out 2 portraits, which Odysseus had provided. One was Bernie, whom Odysseus had recommended to buy golden-edged sunflower. The other, Odysseus didn't know the person's name. It was a customer the clerk Kane had served when Odysseus wasn't at the herb shop, who had directly purchased golden-edged sunflower. Max said, we didn't find the body of this Bernie upstairs, we only found the body of this other person who had purchased golden-edged sunflower. He had only recently died. The golden-edged sunflower he bought back was still alive for a while, probably only dying this morning. Odysseus clapped his hands. I understand what that crucial part is. This werewolf seemed very frantic when escaping just now, but normally he's quite cautious. Since he already sent someone to my shop this morning to buy golden-edged sunflower, even if he still needed more, it's impossible for him to go to my shop again. Even if he did, Bernie wouldn't have so honestly given out this address. It's as if Bernie deliberately told me that there was a werewolf in bad condition here. Max took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff before saying, this is also something I haven't figured out, Bernie's appearance is too strange. Someone is tipping them off, Odysseus said with certainty. The other party knew I was a machinery hive mind informant, which is why Bernie appeared to get my attention. Max extended his hand out of the carriage window. That's indeed a reasonable conjecture, but who sent Bernie? Odysseus thought for a moment before saying, I'll try to contact members of the Temperance faction of the Rose School in Backland, but don't hold out too much hope, I might not be able to reach them. The first suspect was, of course, Sharon. She had obtained clues about this werewolf but was afraid of exposing herself, so she informed the machinery hive mind of this clue through Odysseus. But the problem was, Odysseus had no contact with the Temperance faction before this, so how did Sharon know about his informant identity? Max nodded. Having clues is better than having none. I will continue to search for Bernie through the police, perhaps some wild Beander discovered the werewolf's traces and contacted us through you. Odysseus hummed. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Subsequently, a machinery hive mind carriage took Odysseus back to the herb shop. Upon arriving at the resting room behind the herb shop, Odysseus, after confirming that no one was in the courtyard, suddenly spoke to the air. I need to see Queen Mystic. After waiting for a minute or two, with no changes before their meeting, he repeated, I need to see Queen Mystic. He kept repeating this for over half an hour, and just when Odysseus was about to give up, a phrase suddenly appeared on the table in front of him, I'm here. Chapter 93. Some people always like to die. Odysseus had always been able to find traces of the temperance faction of the Rose School active in Backland from various intelligence. Sharon and Moritz should have been sent to Backland several years ago to handle all matters related to the temperance faction in Backland, and they were also using this metropolis to evade the pursuit of the indulgence faction. But before this, Odysseus had no need for the temperance faction, so there was no interaction. On the return carriage, Odysseus thought of 3 ways to contact them. The first way was to try his luck at the Brave Bar, but Sharon had just fought with the indulgence faction, so she and Moritz should be hiding for a while, making the probability of contacting them low. The second channel was to contact Sharon through Klein, but whether using Mr. Gale's identity or Odysseus's, he wasn't very familiar with Klein. Suddenly asking him to contact the temperance faction of the Rose School, Klein would very likely just say, I don't know such a person. The third channel was the Queen Mystic, Bernadette. After Odysseus saw the phrase, I'm here, appear on the table in front of him, he said, I thought you had a formless servant watching me all the time. From the air around him, the Queen Mystic's voice came, there are many people who need to be watched by a formless servant, you are just one of them. Her voice was somewhat ethereal, as if the signal wasn't very good. Speak, what is it? Odysseus looked straight ahead, in fact, he didn't know where to look, so he just looked straight ahead and said, I hope you can help me contact the temperance faction of the Rose School. After the surrounding air was silent for 1 or 2 seconds, Bernadette finally said, I don't have channels in that regard. You do, but you might not know it. Odysseus smiled and said, do you remember the night when the mandated Punisher's informant was killed? I remember. At that time, you said you had just attended a Beander gathering. Odysseus said half-truthfully, according to some intelligence I obtained before, there was indeed a Beander gathering in that area, but it was very high level, and not every Beander could join. And I learned from another piece of intelligence that a wraith once appeared at that gathering, she is an important member of the temperance faction. It was indeed learned from a piece of intelligence obtained before, that intelligence was called the original work. Odysseus clearly remembered that Bernadette and Sharon had met multiple times at a Beander gathering. In addition, Odysseus had indeed obtained some intelligence, knowing that there were 2 high-level Beander gatherings in Backland, one of which was the gathering that Sharon and Bernadette participated in. And there weren't many gatherings that could interest Bernadette, so Odysseus boldly guessed that Bernadette went to that gathering where she had interactions with Sharon that day. After the surrounding air was silent for 1 or 2 seconds again, Bernadette suddenly said, compared to your excellent intelligence compilation and analysis capabilities, my intelligence officers are all donkeys. Odysseus thought to himself, this praise sounds a lot like Russell's tone. After a while, Bernadette said again, there happens to be a gathering tonight, I can help you contact her. Then she asked, what do you want to see her about? It's like this, Odysseus did not hide anything and roughly explained the case of the day. This was not something that needed to be kept secret, and although they were all secret organizations, slightly more normal secret organizations, such as Orvie Island and Psychological Alchemists, would also draw a clear line with the lunatics of the Rose School, and even wouldn't mind striking them down. Bernadette was the leader of Orvie Island, and there was a considerable difference in her style of doing things compared to the Rose School, so she probably didn't have a good impression of the Rose School either. Moreover, since he was asking for help, it would be too meaningless if he was evasive. Based on these thoughts, Odysseus told Bernadette the truth. Finally, Odysseus said, I hope to ask that wraith if the second person who bought the sunflower and told me the address of that werewolf was sent by her. Was the purpose to let us discover the whereabouts of that werewolf? Yes. Bernadette said, the reward is to help me inquire about the Black Emperor. Odysseus was stunned for a moment before saying, this task is a bit difficult. I was there at the time, and to be honest, I still haven't figured out how that guy left the scene. I don't even know which direction to look. Just help me keep an eye out for information in this regard. If you get news, I will pay you again. If you don't get news, it doesn't matter. For Bernadette, it was just a message, and the corresponding reward didn't need to be very high. Odysseus nodded. Okay. With Bernadette saying that, it would be easier. Immediately, the Queen Mystic left, and Odysseus pondered the case again, still without gaining any clues, so he simply went back to continue writing the fighting outline. South of the bridge, Passion Bar. There were no fighting matches tonight. Simon, the bar owner with yellow teeth, smoking a cigarette, was about to finish the drink in front of him and leave to try his luck at a casino. Just as there was only one sip of drink left in the glass, 3 people pushed the door open and entered. Simon glanced at them and immediately realized they weren't there to drink. Firstly, the 3 of them were dressed too brightly, not like people who would come to such a small bar, and secondly, they looked around after entering, as if they were looking for someone. Simon immediately realized that they might be looking for him, so he immediately turned his head away. But it was too late. One of them had already seen Simon and pointed in his direction. The 3 of them quickly came over and surrounded Simon. Simon's subordinates also immediately stood up and confronted the 3. The leader of the group was a man in his 30s with brown hair. He ignored Simon's subordinates and asked Simon directly, "I'll only ask you one question, and then we'll leave. Where does Lelouch live?" Simon was a little nervous inside, but he still pretended to be calm and smiled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Who are you talking about? Never heard of him. If you buy a drink, maybe I'll remember." The leader recalled the bar's rules and said to the bartender, "Get a drink." The bartender, at Simon's glance, mixed the most expensive drink in this small tavern and pushed it in front of the brown-haired man, $1. The brown-haired man's subordinate was about to question the bartender, but he stopped him. He took out $1 from his wallet and placed it in front of Simon. "Speak." Simon took the banknote and smiled. "I am Lelouch's agent, but I don't know where he lives." The brown-haired man didn't waste any more words and slapped Simon to the ground. His subordinate punched the bartender in the face. Whoosh! The bartender crashed into the liquor cabinet behind him, and many bottles fell to the ground and shattered. Simon's subordinates immediately rushed up to rescue their boss but were easily dealt with by the brown-haired man's 2 subordinates. The customers initially clamored to help Simon, but seeing how capable the other party was, they all ran away with their heads in their hands, some even taking chairs and wine glasses with them. The brown-haired man grabbed Simon by the collar and lifted the bar owner. "Your teeth are too ugly, I'll help you pull them out. Maybe new teeth will grow in a few days. I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Simon quickly said. I heard him tell the coachman of a rented carriage the address. It's Riverbend Avenue 176. The brown-haired man tore open Simon's clothes, took out his wallet from inside, not only took back his $1 but also took the other $20 or so in cash from the wallet. Then he threw Simon to the ground, gave a look to one of his subordinates, telling him to watch Simon, while he took the other subordinate to the address Simon had just given. Simon, sitting on the ground, clutched his cheek and thought, "My back molars are loose, was that convincing enough?" 51 Henry Street, Gall Herbal Shop. In the evening, Max sent someone to deliver $200 in cash, which was the intelligence fee for this case. Currently, Machinery Hivemind had already killed a werewolf, and with no obvious clues, the case was temporarily concluded, so he applied for the intelligence fee for Odysseus. Regarding Odysseus's intelligence fee, Deacon Ekinzer had given special approval, settle and pay on the same day. After all, Odysseus was their ace intelligence officer, enabling Machinery Hivemind to solve many major cases, and when Ekinzer met with the Nighthawks and mandated punishers, general captains or deacons in Backland, he felt like he could hold his chin higher. After Odysseus received the money, he recalled that Max had previously promised $160, but now he had given $200. But then he understood. "I shot 4 arrows at the time, $10 per arrow." Laughing, Odysseus put away the money and continued to sell herbs, leaving the herb shop after 10 p.m. Today, he still planned to rest at Riverbend Avenue 176. Yesterday, he didn't wait for the opponents from the Beander fighting arena, they should be coming to his door today. Odysseus took a carriage and got off at a street adjacent to Riverbend Avenue. He walked into a small hotel, paid $1, asked for a relatively clean room, and then took out Lelouch's mask and clothes from the Knowledge Wilderness and put them on. He opened the window and looked around, and seeing that there was no one left on the misty street, Odysseus jumped out of the window and quickly arrived at Riverbend Avenue. When he was still some distance from 176, Odysseus's spirituality felt eyes watching him, and he sighed inwardly. In this world, there are always people who like to seek death. He seemed to be unaware of those gazes, quickly opened the door and entered the house, and made the final preparations to welcome the guests who would arrive tonight. Riverbend Avenue 176 was actually a room Odysseus prepared for the leader to establish his authority. He originally planned to kill a group of people who were inquiring about the leader's whereabouts here to make a name for himself. Who knew that after renting it for about 2 years, no one had found any trace of the leader, so these arrangements had never been used. However, today, the magic array inside could finally be put to use. Chapter 94 Odysseus's Inventory. Last week, the Trickmaster, defeated by Odysseus, and Chipman, who later chased Odysseus, belonged to a Beander organization called the 3N Party. This organization has 3 leaders, and Chipman, who is skilled in combat techniques, is one of them. Today, the leader who attacked, Lelouch, was another leader named Selt. The brown-haired man who previously interrogated Simon was his subordinate. Selt saw Lelouch enter the house, and soon a gas lamp lit up inside. After waiting for a while longer, when the gas lamp went out, Selt waved his hand and led 3 armed subordinates quickly to the door. One of the subordinates kicked the door open, and Selt went in first, but as soon as he entered, his foot found no support, and he immediately fell downward. Fortunately, Selt reacted quickly. He twisted his waist in midair, half-turned, grabbed the door frame, used his strength, and with the pulling of his subordinates, he returned outside the door. Selt looked back again. Inside the door was a normal floor, with no trap. Moreover, even if there was a trap, it would have been broken just now, and there should be an obvious collapse. Selt asked his subordinate, "What did you see just now?" He was a bit strange. Why didn't his spirituality sense any danger? One of the subordinates, Ford, said, "I saw you suddenly go down and fall into the floor." Fell into the floor. Selt, who was 27 or 28 years old with short hair, pondered for a moment, took a triangular bayonet from his subordinate, and stabbed the ground in front of the door. As a result, the triangular bayonet plunged into it, but Selt felt nothing was stabbed. This is a strange trap. Selt stabbed around again with the triangular bayonet, and soon felt the real floor a little further ahead. After repeated confirmation, Selt sneered, "A little trick, jump over it." Selt was afraid that Lelouch had already escaped through the window, so he still led the way, suddenly jumped into the room, and landed steadily. Then he quickly walked towards the stairs, wanting to chase Lelouch. Suddenly, a scream came from behind. Selt turned around and saw his subordinate Ford falling into the floor. And at this moment, they were already in the center of the living room, far from the door. At this point, no one dared to move, fearing that there might be a trap in front of them as well. Selt's other subordinate, Fitzwilliam, said with a slight tremor, "To hell with it." As if to match these words, a cool breeze suddenly swept through the empty living room, and a faint sound of crying seemed to be heard. Selt realized that this trap was not simple, and the surrounding atmosphere was clearly wrong, so he said, "Go back the way we came." He planned to directly set fire to force Lelouch out. For a Beander, if it was an ordinary ghost, they would not be afraid. Just as they were retreating, a blood-covered hand suddenly stretched out from the middle of the floor. The 3 Beyonders were startled, and then another hand stretched out. Selt understood, it's Ford. Fitzwilliam, who was beside him, quickly reached out to pull, and indeed pulled up a man covered in blood. Under the faint light, Selt saw that the person pulled up was indeed Ford. Just as he was about to ask Ford about his experience, he suddenly saw Ford's expression was distorted, with only the whites of his eyes and no pupils. Selt immediately warned, "Let go of him." But it was already too late. Ford suddenly pounced and bit Fitzwilliam's shoulder, who was pulling him. Fitzwilliam cried out in pain and tried to pry Ford's head off, but he couldn't. Selt quickly stepped forward, reached out, and crushed Ford's jaw, separating the two. Fitzwilliam's shoulder was already bloody and mangled. He pulled out his short knife and fiercely told Ford, "You're crazy." But he soon found that Ford was somewhat off. The guy was making inhuman noises and lunged again to bite others. Selt kicked Ford away and immediately said, "Let's go." Ford had actually turned into a zombie, even though he had only been out of sight for a short while. There's a problem here, definitely a big problem. But as soon as they took a step back, the door they had just kicked open slammed shut with a clang, by an unknown immense force. Selt and the others' spirituality sensed that not only was the door closed, but there also seemed to be a wall of spirituality, isolating the inside from the outside. At the same time, the ceiling above suddenly glowed with a pale white light. 8 white skeletons appeared from the pale white light. They were suspended by an invisible force, rapidly descending and landing on the ground. All 8 skeletons had red light flashing in their eyes and held weapons. The red light was like eerie eyes, coldly staring at Selt and the others. They are skeleton warriors. Fitzwilliam and Glan, the brown-haired man, instantly became nervous. They often participated in combat competitions and were not lacking in fighting experience, but they rarely dealt with such undead creatures. "Don't be afraid," Selt said, "these skeleton warriors are very weakened." As he spoke, he looked towards the second floor. He knew that Lelouch was hiding somewhere upstairs, controlling everything. The skeleton warriors began to charge at the living beings in the house. Selt put on his boxing gloves and, with another kick, sent the zombie Ford, who had charged over again, towards the skeleton warriors, completing the process of bribe. Immediately after, Selt raised a hand, weaken. The pale white glow on the 8 skeleton warriors disappeared at a visible speed. Their bones turned yellowish and developed tiny holes, as if they suddenly suffered from osteoporosis. Selt lunged forward, punched apart a skeleton warrior, and then rushed towards the stairs. His 2 subordinates, seeing how easy these skeleton warriors were to deal with, also raised their weapons and fought them. Selt was very careful when he took the first step on the stairs. Only after he didn't feel like he was stepping into empty space did he slightly relax and continue upward. This was a 2-section staircase, with a small turning platform in the middle that divided the staircase into a lower and upper section. No single mistake, every single word, every single sentence, every single content, all checked. After Selt reached the middle platform, he turned to the side, about to step onto the upper section of the stairs to continue ascending, but found that what was in front of him was actually the downward lower section of the stairs. He was slightly confused for a moment, his mind trying to recall if he had turned sideways just now. Or did he turn the wrong way? Did turning left become turning backward? Selt turned his head to look, and the upper section of the stairs was right beside him. He turned again in that direction, and what was in front of him was still the downward lower section of the stairs. This made Selt, a Sequence 7 briber, unable to help but feel a chill in his heart. A Beyonder of his level, of course, had heard stories of Beyonders encountering evil spirits. It is said that some evil spirits possess terrifying abilities that can make Beyonders circle in a very small area, never able to leave, until the Beyonder is exhausted. Only then will the evil spirit devour the Beyonder's soul. But, Lelouch is not an evil spirit. Ah, help. A cry for help came from downstairs. Selt saw that the skeleton warriors had been defeated, but a strange red mouth suddenly appeared on the ceiling of the first floor. Inside the mouth grew scarlet suckers and sharp fangs. At this moment, this strange mouth was performing a sucking action. Fitzwilliam's injured shoulder immediately turned inside out, and blood spurted out like a gushing spring, finally falling into the red strange mouth. Glan, with brown hair, tremblingly tried to press down on Fitzwilliam's wound with both hands. It wasn't that Glan had poor psychological resilience, it was simply that he had never seen such a bizarre monster, such a bizarre way of attacking. Selt raised his leg, preparing to go downstairs to rescue, but at a certain moment, what appeared before Selt was actually the upper section of the stairs. He was trapped here, trapped on the small platform in the middle by a strange force. At this point, Fitzwilliam's voice was already very weak, and it was unclear what he was saying, and his entire body's muscles rapidly collapsed. Glan's pressing had no significant effect at all. Seeing his companion turn into a dried corpse right before his eyes, Glan trembled all over as he stood up, his gaze blank. Underworld, this must be the underworld, this monster must be from the underworld, it has turned this place into the underworld too, this is not a place for the living to be. At this moment, the zombie Ford pounced on Glan, tearing at his former companion. Fortunately, Selt had crushed the zombie's jaw just now, so it didn't cause too much harm to Glan, but this seemed to be the last straw for Glan. He screamed wildly, threw the zombie off his back, crashed through the window, and jumped out. Immediately after, Selt on the stairs realized that Odysseus had deliberately let Glan go, because he felt a gaze focusing on him. This meant that Odysseus had placed all his attention on him. Selt encouraged himself, he's just a Sequence 8. He had already thought of a way to break free from the power that trapped him. He suddenly jumped up, grabbed the railing of the second floor, used his arms, and reached the second floor. The second floor had a small living room and a not very long corridor, with 2 rooms on each side of the corridor. At the end of the corridor, a dark figure was squatting on the ground, one hand touching the ground. The ground was covered with crisscrossing lines and symbols, and he didn't know what they were. After Selt went upstairs, the dark figure raised his head. It was Lelouch, wearing a mask and an old black coat. Selt said coldly, "It really is you who's causing trouble." He looked at the lines and strange symbols on the ground beneath his feet again, feeling very strange in his heart. How did Lelouch create those traps just now? Just by relying on these lines and symbols. Did you find everything just now quite terrifying? Odysseus smiled. That's because when I was making these arrangements, I happened to be studying the abilities of the underworld and the death pathway. Now, it's just you and me. Before you die, I will make you understand what you just encountered. Chapter 95, Defeat a Sequence 7. At this moment, Selt, a Sequence 7 Beyonder, felt a bit uncertain facing Lelouch, a Sequence 8 Beyonder. He couldn't understand what those lines Lelouch drew were for, or why there were so many strange traps in this house. Lelouch, who was Odysseus, spoke like a collector introducing his collection. When you first entered, you encountered an illusioner, eh? What looked like an intact floor, I had actually already drilled some holes between the floor and the basement. In the basement, there were iron spikes standing upright, and these spikes were coated with a powder made from black corpse peonies and green ghost grass. These two herbs are not very expensive, but they can make a dead person immediately turn into a zombie. Of course, I don't have the ability to control zombies, but the characteristic of zombies is to bite living creatures. They will only come upstairs to attack me after they've bitten all of you to death. Selt now understood. Those were all meticulously designed traps. Otherwise, Odysseus smiled. Did you think this was really the underworld? He paused and then continued. As for the skeleton warriors later, those were undead summoning arrays. At that time, when I was setting up these arrays, my research on undead summoning wasn't very thorough. Now, after my improvements, the things that this array can summon are much stronger. The only headache is that after they deal with the enemy, they are not very willing to return to the underworld. What about that red-mouthed monster? Selt asked. What was that thing? That was my research from last year, Odysseus introduced. It's a spirituality monster that loves to suck blood, making the body's blood spray out and enter its mouth. This was a new summoning array I added just now, after seeing your companion injured. Selt hadn't expected that those strange attacks earlier seemed to be Lelouch's casually arranged setups. What about on the stairs? What were the traps on the stairs? That's my exclusive invention, Odysseus smiled. I call it the turnaround array, and it's an attack targeting the mind-body. It will cause a certain degree of logical confusion in the target's sense of direction. For example, if your brain issues a command to turn 90 degrees, your body might actually turn 180 degrees, or not turn at all. In short, the body's movements will become incoordinated with the brain's commands. Unfortunately, this array is only effective when the target within the array is turning. It cannot cause other movements or other forms of chaos. No wonder my spirituality didn't sense danger. It turns out these were all traps, harmless until stepped into. Selt sneered. I was right, they're all just petty tricks. As he spoke, he suddenly threw a small piece of wood at Odysseus. This was a piece he had pinched off the wooden railing when he jumped upstairs. But the moment the small wooden piece was thrown, Selt was surprised to find that his forward throwing motion had turned into an upward throw. The target of the bribe also failed. Odysseus smiled. Did you think I was really showing off my arrays to you? From the moment you were on the stairs, the array on the wall has been attacking your mind-body, and your logical abilities are about to be completely confused. This was the core array set up here. It would not only attack the mind-body, but if one stayed here for a long time, the spirit body would also be impacted to a certain extent. This was an accompanying effect of undead arrays. This type of array, or rather, the underworld connected by the array, would have some influence on the spirit body. Odysseus had discovered these influences before and thus made some guided arrangements as he desired. Glan, who had fled from here earlier, had his spirit body impacted. Otherwise, the tragic death of his companion alone would not have caused a Sequence 8 Beander in good condition to collapse. The old black coat Odysseus wore could effectively resist such attacks, so the plan at the time was that even if he encountered a Sequence 7 opponent, as long as he stalled the opponent, he would quickly gain the upper hand. Selt did feel a certain degree of chaos in his movement-related logic, but he did not retreat because of it. Instead, he once again used his weaken ability. This time, he weakened the influence of the surrounding forces on him. After using the ability, he instantly felt much better. However, Odysseus had already taken this opportunity to enter one of the rooms. Selt also followed closely, seeing Lelouch standing against the wall, looking at him with a half-smile. Selt snorted coldly and kicked a nearby chair towards Odysseus. This time, he finally completed the bribe process. Immediately after, he pursued while using his arrogance ability. This ability could make the target arrogant, reduce their mental capacity, and make them prone to mistakes. Although Lelouch wore a mask, Selt could feel that the smile on the other's face had turned into an arrogant expression. At this moment, the wall behind Odysseus suddenly became illusory, and he instantly passed through the wall, arriving in the adjacent room. Odysseus smiled, found a chair to sit on, crossed his legs, and leisurely waited for Selt to die. Haha, this trap is too perfect, I really am a genius. At this moment, a cold aura permeated the surroundings. This coldness was not like the chilling dampness brought by Backland's gray fog, nor the biting cold of a winter sea breeze. Instead, it struck directly at the soul, a coldness from the inside out. In the adjacent room, after Odysseus left, the door slammed shut. Then, Selt saw strange patterns and symbols emitting a pale white light appearing on all four walls, as well as the ceiling and floor of the room. Selt realized something was wrong and immediately rushed towards the door. As soon as he stepped, cold tides surged from the ground. The hairs on his body instantly stood up, and he felt as if his soul was being continuously scoured by the cold current, making his body very stiff. These waters were not ordinary water, they were the flowing waters of the river of death that undead spirits took to the underworld by ferry. Even a sequence 7 Beander's spirit body could not withstand prolonged scouring by these waters, and the water level was rising rapidly, already reaching his waist in an instant. Celt's lips turned purple, his face was ashen, and he was covered in cold sweat. He still struggled forward, doing his best to walk towards the door, knowing that it was his only way out. The tide of the river of death quickly reached his chest, and the air Celt exhaled from his lungs turned into cold mist. Finally, reaching the door, Celt swung his fist violently, and with a crack, a hole appeared in the door panel. But this was not enough, because these water flows did not exist in reality, so a slight damage alone would not cause them to flow out. By this time, the water had risen to his mouth. Celt felt the suffocating sensation of death, and he used his last bit of strength to punch again. Every single content is flawless. Crack. The door panel was broken in half by him, the surrounding sealed array was destroyed, creating a loophole, and the water immediately flowed out through the loophole. These waters inside the room were the bone-chilling, soul-scouring waters of the river of death. Through the holes in the door panel, they did not flow outside but into a void, returning to the underworld. The entire corridor was only filled with chilling winds, exceptionally cold, but there was no trace of being wet by any liquid. At the same time, because the array was destroyed, the sealed environment inside the house disappeared, thus disconnecting from the river of death, and the tide inside the house quickly receded. Finally, only a thick layer of frost remained in the room, all the furniture, carpets, and other furnishings were not wet. Celt, bruised all over, fell to the ground and struggled to crawl out into the corridor, only then feeling like he had returned to the human world. Your spirit body has suffered permanent damage. Odysseus stood at the doorway of the adjacent room with a smile, saying, "I was really careless, I should have completely sealed the door." "That's right, I was really careless." Odysseus seemed to suddenly come to his senses. He had originally intended to come out and seal the door just now, how did he end up sitting there indulging himself? He abruptly took a step back, but Celt's weaken, from where he lay on the ground, still hit him. Odysseus immediately felt his spirituality, strength, and so on decrease. Odysseus sighed inwardly. It was indeed a bit difficult to deal with a sequence 7 Beander alone. However, fortunately, this was his home turf, designed from the beginning to handle up to a sequence 7 Beander. At this moment, although Odysseus was affected by the weaken, he had also regained his composure. He took down a sword from the wall that he had prepared long ago. This sword was as white as bone, made by Odysseus from the bones of a hell rhinoceros he had unintentionally purchased, specifically for attacking the target's spirit body. With the sword in hand, Odysseus quickly came to the corridor and indeed saw Celt crawling towards the window at the end of the corridor, trying to escape from there. But because his spirit body was extremely weak at this time, and the previous attacks on his mind-body and spirit body were even more intense, his crawling movements were very difficult, and his mental state almost completely collapsed several times. Noticing Lelouch had come out, he struggled to turn over, wanting to continue using his Beander abilities to stall Odysseus. But Odysseus did not give him this chance. He directly used the silver-white sword as a javelin, and with a zing, it flew out and pierced Celt's lower abdomen. Celt cried out in pain, feeling the piercing agony of the sword, which further injured his already very weak spirit body. Odysseus grabbed a handful of prepared powder from his pocket that could increase his affinity with the underworld and sprinkled it on Celt. Celt instantly became stiff and unable to move. Odysseus stepped forward, pulled out the sword, and cleanly slit Celt's throat. Dark blood flowed from his neck, sending this briber completely to the underworld. Odysseus nailed the silver-white sword into Celt's chest to prevent the corpse from turning into a zombie. Then he went to deal with the zombies on the first floor, recovered the Beander characteristics of the three people, and took off Celt's cold gauntlet. Finally, he set a fire, completely abandoning this stronghold. Chapter 96 Audrey gets news about Lelouch again. Odysseus had three such defensive strongholds. One was Riverbend Avenue 176, which Odysseus had just abandoned, another was Gall Herbal Shop, and the last was 77 Halen Avenue, where he currently resided more often. Additionally, he had set up some Beander traps in the basement of Hilton Avenue, a third-floor room in the Nanmu Ballroom, and a laboratory in the suburbs, though their power and scale were far inferior to those three defensive strongholds. Riverbend Avenue 176 was where he first used complex array formations, and he had conducted many experiments there. However, due to his lack of experience at the time, the concealment was very poor, Any Beander with a certain reserve of mysticism knowledge would understand, upon reaching the second floor, that these traps were all set up relying on various array formations. Precisely because of the experience gained there, when Odysseus designed the complex array formations for Gall Herbal Shop and 77 Halen Avenue, in addition to being much more powerful, their concealment was also excellent. Previously, when Odysseus dealt with the melee scholar and the mystery prior who broke into Gall Herbal Shop, after he ran out of bullets in his flamebolt, he intended to activate the herb shop's array formation. But at that moment, he saw Elia, a subordinate of the Queen Mystic, and decided to use the fool to intimidate the Queen Mystic, which was why he ran to the backyard. Who knew that Elia was extremely cautious. Upon hearing Odysseus chanting the honorific name of a certain existence, she chose to continue observing, otherwise Odysseus would not have been in such a sorry state. As for the concealment of these complex array formations, Odysseus had once tested it by inviting Bernadette to his home as a guest. As long as they were not activated, even a demigod would find them difficult to detect. The reason for abandoning Riverbend Avenue 176 was that it was old stock, with limited power, and continuing to maintain it would be somewhat uneconomical. Odysseus looked back at his first masterpiece. The fire at 176 was burning larger and larger, but it did not spread to the neighbors. In the firelight, someone finally shouted, "Fire!" Odysseus turned and quickly left in the thick fog, returning to the hotel where he had previously booked a room. Only then did he take out his spoils of war to examine them, a pair of gloves and 3 Beander characteristics. The gloves corresponded to the sequence 8 level, their abilities and negative effects were unknown, and Odysseus had no use for them at the moment, so he put them into the knowledge wilderness. Of the 3 Beander characteristics, one was a sequence 7 level briber characteristic, while the other 2 were only known to be sequence 9 level, with their specific corresponding sequences unknown. After putting away the spoils, Odysseus thought to himself, with these few spoils, Riverbend Avenue 176 can be considered to have paid for itself. At this moment, a short sentence suddenly appeared on the wall in front of Odysseus: "I am here." Odysseus was slightly stunned. The gathering ended so late. "I just watched a performance." Bernadette's voice came from the air. She commented, "With the help of the array formations, you already have the strength of a sequence 7. But those array formations can only be fixed there, they cannot be carried with you at any time, so you only have sequence 7 strength in specific places." Odysseus nodded. "That is a very pertinent evaluation." Then he asked, "Have you contacted that wraith?" "I asked for you." Bernadette, whose true location was unknown, said that she and her companions have not taken any action against the Indulgence faction recently. "That's strange." Odysseus couldn't help but frown. "Who would be warning me? And what is his purpose?" South of the bridge, Passion Bar. Today, there was no business here, only the bar owner Simon and a bartender were inside, along with a 3N party member watching them. Bang! The wooden door was suddenly forced open, and the gazes of the 3 people all turned towards the doorway. Glan, with brown hair, appeared there. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked to be in a very bad state. The 3N party member had a bad premonition. "What's wrong?" Glan ignored his companion's question, grabbing Simon by the collar and saying, "What kind of monster is Lelouch? What kind of monster is he?" Simon, however, recalled Lelouch's previous instructions. When the other party came to him a second time, he should not be polite to them. So he said coldly, "I don't know what kind of monster he is, I only know that if you keep grabbing my collar like this, you will die a very miserable death." Glan shivered all over, immediately released Simon, then retreated a few steps in a daze, and sat down on a chair behind him. The 3N party member asked again, "What's wrong?" We fell into Lelouch's trap. Ford and Fitzjet are both dead," Glan said. "What about Leader Selt? He's also dead." Glan then corrected himself, "He must be dead too, he was already trapped there at the time." After their surprise, the 3N party member immediately said, "Quick, go back and ask for reinforcements." Glan was pulled away like a walking corpse. Simon, who was straightening his collar, heard their conversation clearly. A leader actually died. Yesterday, he had just found out that the organization that had caused them trouble before was called the 3N Party. It was said that this organization had 3 leaders, and each leader possessed miraculous abilities. "Get me a drink," Simon said to the bartender. He wanted to congratulate himself, as he would have a new backer, because it was said that the person who could kill a 3N party leader would become the new leader of that organization. Thursday morning, Empress Avenue, Count Donat's villa. Today, Donat's eldest son, Joels, held a mysticism salon at the villa, inviting many noble youths who were interested in mysticism. Among them was Audrey Hall. Today, Audrey shared 3 methods of preparing chamomile and the effects of this herb with several friends. The surrounding noble youths listened with continuous exclamations of surprise, all praising Audrey's professional handling of this herb and her very detailed explanation, which anyone could understand. As Audrey smiled and accepted these compliments, she thought to herself, I have to thank the hermit for providing the material. At the same time, she did not forget to compliment her friends a couple of times, making everyone happy and thus making the discussion atmosphere of the entire salon lively. When this topic came to an end, Audrey smiled and said, it's a pity that we encounter too few mysticism events, each salon can only talk about this kind of mysticism knowledge. At this moment, a young nobleman said, I have a mysticism event that happened in Backland to share with everyone. The speaker was Quincy, the son of Count Philip. Audrey maintained a smile and looked at him, everyone else also looked at Quincy. In fact, Audrey had noticed early on that Quincy's demeanor today carried some disdain. He hadn't listened carefully to others' speeches at all. Moreover, he had tried to speak several times but held back, clearly having learned some news related to mysticism and wanting to reveal it when the salon reached its most exciting part. So Audrey helped to set the mood, and then at the appropriate moment, she expressed her regret, and Quincy indeed took the bait immediately. Quincy said, this morning, at Riverbend Avenue 176, a case involving mysticism occurred. Joels, the organizer of this salon, was first stunned, and then said, I saw it in today's morning paper. The newspaper said it was a fire caused by a gang fight. Several noble youths nodded in agreement, they had all seen this report. At first, the police thought it was an accidental fire, Quincy continued, but during the cleanup of the scene, 3 bodies were found. Because that house was rarely inhabited, it was believed to be a gang fight. But before I came to the salon, I unexpectedly learned the autopsy results of those 3 bodies. Of the 3 people who died, 1 was stabbed to death by a sharp weapon, 1 died from having their blood drained, and 1, although having a wound on their neck, actually froze to death. Other noble youths expressed their surprise, frozen to death. Frozen to death at a fire scene. Oh, goddess above, had their blood drained. Quote. No one questioned the autopsy results provided by Quincy, because Quincy's father, Count Philip, was the Minister of Public Order. Quincy said, this must be a case involving mysticism. Regarding this case, I happened to inadvertently learn some inside information. The speaker was a young nobleman named Theodore, about 22 or 23 years old. The noble youths attending the salon immediately said, tell us quickly. What exactly happened? Quincy saw that as soon as he finished speaking, everyone's attention immediately shifted to Theodore, and he became a little unhappy. How do you know about a case that just happened last night? Everyone knows that I like to go to Kings Avenue 155 to watch fighting matches, Theodore smiled. Of course, this also has to do with my cousin currently being the manager of the fighting arena. Audrey frowned slightly at this, and most of those present knew about the so-called fighting matches held there. But Audrey only saw indifference, saw it as a matter of course, yet no one, not even through their eyes, showed any doubt about the existence of the fighting arena. At this moment, Theodore continued, this morning, when I went to my cousin's place to get this week's tickets, I learned that a fighting arena contestant had an off-arena fight on Riverbend Avenue yesterday because of the result of a certain match last week. It is said that 3 people died in that fight, one of whom was a veteran contestant of the fighting arena. And their opponent was a new contestant named Lelouch. Audrey suddenly couldn't maintain her audience state. Lelouch. Yes, that's the name, Theodore recalled for a moment before saying with certainty. Then he continued, everyone should understand now, right? It's also on Riverbend Avenue, and also 3 people died. Joel said, so, this contestant Lelouch is very likely a Beander. Audrey, on the other hand, was thinking, according to my previous observations, Lelouch is not a malicious person. Why did he suddenly kill 3 people? Chapter 97, Verbal Warning. The noble scions attending this salon all knew that the matches at the fighting arena at Kings Avenue 155 occasionally featured some miraculous abilities, but the fighting arena's explanation for this was that they were magic tricks and illusions. Few people doubted this, as everyone knew that the matches there focused more on entertainment. Only now did some wonder if any of those competitors were Beyonders. But they quickly dismissed the thought. After all, why would a mysterious Beander participate in such a competition for others to watch? The noble scions present were still under the protection of their families, and could only infer the existence of mysticism and Beyonders through some clues. They did not understand the Beander community and had not yet deeply encountered the dark side of Backland. The topic of the Beander case on Riverbend Avenue was still being discussed, and Theodore answered Joel's question, Lelouch is very likely a Beander. Then he smiled. This week's matches will be very exciting, because the opponents my cousin arranged for Lelouch are two good friends of the deceased veteran competitor. Edith, Viscount Thomas's daughter, asked, "Won't the police arrest this competitor Lelouch?" "The fighting arena and the police have always had this understanding," Theodore explained. "When a criminal appears among the competitors, and that criminal still participates in the matches scheduled, then, with the police present, that competitor will still be allowed to participate in one more match. If the competitor dies in the arena, it is considered suicide to avoid punishment. If he wins the match, the competitor will receive a large commission, and this commission will be sent to the person he designates, after which he will be taken away by the police for trial. Moreover, the fighting arena occasionally bails out very promising competitors. How it is arranged specifically depends on the competitor's ability and his choice." Theodore paused and then smiled. "So, if Lelouch appears on Sunday, this week's matches will definitely be very exciting." Joels, the organizer of this salon, said, "Are there still seats? I want to watch this week's matches." "Me too." Several noble scions expressed their willingness to go watch the matches, and Audrey was among them. At this moment, her mood was a bit complicated. She hoped to observe Lelouch again to see if he was a bloodthirsty demon. Theodore said, "No problem, leave it to me." In the afternoon, 51 Henry Street, Gall Herbal Shop. Odysseus was in the backyard continuing to write the fighting outline, when Max, the captain of the machinery hivemind team, suddenly visited. Odysseus poured tea while knowingly asking, "What can I do for you?" "Captain Eakenser sent me to warn you. He can pretend not to know about the Riverbend Avenue case, but he doesn't want similar incidents to happen again," Max said seriously. When Odysseus was operating Riverbend Avenue 176 back then, he was still under the strict surveillance of the machinery hivemind. They naturally knew that Odysseus had some arrangements there. But what exactly was arranged, they had never been clear. This was the attitude of the machinery hivemind, and even the entire Church of Steam and Machinery, towards Odysseus's research, believing them to be just small gadgets made by utilizing spirituality, and they did not pay too much attention. Max had once provided the church with some of Odysseus's research, wanting to see if Odysseus was researching how to resurrect his family. The church's scholars gave a negative answer, and Max stopped paying attention to Odysseus's research. At that time, both the church's scholars and Max felt that Odysseus's research was too novel, yet also somewhat absurd and impossible to achieve. They did not know that it was only the theoretical part of Odysseus's research, and a very small part at that. Late last night, after the Riverbend Avenue case occurred, the machinery hivemind team recalled that it used to be one of Odysseus's strongholds, which led them to infer that the culprit in yesterday's case was very likely Odysseus. But because Odysseus had provided information about the 3N party a long time ago, they were very clear about the kind of people the 3N party were, so Eakenser chose to turn a blind eye. Odysseus smiled. "They suddenly came to my door, and I didn't have time to seek your help, so I had no choice but to do this." After a brief explanation, he asked, "Which official Beander organization took this case?" "The Nighthawks," Max did not hide. "I understand," Odysseus said. "The character Lelouch will soon disappear." Then he skipped the topic. "Through some channels, I contacted the Temperance faction of the Rose School, and it wasn't them who sent someone to remind us of that werewolf's address." Max pinched his forehead, and after sitting down in the chair, he asked, "Is the information reliable?" "Reliable." Odysseus believed that Sharon had no reason to deceive the Queen Mystic. Max sighed. "The clue is broken." "Don't worry," Odysseus said, sitting opposite Max and smiling. "We can still start from the motive. It's very likely a wild Beander who had a grudge against the Rose School, or simply a Beander who had a grudge against that werewolf, who, knowing he was not an opponent, used this method to inform the official Beanders about that werewolf." Max slowly nodded and said, "I will continue to investigate the area around the werewolf's residence, and continue to investigate that person named Bernie, to see if we can find new clues." Then he said, "Have you ever thought that the other party might also be targeting you?" "I did think of that," Odysseus said. But I'm just an informant for the machinery hivemind. Besides this house full of herbs, there's nothing valuable, so there's no reason to use such a cautious method to test me." Max thought about it and agreed. The two were silent for a while before Max said, "Let's both pay attention to collecting clues about this case." In Max's experience, the person named Bernie might never be found. Fortunately, this case had already eliminated a member of the Rose School, so if the case were closed like this, no one would say anything. After discussing the case, Odysseus said, "Help me investigate a person. He is a subordinate of Denesi from MI9. As he spoke, he took out a portrait of a man in his 30s, with short hair and a very prominent Adam's apple, as if an egg was stuck in his throat. When Odysseus was negotiating with Danae earlier, he noticed that his subordinate's gaze towards him was a bit off, but it would be dangerous for Odysseus to investigate someone from MI9, so it would be better to entrust a member of the machinery hive mind to check the archives under some pretext. Every single one is correct, one by one, without any errors. Max asked, "Why investigate him?" "No specific reason, I just feel he's off." Max nodded. "I'll help you investigate, but it will require an opportunity." I know." The two chatted for a while longer, then Max took his leave. Odysseus had just sat down when, as expected, Simon arrived. The matters to be discussed today involved some confidential content, so the two talked directly in the lounge in the backyard. The fierce-looking Simon, now somewhat fawningly, smiled and said, "Your plan is truly meticulous and perfect. 2 days ago, I was still worrying about offending the 3N party, but today I finally realized that you must have deliberately provoked them." Odysseus smiled slightly, not making any comment on Simon's conjecture. Simon seemed to feel greatly encouraged. He continued, "I should have thought of it earlier. If you could investigate my background, of course, you could also investigate the 3N party's background. You must have known that the 3N party has a rule that whoever can kill their leader can become their new leader, which is why you provoked them and had me reveal the address in the south of the bridge, setting up an ambush there and killing one of the 3N party's leaders." Simon chuckled. "I've been hiding since last night, and the police couldn't find me, let alone find you here. But I still went to the fighting arena on King's Avenue to see if you had any matches this week. Mr. Bishop, the manager of the fighting arena, actually received me personally. And told me that the police would also be at the fighting arena on Sunday. As long as you are willing to become the leader of the 3N party, he will act as a guarantor and absolutely not let the police arrest you. However, you will have 2 matches that day, both in the evening, one around 7 o'clock and one around 9 o'clock. The first match is a pure fighting match, and the second match is completely unregulated. You can use any weapon, and even if you kill someone in it, you won't have to worry about bearing any responsibility." He sighed. "Only at this moment did I realize that your goal was to become the leader of the 3N party. Although I heard that the 3N party has a bad reputation, they can serve nobles and know many upper-class figures in Backland. In a few years, you will also become someone who can command the wind and rain in Backland." Odysseus maintained his smile, still not making any comment. He suddenly took out his wallet, counted out 6 10-pound banknotes, and handed them to Simon. "Hide for the next 2 days. By Sunday, you won't need to hide anymore." "Thank you, Mr. Lelouch." Simon chuckled as he took the money. Yes, on Sunday, the police won't investigate you anymore, so you won't need to hide." Odysseus suddenly said seriously, "At least half of these 60 pounds must go to your wife. Don't let them depend on others anymore." "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lelouch. I will give her 30 pounds, no, all 60 pounds, Simon said with a smile. "After I become your subordinate, I will definitely earn a lot of money, and they won't have to live such a hard life anymore." Odysseus just nodded, chatted a few more sentences, then saw Simon out. It wasn't until he watched Simon get into a rented carriage and leave that he smiled coldly. "If I wanted to gain the favor of nobles, why would I need to go through all this trouble?" After speaking, he winked at another rented carriage on the street. That rented carriage quickly followed. The driver of this carriage and the people in it were all Enoch's subordinates. Odysseus had arranged for them to wait here for Simon in the morning. Chapter 98. Not everyone can become Odysseus's subordinate. In the following days, Odysseus diligently wrote the fighting outline at the herb shop. He could clearly feel signs of the potion being digested. He estimated that after finishing this book, he should be able to completely digest the potion. At the same time, Odysseus also made some Viander weapons, preparing them for Sunday's competition. These weapons cost him nearly 500 pounds. It made his heart ache a little. On Saturday, Odysseus completed a transaction with Hanged Man Alger, spending another 750 pounds to obtain one of the main ingredients for Sequence 7 Inches Wizard, a complete brain of a pale long-necked beast. Odysseus planned to see if he could trade for the other main ingredient at next week's Tarot Club. As for the Mysticism Research Society's gathering, it wasn't a fixed weekly gathering, so Odysseus decided to reschedule it to next Tuesday. Time quickly came to Sunday. Around 9 a.m., Odysseus arrived at the Nanmu ballroom, and gave Mandy 500 pounds in cash, asking her to do something for him. Then he returned to the herb shop, quietly waiting for Simon to arrive. Odysseus had an early dinner, and around 6 p.m., Simon arrived to pick him up for the competition. After getting into the hansom cab, the two sat opposite each other, and Simon once again exclaimed, "The more I think about it these past 2 days, the more I realize your plan is absolutely perfect. When you came to my underground fighting arena to fight illegal boxing, you were hoping to use my channels to enter the fighting arena at Kings Avenue 155, weren't you? Unbeknownst to me, I had already been used by you. I'm not a god," Odysseus said with a smile. "At that time, I didn't even know you had relevant channels to Kings Avenue 155. Tonight's plan only appeared in my mind after learning you had channels in that area. In the following days, I refined it further and used some of my own channels to gather intelligence to ensure the plan would proceed smoothly." Simon took a deep breath. That's still very impressive. He was very curious, what kind of intelligence did Odysseus gather? Odysseus did not continue the topic, but suddenly asked, "Did you give the previous £60 in cash to your wife?" Upon hearing this question, Simon suddenly became a little flustered. I gave it to her. I have a subordinate who is a gang boss. He also has a lot of bad habits, drinking, gambling, and a fondness for fighting," Odysseus said unhurriedly. "I never object to my subordinate's bad habits, after all, entertainment options are really limited in this era. But no matter what kind of bad habit, there must be a limit." Odysseus seemed to be talking about things completely unrelated to the two of them, but Simon was already breaking out in a cold sweat. He was addicted to gambling, and he had gambled away the entire £60, never giving it to his wife, over the past few days. "In my opinion, that limit is whether you treat your family well within your means," Odysseus continued slowly. "You love your daughter very much, but you are not a qualified father or husband. Life under someone else's roof is not easy, and with your income, their lives don't have to be like this at all. This isn't my sympathy overflowing, but if you treat your own family like this, how will you treat me at a crucial moment? How can I trust a gambler with no bottom line?" Simon swallowed hard and quickly said, "Mr. Lelouch, listen to me." Odysseus suddenly pulled out the dagger from his waist and swung it, slitting Simon's throat. Simon looked surprised and quickly covered his neck with both hands, but blood still gushed out from his blood vessels. "You know my true identity. Since you didn't pass the test I gave you and couldn't earn my trust, I can only make you disappear completely." Odysseus kicked Simon, who was trying to escape, back onto the seat. "From the moment you joined this game, you should have been prepared for this. This is backland, a backland that devours people whole." He paused and then said, "Don't worry, I've already arranged for your wife and daughter to go to the countryside and spent £500 to buy Passion Bar from them. Well, after you die, of course I'll buy that broken bar from your wife. In the countryside of East Chester County, you only need £70 or £80 to buy a 2-story house with a yard. Farmland is cheap now, you can buy land for £100 and become a small farm owner. As long as they are diligent enough and don't invest recklessly, the mother and daughter will live a life of comfort and abundance." Simon was already convulsing from excessive blood loss, unable to escape again. In the last moments of his life, he tried hard to listen to the man in front of him, fearing he would miss a single word. "I also specifically instructed my subordinate who went to do this," Odysseus continued, "to intentionally spread some rumors, saying that your wife and daughter are the mistress and illegitimate daughter arranged by some important figure. This can effectively prevent them from being bullied, at least it will make those who have ideas about them have some misgivings. As for your broken bar, it's not worth £500. Consider it a reward for your diligent service to me during this time. And your manager and a few important subordinates will all die in the upcoming gang fight. All right, rest in peace." Blood had already flowed all over the floor. Simon's eyes glazed over, and he finally died in regret and remorse. After Odysseus confirmed Simon's death, he knocked on the wooden board of the carriage, and the carriage immediately stopped. The coachman got down from the driver's seat and opened the carriage door. "Mr. Gale." This coachman was actually Enoch, and this handsome cab was called by Simon. In other words, for the past few days, Simon had been under Enoch's surveillance. Odysseus took a bottle of corpse-dissolving liquid from his pocket. "Dispose of the body well, and make it clean." Enoch nodded. "Yes." Odysseus got out of the car and added, "Don't take over Passion Bar immediately. Wait until it's occupied by other gangs, then drive that gang out next month and take over the bar." The place where the carriage stopped was a quiet alley with no pedestrians around. "Okay, Mr. Gale." Enoch waved his hand, and another carriage drove from the other end of the alley. The coachman respectfully said, "Mr. Gale." Odysseus nodded, got into the carriage, and changed his disguise. At this point, the carriage had already reached the main street. He got out again, waited for a short while, then casually hailed a hansom cab and continued towards Kings Avenue 155. stopping the carriage outside the fighting arena. As soon as Odysseus got out, police officers and fighting arena attendants immediately surrounded him. There was nothing wrong, nothing missing, nothing out of place. One of the police officers said, "Lelouch, I suspect you are involved in a murder and arson case." Odysseus, who was already wearing a mask, raised his hand and said, "I'm well aware of the understanding between the fighting arena and the police. You don't need to scare me like this." As he spoke, he unhurriedly paid the coachman the fare and was about to walk inside when he was stopped by a middle-aged police officer with deep-set eyes. "No matter what, you are a murderer and an arsonist. Don't be too arrogant." Odysseus's spirituality sensed that this was a Beander, likely a captain of a Nighthawks team. He said coldly, "Then do you know about the 3N party? How many people's blood is on their hands? Why don't you righteously stop them from being arrogant?" The police officer with deep-set eyes was named Carl, and he was indeed the captain of a Nighthawks team. He paused slightly upon hearing Odysseus's words, then stepped back to clear the way for Odysseus. Odysseus was led by an attendant to the lounge. Some of the police followed closely behind, while others went to the stands, preparing to closely monitor Odysseus's every move. In the lounge, the middle-aged man who looked like a butler came up and smiled. "Mr. Lelouch, Manager Bishop asked me to inform you that you have been given the opportunity to join the 3N party and become its leader. If you are willing to become the leader of the 3N party and survive tonight's competition, Mr. Bishop is willing to pay a huge bail for you to be acquitted of the South of the Bridge case." Odysseus nodded. "I am willing to become the leader, but in tonight's battle, if I can win, I hope to join the 3N party at the moment of victory," witnessed by Mr. Bishop. The middle-aged man who looked like a butler said, "I will convey that for you." Then he asked, "Did your agent, Simon, not come with you?" "He's been fired by me," Odysseus said. "I'll hire a new agent as soon as possible." The other party was not surprised. After all, starting tonight, he would become the new leader of the 3N party, so it was normal to replace his agent with someone with a better image. So he just nodded and didn't press further. Odysseus went to his seat as usual and closed his eyes to rest. At exactly 7 o'clock, he entered the arena at the reminder of the middle-aged man who looked like a butler. This competition was still held in the arena with simulated streets. Many people knew that today's competition would be exceptionally exciting, so there were more spectators than usual, filling the stands. This included Audrey Hall. From afar, she saw the young man wearing a mask and dark knight's attire entering the arena. It was Lelouch, whom she had seen before. After Audrey's renewed observation, she still believed that Lelouch was not a bloodthirsty person. Was he really the murderer in the South of the Bridge case? In the arena, Odysseus saw his opponent, Chipman. The two had already fought once and both knew the other was a strong opponent, so they approached each other with solemn expressions, finally stopping about 2 meters apart. Chipman suddenly spoke, "I didn't expect before that your goal was to become the leader of the 3N party." Odysseus smiled slightly, offering no explanation, but instead took a tentative step forward and threw a punch, initiating the attack. Chipman raised his hand to block. Odysseus suddenly closed in and delivered a kick. Chipman turned to dodge. Odysseus took the opportunity to lean upwards, pressing tightly against Chipman and giving a sudden shove, making Chipman stumble. Odysseus seized the advantage and began to attack continuously using elbow strikes, bumps, and shoves. In the stands, Audrey and other young noble scions found Lelouch's fighting style very novel and began discussing Lelouch's bumping and shoving techniques. At this point, the experienced Chipman gradually stabilized his footing and began to counterattack. One of Odysseus's arms was accidentally caught by him, and he suddenly performed an over-the-shoulder throw, intending to slam Odysseus to the ground. Asking for monthly votes in the middle of the month hollow down pointing triangle, boo. Chapter 99, Victory over Tactics with No Tactics. Facing Chipman's over-the-shoulder throw, Odysseus didn't use his other hand to push Chipman's back to offset his strength, as is normal in martial arts. Instead, he jumped up with Chipman's momentum, did a somersault in the air, and landed steadily. Then, Odysseus took advantage of Chipman's hands still gripping his arms and suddenly leaned into Chipman again. Chipman, with his rich combat experience, was now somewhat wary of Odysseus's lean, which looked like he was trying to burrow into his embrace but was actually going to hit his chest with his shoulder. If he were hit by that, he would definitely be thrown back, completely losing the initiative in the fight. Chipman had no choice but to release Odysseus's arm to block Odysseus's attack. But Odysseus's attack changed quickly. He abruptly stopped his feet, changing from a push to a pull, and combined with Chipman's own forward momentum, he pulled his opponent off balance. At the same time, Odysseus kicked out, trying to trip Chipman. At this moment, Chipman's rich practical experience helped him. He quickly released Odysseus's arm and seized the opportunity to push, stepping back to resolve Odysseus's offensive. However, the slight advantage Chipman had just gained was lost, and Odysseus turned defense into offense. At this point, Chipman felt that Lelouch seemed to be even stronger than last week. In their previous encounter, their strength and technique were evenly matched, but in this encounter, Odysseus could clearly gain a slight advantage. This was not Chipman's illusion. The intense previous encounter had given Odysseus a deeper understanding of the essence of Eight Extremities Fist, so he consistently maintained a slight advantage at this time. From the audience, applause occasionally rang out. Today's audience were experts, they clearly understood where the exciting points were in the two men's exchange. Even Audrey and others who didn't know much about fighting felt the charm of combat when they saw the two men's swift and brief exchanges. At this moment, Odysseus suddenly switched to a different fighting style. It was no longer as fierce as before, and many movements became slower. But not all movements slowed down. Instead, he struck swiftly the moment he seized an opportunity. Chipman was momentarily caught off guard because Odysseus's fighting style looked soft, even harmless. However, the control of force nodes in this fighting style completely exceeded Chipman's understanding of martial arts. For example, when Chipman threw a punch, Lelouch reached out to block it. Initially, the force of this block was not great, merely skillfully pushing the punch aside. The moment Chipman's punch reached its limit and had no follow-up strength, Lelouch suddenly exerted force to counterattack, catching Chipman off guard multiple times. If you were to ask Lelouch at this moment what fighting style this was, he would definitely say it was the Tai Chi style. However, relying solely on Tai Chi was still not enough to defeat Chipman. He was a sequence 8 inches fighter, his brain and muscles were born for combat, and with years of fighting experience, Chipman regained his composure and began to look for opportunities to counterattack. It wasn't until Odysseus's fighting style alternated between fierce and soft that Chipman felt he could no longer resist. In this extremely challenging battle of will and skill, Odysseus, under the constant tempering of a strong opponent, suddenly had an epiphany: why be confined to 8 extremities fist and Tai Chi? Simple and effective attack methods are the most practical. This made Odysseus suddenly think of the fictional Dugu 9 swords, and the concept of defeating moves with no moves. Although it was fictional, this concept was very advanced. Once a skill reaches a certain level of proficiency, one will inevitably develop their own insights and understandings, which are the most valuable things in one's life. Odysseus, through this difficult battle, went through the process of understanding and realization, gaining a new comprehension of combat. Unconsciously, his fists became fierce when fierceness was needed, and soft when softness was needed. This feeling was very peculiar, making his own spirituality extremely active. His strength, speed, and mental reactions all reached their optimal state. Odysseus quickly understood that this was acting, and it even seemed like a wonderful realm that even acting could hardly achieve. At this moment, the Beander characteristic within him seemed very obedient, becoming a part of his body. It showed an unprecedented compatibility with his spirit body. Bang! Chipman was hit in the chest and slammed against the wall. Odysseus immediately awoke from his epiphany. He was about to pursue but suddenly stopped. You are no longer my opponent. Chipman clutched his chest. Whether or not I'm an opponent isn't for us to decide. He gritted his teeth and continued to attack Odysseus, who first dodged his opponent's attack, then, at the opportune moment, suddenly raised his leg and struck, hitting Chipman's lower abdomen with his knee. Immediately after, Odysseus retreated and moved away, letting Chipman kneel on the ground, clutching his lower abdomen. This sudden change caused gasps from the audience. They seemed not to fully understand why the previously brilliant and evenly matched battle had suddenly become one-sided. In fact, it was because Odysseus's realm was now far above the audience's. The audience could no longer understand the brilliance of his fighting techniques. Chipman took several deep breaths before saying, "The 3N party's purpose is to entertain the audience, to entertain those high-ranking spectators above us. What you are doing now is wrong. The audience's minds cannot keep up with your movements." What a pity. Odysseus sighed. You have such high combat skills, yet you speak such nonsense. He said, I am not like you. I am not a clown who pleases others. Chipman stared at Odysseus and suddenly shouted, Then what do you want me to do, Lelouch? What other way is there for ordinary people to become upper class in Backland, besides serving the nobles? Odysseus kicked out like lightning, sweeping Chipman's head, which hit the wall, splitting his skin and flesh, making him dizzy and disoriented, and he struggled several times but couldn't get up. Odysseus said, I have no solution, but I can tell you that your solution is very poor. At this moment, the referee, seeing blood on the field, felt he could give an explanation to the audience, so he announced, Lelouch wins. Accompanied by enthusiastic applause from the audience, Odysseus quickly left, returning to the locker room through the iron gate. There were still several police officers waiting in the locker room. They also heard the enthusiastic applause but didn't know why the audience was applauding. When Odysseus appeared, a waiter immediately offered him a towel and water, but Odysseus refused them all. He returned to his seat and began to recall and summarize his recent insights, immediately feeling that the potion had been digested considerably. He closed his eyes and pondered quietly for about half an hour before suddenly opening them and looking at the middle-aged man who looked like a butler not far away. Every single word, every single sentence, every single action, every single detail was perfect. The man, seeing Odysseus look at him, immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Bishop has agreed to your request. If you can win the next battle just as spectacularly, after your victory, he will personally come to the arena and personally preside over your ceremony to join the 3N party." The man smiled again and said, "This is a great honor. Mr. Bishop is a true noble, and having such a noble preside over your initiation ceremony will immediately earn you great prestige within the 3N party." Odysseus smiled, "Thank you for Mr. Bishop's high regard." Then he asked, "Can any weapon be used in the next match, with no restrictions on form, right?" "Yes. Is there a limit on the quantity?" "No." Odysseus nodded. "I heard the match will be held in a different venue, right?" "That's right, please follow me." Led by the middle-aged man who looked like a butler, Odysseus arrived at the Wildfield Arena, about a kilometer away. Meanwhile, some nobles already felt that the upcoming matches were uninteresting and had taken their carriages to the Wildfield Arena to await Odysseus's next match. After Odysseus arrived at the locker room, he went to the washroom, and when he came out, he looked like a traveler on a long journey, carrying a large backpack taller than himself on his back, and a bulging fanny pack around his waist. Additionally, over his dark knight's uniform, he wore a loose, somewhat ill-fitting coat. His feet were also changed into a pair of brightly colored shoes, a sword hung from outside his fanny pack, and he held a one-handed shield in his left hand. This change stunned the middle-aged man who looked like a butler. You are." Odysseus glanced at him. "Didn't you tell me there was no limit on quantity?" No, the man stammered before saying, "I was just wondering, when did you put all these things in the washroom?" Odysseus smiled and offered no explanation. Since there were too many things and he couldn't sit down, he had to take off his backpack first, then sat in the chair and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, the Beyonders among the surrounding police officers opened their spirit vision, and saw that Lelouch's backpack, fanny pack, as well as the sword and shield, all emitted colorful light. Even his knight's uniform, coat, and shoes glowed with spiritual colors. The Nighthawks exchanged glances, as if seeing the same doubt in each other's eyes. Is this guy an artisan? Otherwise, where did he get so many Beyonder weapons? At exactly 9 o'clock, when Odysseus entered the arena carrying his large bag and holding his shield, the audience was stunned. Many of them had seen numerous no-rules matches and many strange weapons, but this was the first time they had seen a contestant bring so many weapons. Odysseus's opponent, Alva, the leader of the 3N party, only brought a silver-white sword, with a dagger and a silver-white revolver tucked into his waist. Upon seeing his opponent, Alva immediately realized that with so many items, his opponent's movements would surely be inconvenient. So he quickly stepped forward, drew his revolver, and fired continuously at Odysseus. But what he hadn't expected was that Odysseus's speed was actually on par with his. He saw his opponent, shield raised, charging like an enraged rhinoceros. Chapter 100 The True Weapon Master. The venue for the new match was an entire stretch of artificially laid grass, with withered trees devoid of leaves scattered across it. The trees were leafless to prevent them from obstructing the audience's view. These trees were made of hard sandalwood, though withered, revolver bullets still couldn't penetrate their trunks. There were also traces of knife cuts and axe chops on the trunks, indicating that in this fighting arena, contestants had once relied on these trees for intense battles. The audience seats here were higher than in the previous fighting arena, and after the match began, a sealed artifact would generate a barrier to protect the audience from stray bullets. Just tonight, a special match was being held here. More precisely, the contestant Lelouch was quite special. He actually brought a large backpack full of weapons, and in his hand, he held a shield that seemed to be of little use. The reason it seemed of little use was that the shield's area was simply too small to block the bullets fired by his opponent, Alva's revolver. However, after the two sides began to engage, everyone witnessed a magical scene. Despite Lelouch carrying such a large backpack, he moved with agile steps. Despite the shield's small area, not even covering his face, it completely blocked all bullets fired from Alva's revolver. Some Beyonders in the audience clearly saw that it wasn't Lelouch's shield blocking Alva's revolver bullets, but rather that no matter how different the shooting angles were, all the bullets were sucked onto the shield. If one's eyesight wasn't good enough, it would look as if Alva was aiming at Lelouch's shield when firing. Alva realized that this opponent was by no means as reckless as he appeared. All his equipment had their respective uses, and it would be difficult for a revolver to harm him. Alva then stopped his charge and, instead, quickly retreated. At this moment, his entire aura rapidly changed, his eyeballs turned completely white, devoid of pupil color. A chilling wind instantly swept across the fighting arena, making Odysseus shiver involuntarily. He knew Alva had begun to use his Beyander abilities. This was a spirit medium, who could summon spirits to fight for him. Odysseus also stopped his charge. He opened the backpack on his back and pulled out a long, golden metallic rod from inside. This metallic rod was over a meter tall and vibrantly colored. Audrey in the audience, lacking sufficient Beyander knowledge, didn't quite understand how the two people in the fighting arena were engaging. But she didn't ask, instead listening intently to the conversations of those around her. Sure enough, Audrey vaguely heard someone behind her explaining. That metallic rod must be made with a large amount of spirituality materials from the sun pathway, which is why it looks bright and feels warm just by looking at it. Look at Lelouch's opponent again. The colors of the space around him seem to have dimmed. He must be using undead-type Beyander abilities. It is well known that spirituality materials from the sun pathway are very effective against undead. At this point, someone asked, "This fight isn't very interesting, is it?" They seemed to be waving weapons at the air, and they were so far apart earlier, even a revolver couldn't reach, right? This was also Audrey's question just now. At this moment, Alva was pacing with heavy steps, seemingly chanting a spell. And Lelouch was swinging his sword at the air, completely lacking the intensity of the previous match, instead looking like two people performing a comical dance in the fighting arena. However, after hearing the previous person's explanation, Audrey realized that she needed to use spirit vision to understand how the two were actually fighting. Indeed, the voice that had just explained chuckled, "That's just because you can't see it." Audrey remembered this voice, because this person must also be a Beyander. Then she used the method of opening spirit vision, which she learned from the Tarot Club, to activate her spirit vision. She immediately saw Lelouch wielding a long sword, fighting against several illusory figures. Those illusory figures seemed to be wary of the golden metallic pillar behind Lelouch. Although they were numerous, none dared to ambush Lelouch from behind. Moreover, the sword in Lelouch's hand often emitted crackling electric light, clearly not an ordinary sword, and those illusory figures also seemed to be hesitant to approach this sword. At this moment, Lelouch swung his sword, forcing back the surrounding illusory figures, and suddenly pulled out a red javelin, over a meter long, from the backpack behind him. He raised his hand, pointed at Alva, and then threw the javelin. The javelin emitted a strange buzzing sound. Despite Lelouch not seemingly exerting much force, it flew very far and accurately pierced towards Alva. Alva realized the javelin's sharpness and quickly dodged with agility. A magical scene occurred. The javelin suddenly turned around and exploded not far in front of Alva. Boom! The huge explosion startled the audience present. No one expected a javelin to produce an explosion similar to a small caliber shell, blasting a large crater in the fighting arena. But what was even more surprising was that the javelin had just exploded in front of Alva, yet Alva was not dead. He didn't even seem to be seriously injured, just awkwardly hid behind a tree. At this moment, even the audience members without spirit vision realized that this match had already exceeded the scope of combat. The two contestants were engaged in an intense exchange that they couldn't comprehend. Many audience members suddenly felt that such a match seemed somewhat terrifying. In the fighting arena, Odysseus used spirit vision to see that when the javelin was about to hit Alva, he summoned a spirit to block in front of himself, thus avoiding the explosion caused by the javelin, suffering only minor injuries. These javelins of Odysseus were somewhat similar in principle to flame bombs, but their power was far inferior to flame bombs. The difference was that these javelins possessed excellent armor-piercing capabilities and the ability to target specific objectives. Odysseus only needed to point out the target, and the javelin could fly towards it, with the ability to change direction twice. However, in terms of cost-effectiveness, javelins were not as economical as flame bombs, but flame bombs had already been used by Leader, so Lelouch, of course, could no longer use them. At this moment, Alva, hiding behind the tree, after recovering from the previous explosion, continued to manipulate the previously summoned undead to attack Odysseus. Odysseus took out a yellow canned object from his waist pouch and threw it towards the undead not far away. After the canned object landed, it made a soft, pop, sound, and golden powder sprayed out from the can, scattering everywhere. This was Odysseus's self-prepared sun powder, although he did not pray to eternal blazing sun for his power to enhance the effect of the sun powder. When sprinkled on the undead, it could still make them writhe in agony and roll on the ground. Odysseus seized this opportunity and quickly rushed towards Alva. Although a spirit medium could summon undead to help him fight and also cause damage to the target's spirit body, they were considered relatively strong among Sequence 7 Beyonders. Every mistake, every first, every shot, every internal, every content, is seen at a glance. But their disadvantages were equally obvious. Abilities and spirituality items from the sun pathway greatly countered the undead they summoned. Therefore, the weapons Odysseus brought today were specifically made by him to deal with these undead. He threw another javelin in Alva's direction. Boom! The large tree was blown apart in the middle. Alva hastily dodged the explosion and drew the revolver from his waist, firing at Odysseus. This explosion was met with enthusiastic applause from the audience. The impact brought by the explosion excited them greatly, seemingly more thrilling than watching combat matches before. And at this moment in the fighting arena, Alva changed his tactics, drawing his silver-white sword and rushing towards Odysseus. His method of attacking by summoning undead had now been neutralized by Lelouch, and he had no advantage from a distance. He planned to entangle with Lelouch while summoning undead to sneak attack Lelouch. But Alva clearly underestimated Odysseus's intelligence-gathering ability and his preparations for this battle. Lelouch was seen holding a shield in one hand and drawing his sword, looking as if he was going to compete in swordsmanship with Alva, but when the two were close enough, the outer shell of that shield suddenly fell off. On the fallen shell, there was an exquisite magic array. Before Alva could clearly see the structure of the magic array, the outer layer spontaneously combusted, and flames quickly covered the array, burning away all traces of it. At this moment, Odysseus's original golden shield turned into a silver shield. Alva cautiously thrust out a sword. Odysseus, not very skilled in swordsmanship, somewhat awkwardly parried. Just then, the shield in Odysseus's hand suddenly flew towards Alva like a hidden weapon shot out. The distance between the two was too close, and this attack was truly unexpected. Alva didn't even have time to grab a spirit body to block in front of himself before he was hit on the shoulder by the shield. The physique of the gravedigger pathway was also good. Alva was already prepared to endure this blow. However, to his surprise, the shield's impact was not very heavy, but this shield seemed to be stuck to his shoulder and did not fall to the ground. At this point, Alva saw Lelouch turn and run. Immediately realizing something was wrong, he quickly reached out to remove the shield but found that the shield's outer layer was very sticky and couldn't be pulled off. Immediately after, Alva heard a soft click sound. He realized the danger and quickly threw away his silver-white sword, using both hands to pull it off. Rip! His clothes were torn, and at the same time, the shield was pulled off, but it then stuck to his hands. At this moment, Odysseus suddenly threw himself to the ground. Boom! Almost in the next second, the shield exploded violently, and Alva was completely blackened, with both forearms blown off. But he was still not dead, just fainted. Odysseus quickly stepped forward, stabbed Alva to death with a sword, and collected the spirit medium's silver-white sword, revolver, and dagger. He was very clear that the previous explosion could not kill a Sequence 7. After Alva recovered from his injuries, with the help of the undead, he would still be a very difficult enemy to deal with. Odysseus couldn't carry a large bag of undead restraining weapons every day like today, so he simply killed the opponent to eliminate future troubles. At this point, the audience let out two successive exclamations. The first exclamation was due to the unexpected explosion just now. The second exclamation was due to Odysseus killing his opponent right in front of everyone, which surprised them. Suddenly, a loud, solo-like applause rang out in the fighting arena. The door in the fighting arena opened, and Manager Bishop walked towards Odysseus, applauding. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.